Okay. Good morning. I can hear everybody rumbling in the back. And it's okay. Start. I'm having a hard time hearing from your end. Say again. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm really quite happy to be here. It's a shame that I can't be there with you, but I miss all of you. I've been here a number of different years, and I've always appreciated when the community comes together and we start to talk about something that we think is really important to us. And caring for that river out there, I think, is. What happened? I'm still here. If you need somebody to talk, can you hear me? Okay, thank you. I'll start over. But I'm really happy to be here, and it's an honor to be able to speak to you this morning and to give a small traditional opening that we normally do. I'd rather be with you all and be able to sit in the same room so I can see your faces and know that you're healthy and fine, and that we are carrying out our responsibility to that great river that we see out there and that we appreciate it so much. We say that whenever we are gathered, one of us has chosen to give greetings and thanksgiving. And so I'd like you to think about all of the people that you know that are gathered around you and that are here today. But I'll tell you, since my job changed and I'm now with the International Joint Commission, I can tell you that stretching across the country from St. Croix in New Brunswick right out to the Columbia River out in BC, many people like you are gathering together to appreciate the rivers, for example, that cross the borders that we help take care of. And it never ceases to amaze me the amount of work that those people are willing to put into their river, their place that they live. And so I see you as part of my family that are taking care of this river while I have duties otherwhere. And I'm very proud of you for doing that. So we say that I ask you to bring together your minds and think about the people of this world. And can we agree that the people are important to us? We know that why we've gathered here today is to discuss the waters of this world. And we know that those waters are very important to us and keep us. And in those water, we know that there are fishes in there, and that those waters and the fishes are again very important to us and to our well-being. And so I ask you to bring together your minds and think about the waters and the fishes of this world. And can we agree that they are important to us? We also know that the Mother Earth has continued to support us and take care of us. And we say that we know that she's our mother because if you look at the color of the soils of this world, you can see in the color of those soils all the colors of our skins. And so you know that she is our mother and that she will continue to support us. And so I ask you to bring together your minds and think about the Mother Earth. And can we agree that they are important to us? I know that as we sit here, we look around and we see the plants of this world, the myriad of different plants out there. Haudenosaunee, my people talk about the three sisters, the corn, beans, and squash. But they represent all of the food plants that can help us. We also know that the medicinal plants are continuing to take care of us, and that all plants have some medicinal value to some creature or person that lives upon this world. And then we think about the trees that give so much of themselves that we may be able to live in comfort upon this land. And so I ask you to bring together your minds and think about the plants of this world. And can we agree that they are important to us? We also live in a world that's full of life. We know that there are many other creatures that live upon this world with us. This morning I listened to the crows as they woke me up and told me that the day was beginning. But it made me very happy to hear their voices and to know that they were continuing to sing and to talk. Some of those animals live in our own homes, and we call them our pets. But we treat them like our brothers and sisters. And so I say to you that all of the animals and birds of this world deserve to be treated with the same respect. I ask you to bring together your minds and think about the animals and the birds of this world. And can we agree that they are important to us? We also know that today that it looks like we're going to have a nice day as the sun shines. We are into the autumn winds, and they're telling us that it's going to get a little bit chilly. And soon the winter winds will be here, and then the spring winds, and then the summer winds will return again. And that cycle will repeat itself time and time again. During the summer, we also look for and hear the voices of the grandfathers as they speak to us. And at this time, it is most important that we listen to their voices, because they tell us to be ever prudent as we live upon this land, because the land is changing. And when it changes this way, we must be ready for it. And we must have the resilience in order to be able to live upon this land. And so I ask you to bring together your minds and think about the four great winds, and think about those grandfathers that warn us. And can we agree that they are important to us? This morning, we saw our elder brother, the sun, as he has risen day after day, millennium after millennium, never ceasing in his responsibility to us and to all of creation, that we could carry out our responsibilities thus. This would truly be a wonderful thing. And so I ask you to bring together your minds and think about our elder brother, the sun, and can we agree that he is important to us? This evening we'll see the grandmother moon. She turns her face to us every 28 days. And that 28-day cycle is the cycle of all female things upon this world. And without that 28-day cycle, it truly would be a lonely place, for there'd be no children. But she's also very powerful, and she has the ability to move all of the waters of this world, even the waters of the first environment, the womb. And so I ask you to bring together your minds and think about the grandmother moon, and through her, all female things upon this world. And can we agree that she is important to us? In the evening, at the same time, when we look into the sky, we see the stars, and they fill us with wonder and awe. And the Haudenosaunee say those are our aunties and uncles, that they're looking down upon us as we continue our responsibilities on this world. They help guide us across the surface of this earth, and they tell of great events and ceremonies that must be held as those constellations cross the skies. They also do many other duties for us, but they also fill us with that sight of beauty that we see at night. So I ask you to bring together your minds and think about the stars. And can we agree that they are important to us? We also live in a spiritual world, that there are many spirits in this areas and in the areas that surround us. Those spirits come to us for different reasons. The Haudenosaunee say that if sometime we have a problem, a quandary that we think is so great that we can't seem to answer it, but if we look deep into our hearts and deep into our souls, four great sacred beings will come to us and tell us how to live in peace and harmony upon this world. And so I ask you to bring together your minds and think about the spiritual world. And can we agree that they are important to us? We also know that there are many great teachers that have talked to us over the centuries, and their words echo to us down the corridors of time, telling us how to live upon this world in peace. But I also say to you, listen to the small voices in your communities. Sometimes from these small voices can come great wisdom, and they too can give us great knowledge to live upon this world. And so I ask you to bring together your minds and think about the teachers of this world. And can we agree that they are important to us? I'm but a person, and as a person I can forget things. And I depend upon you, my friends, to send out greetings and thank yous to those things that I might have forgotten. Because it is not our intention to leave anything out of this Thanksgiving address. And so now we have opened our meeting for the day. And as Haudenosaunee would say, we've lit our council fire. And that council fire will burn while we sit and talk, and we'll be able to warm ourselves around that fire. We also say that we take a stout cord and we bind us together in this place, that we may be able to carry out our responsibilities to the world and to each other. So now those simple words have been spoken. We may begin our meeting for the day. And I would ask you, though, as my friends, I call on you one last time, to bring together your finest thoughts and your finest thanksgiving. And we'll pile them in a huge pile before us, send to the Creator of all things, for the beauty that surrounds us. And we'll go.
theme is so important. This year's symposium theme is Global Challenges, Local Concerns, and it represents the feeling that we have that the world seems to be getting, especially with COVID, seems to be getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and we collectively are going through a process that's global. Yet we understand our greatest ability to affect our environment, greatest ability to make a difference, to address local concerns. And through those addressing those local concerns is the way that we contribute to the global environmental awareness, environmental responsibility that we face, especially now during the next few weeks, as what becomes focused is our greatest challenge, that is addressing climate change. So I look forward to sharing with you all of our collective information, our thoughts, our finest thoughts, as Henery would say. See what this symposium brings. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the very hard work that's spent by the symposium team, led by Leigh McGaughey, Georgia Bock, Stephanie Hildebrand, Marianne Perot, and many, many others that have contributed hours and hours collectively to create this opportunity to get together. I also like to acknowledge our sponsors that have contributed to help make this symposium happen, as they have done many, many years in a row, and in order to, in fact, make this open to everybody, sure that anyone who really wants to join in at this symposium. So with that, I'd like to pass the microphone over to Stephanie Hildebrand, who's say, Stephanie?
As well. I'm just start with good guidelines. Try to remain 6 feet apart when out. Except consenting. Then sorry, I'm not used to talking big group. Yeah, so coffee available throughout. Have a break at 5 as well in the afternoon, and then 30 has the lunchroom 30 people and half. Basically we'd have group A. Try to remember that. So it will be 12 to 12:30 lunchroom. Actually remind me, so you'll be coming out all registration, and group B breaks and opportunity. If you do think that in person, and then if ever you wanted to see a schedule, we have some programs. Also, you can take a picture of the QR code, and when you take a picture with your phone, you should get a little link for the website for the symposium. So, and if the QR code doesn't work, you can use the link and put it in your browser. I think for in-person, that's good. Hello to everybody watching us virtually. You'll be watching us from one YouTube link that you've probably found either through our social media, or MailChimp, or through the website. If ever by accident you were to close your tab, just go back to the River Symposium website and click Watch Now. If you have any questions, just put it in the comment section, and our session chairs will get to you at the end of each session. And I think each session chair will be explaining this, just in case. I think with that, I'll pass it on to Leigh Theodore. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah.
awards, large and small, for the scientific contributions of our colleagues that are in the scientific community. I'm going to start off at first by examining what a community looks like and feels like. It won't be a Oxford definition, but I think we're going to have an understanding of what the parameters are required to create a community. And then from there, we're going to example a couple of variables to see what's important to what actually defines a community. And then I'm going to close with a very big thanks to our peers here and our peers abroad for their contributions within the scientific community. As it relates to my function, without the scientific community, I would not be able to explain the value of the solutions required to solve climate change, both locally and abroad. I'll take the next slide, please. So we have ourselves up 3 images of what appears to be the idea of a community. On the far right-hand side, well, pardon my manners, in my case, it's going to be the far left-hand side, we have my work community. My work community is an interesting group. We are all brought together under the umbrella of the St. Lawrence River Institute, and so that's one of our commonalities. There are purposes and functions that we all have to complete as individuals, but we come together as a team to ensure that the overall goal of our organization is met. In the center, we have another idea of a community. Now, these fine little ones don't have a purpose, but they're bound by the same time, by the same place, and by the same interest. In this case, this is a 4-year-old's birthday party that is princess themed, and all of those kids there are going to share in this mutual memory of this moment. And so that's what it takes to create a culture, is a series of mutual memories shared by large groups of people. The final image is a path. Now, this path seems very intangible, inconsequential, and yet it still has a very important part to the community. If we were to observe it objectively speaking, we would see it as just a function, just a roadway, just a space and time within a community. Around it, you can see what would entail a community, what makes a community. But if we quickly remove that path, how quickly does a community rise up around it? If you can think of the purpose of this path, you can see it as a place to go jogging, a place to go walking, a place maybe that somebody gets down on their one knee and they propose. Now, if you remove that paved area and it becomes a degraded soil path, and there are now divots and there are now challenges to walking that path, how many people in the community would rise up and say that there's something that is missing here? There's something that served a purpose, and it's no longer here, and we need it to serve as a function. So for as benign as this path is, it is very much a part and important to the community. Next slide, please. So as the project coordinator for this project, one of my goals is to bring the general public together in an opportunity to question what climate change is to them and to find solutions that make sense, but more importantly, move themselves from a point of awareness to action. And so one of the endeavors that we took part in as a great organization, the St. Lawrence River Institute, was having a contingency of the staff come out to Dr. Rochelle Johnston's location called Family Earth out in Ingleside. And in this moment, you have people that are bound by the same employment values, the same outcomes, the same vocations. You have people that have come together and are sharing the same space and time for an experience. Now that experience becomes a memory. And the more times you compound experiences together, you develop the foundations for what is a new culture. So what informs a community? What binds them? In the case of this image, it is the ability to go through the workshop and share our experiences under the tutelage of somebody who understands what this experience is meant to be and what we're supposed to walk away with. Next slide, please. So this is an image of a screenshot of one of the activities that we took upon. It's called a town hall, where we gather our local community around specialized speakers regarding climate change issues. And so this one image is a representation of a Facebook statistic. The population size of Cornwall is 47,000. But those of you that understand Facebook and its veneer of values, you understand that this doesn't actually represent 34,000 people in a community. And so the question that I would propose is, what is the value of a large number of people? Would I, being the project coordinator of Future Climate Leaders, benefit from Kim Kardashian's followers, or would I benefit from the eyes and ears of my community? And so when we think of numbers, it's not necessarily the amount of people that are behind a movement or a cause or a purpose, but the people that are involved in that space of time. And in that equation of thinking, science has a very important place as far as how we are informed as a community. Next slide, please. This is another wonderful image that I have from the project. We have Dr. Brian Hickey, our resident Batman, who has taken an opportunity to answer a question from a young man. And in this image, we see proximity. There is a value in having a shared space. There's a value in you folks being here. There's a certain realness to these moments when we're together in intimate spaces. And so when I look through the eyes of this child and in this experience, he presented a question. He had to have the courage to put it forward. Dr. Brian Hickey, being the sum of his experiences, his vocations, his education, he was able to provide an answer to this child. Now, this child can never unknow this moment. This child now has something else that they can think about. And if you look behind this child, what's a part of this child's community? His mother. And you can see that his mother is very, very elated in this moment, that her son has been able to share in this opportunity to gain knowledge and gain experience. Next slide, please. So, I love presentations that leave you with one nugget of truth that you can walk away with. Sometimes there's a lot of data, a lot of information, a lot of things to consider. But if I can let you have one thing to walk away with and appreciate, there's an old African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go further, go with people or go with others. And so, in the space of climate change solutions, as far as our local area goes, it's very important that we have organizations such as the River Institute. It's very important that we have contributors such as yourselves. And it's very important that we have individuals that are also paying attention to what we're doing and taking that information back out into the community. We can't solve this problem on our own. This problem is going to take the majority of all human beings to be involved, not only being aware, but actually acting. And one of the actions that we can do is what we're doing right now, is simply gathering in a space, appreciating one another, and having conversations not only within our minds, but with one another as well. And so, before I move forward, I'm going to take my first opportunity to thank the scientific community locally and abroad. It is impossible for us as a society to exist without the small work that you folks have been doing. And by small work, I mean that every single person that has a passion picks out a slice of the scientific universe and dedicates themselves to a question or to a truth. And when they find that information, they bring that forward to the public as a value that we can then consume. And so without the scientific community, we would not have the world that we live in. Next slide, please. So, this is me at the beginning of this project. And I feel like this is also a great many people around the world when we think about the term climate change. Where do we start? Where do we begin? So this image, I hope, gets burned into your minds, because in the absence of science, this would be us. We wouldn't know where to go. And so it's, again, an opportunity to implore you that when you are in those midnight hours, or when you're under the deadline, and when you're trying to find an answer to a question that may not come forward, know that on the other side of your efforts, there are people that are generally waiting to take that information and make it usable to their communities. So in the absence of you within the climate change space, we'd all very much be very, very lost. Next slide, please. So, in setting up this presentation, I was looking for images that would best reflect a conversation and an approach and an equation of thought. And I found it very interesting because at the very beginning of my project, I realized that the equation for the project outcome is going to be a moment of awareness to a moment of action. On the right-hand side, we have pretty much my project objective in a nutshell. The other side, the inverted pyramid that you're looking at, I found within a scientific document as far as how science goes about distilling information to the public. And so if you can see, if I put the inverted data to wisdom pyramid on top of the attention to action pyramid, you'll see very quickly that science feeds and informs the decisions that I make. Science feeds and informs the decisions that communities will make. And so when we think about the consideration of solutions within a community, it all starts at a beginning point. It all starts with the work that you do. And so in the spirit of having you folks together, in the spirit of everything that we've gone through for the past 2+ years or so now, It's very important that somebody takes a moment to recognize science. Somebody takes a moment to speak for those that can't speak. And somebody takes a moment to reinforce and encourage those that are pushing endlessly in weird abysses to find solutions that we, as a general population, would benefit from. So, this is my final slide. I could be very verbose. I'm thinking I'm within my timing, but this is a representation of my community. And so I'm going to stitch this all together so that you folks understand the value of the world that we live in. Within this room, we're all sitting on chairs. Those chairs have been tested by a physics threshold to ensure that the amount of uses that are required, those chairs will remain chairs. The composite material that you're sitting on, there is a scientific chemical compound threshold for all of those molecules to stick together to always remain that fabric. This room has 90 degrees everywhere you look. Somebody has taken the time to engineer our world so that we can live comfortably in it. That is science and technology at work. And at times we take it for granted, we feel it's invisible, and we don't consider it in our day-to-day lives. This is being broadcast through technology. We're not going to make it into the future without individuals like you doing the hard work that you're doing. I am not able to do my job without folks like you informing me of what to do and what to say next. So, in the spirit of closing on time, I will happily say thank you very much for being a part of this community. To those that are in the scientific community, thank you. And on behalf of future climate leaders, I'd like to thank you all for the beginning of this day, and I ask you to enjoy it as a feast of information and colleagues and conversation. Thank you kindly. Before I am going to be your session chair, say that 5 times fast. Next up, we're going to have Noah Giles from Frontenac Arch Biosphere. If I could have Noah come up to the front or present from the remote location that he's comfortable presenting from, that'd be fantastic.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Noah Giles. I'm speaking here today on behalf of the Frontenac Arch Biosphere Network. And I'm going to be talking about our Youth Climate Action Summit program that we offer here annually in the Arch. But let's begin with a land acknowledgement and then a brief intro about who FAB or Frontenac Arch is. The Frontenac Arch Biosphere region is located in the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe territory. We are committed to incorporating the 7 grandfather teachings of respect, humility, love, courage, honesty, truth, and wisdom into our programs and projects. In the spirit of truth and reconciliation, we also strive to recognize and work to remedy the injustices and Indigenous erasure resulting from colonization. We endorse the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and we strive to honor Indigenous kinship and relationship to the land, always with harmony. Now, I'm going to give a brief intro of the Frontenac Arch Biosphere Network. So, the Frontenac Arch Biosphere Network is a part of the UNESCO Man in Biosphere Program, and that's a worldwide network consisting of 727 sites globally and 18 within Canada. Displayed here on the screen are some of the beautiful images of biosphere regions around the globe. So we can see in the center, we have some in Korea, Denmark, Uganda, Mauritania, and also St. Kitts and Nevis. So this UNESCO program aims to integrate people and nature for a more sustainable future. We do this by providing opportunities for the community to interact with its natural surroundings, promoting education and human well-being, with the overarching goal of contributing to the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. And the Youth Climate Action Summit is just one of our programs. But we also host events such as summer camps, a Trails Fest, Lessons in a Backpack. And if you're interested in learning about any of these programs, be sure to check out our website. Just Google Frontenac Arch Biosphere Network, and it should be pretty easy to find us. And since the Frontenac Arch Biosphere Network is a part of the Man in the Biosphere program, as I mentioned before, the Youth Climate Action Summit is one of the ways we try to uphold UNESCO's mandates and kind of go along with the Sustainable Development Goals. And this program envisions a world where people are conscious of their common future and interactions with the planet. They act collectively and responsibly to build thriving societies in harmony within the biosphere. Therefore, at the Youth Climate Action Summit, we strive to provide quality education and environmental and sustainability issues, to help support solid climate action and encourage communication and partnership, all the while empowering youth in the local region. So let's talk about what this presentation is all about. Our Youth Climate Action Summit. It was first started as a small regional event hosted by the Wild Center in New York. The summit went on to inspire many other regions to create and host their own events, which led to the creation of the Youth Climate Summit Network to support and guide organizations in the creation of their own events. And in 2018, the Frontenac Arch Biosphere Network created the first Canadian-led Youth Climate Action Summit, which brought together high school students and members of faculty across Eastern Ontario. We found that a lot of students are very aware of climate change and have a high degree of anxiety due to it. They state that this is partly because they do not have the adequate tools to talk about the issues that surround it. And after identifying these concerns that youth are faced with, we developed the following two goals for our summit. First, we wanted to empower youth around the Frontenac region to be leaders for climate action in their communities. Second, we wanted to increase climate literacy and awareness of environmental issues in younger generations. So the Youth Climate Action Summit's aim is to develop leadership skills among students, focusing their energy on achieving positive results and creating real change through collaboration, equity, and inclusion. We recognize that youth are the future of society, and involving them in climate change discussions early on gives them the necessary tools moving forward. This is why we developed the summit to be a program for and by youth. The summit connects youth with experienced guest presenters who lead workshops on topics related to climate change, science, and adaptation. Students are then tasked with creating a climate action plan to implement in their school or community. The climate action plan is a tangible enterprise for students to actually work on and achieve. The summit featured presenters such as Dr. Kristen Lowitt, a professor of natural science at Paul Smith College, pictured on the left, Dr. Chris Byrne, a professor of geography and environmental studies at Carleton University, and a distinguished permafrost expert, pictured in the middle there, as well as Abraham Francis, an expert in microbiology and natural resources, who's actually speaking at this symposium, I believe, tomorrow. These are just a few names from the list of speakers who contributed to our previous summit. Some of the topics they covered include climate change and correlating tick population increases, how to talk with your parents about climate change, and climate justice 101. The participant group was originally intended to be 100 students meeting at an in-person event, but due to the pandemic, we switched to a virtual event with 50 participants only. Our biggest challenge was keeping the youth engaged over 2 days. But in such an event as the Youth Climate Action Summit, collaboration, ingenuity, and leadership are key elements to a great event. And when everyone's surrounded by environmentally conscious youth who all want to make a difference, keeping their interest and engagement was quite easy. However, in a virtual event, recreating this feeling of collaboration is much more difficult. Nevertheless, we were able to adapt and nurture a positive and engaging virtual environment, thanks to just a few changes. First, we went with a lower registration goal, as I mentioned above, 50 youth as opposed to 100, as it makes it much easier for virtual engagement. Second, we wanted to have our event as interactive as possible, as opposed to a lecture style. So to this end, we made time for group discussions and encouraged presenters to hold a more conversational tone as opposed to lecture style. And despite the relatively long length of the virtual summit, we managed to maintain attendance of 43 youth participants over the 2 days of the summit. And this was really our main indication that the summit was a great success. In the end, youth were asked to briefly present their climate action plans, and listening to these plans that they developed during the summit was actually very inspirational. And we'll follow up this fall as youth return to school, because this is a key part of the summit, as we can identify certain interested participants from last year's event and involve them in this coming event as Youth Summit climate leaders. A role that will give them more responsibility and a mentorship position, assisting the younger generation of new participants. Years into the future, we hope to have multiple generations of summit attendees all collaborating together. And to gauge the students' climate literacy, we had them respond to a survey that was taken before and after the event. So we can see the graph in the middle of the slide here. Blue is before and red is after the event. We asked youth to give a confidence rating out of 0 and 5. 0 is not confident in my knowledge and skills, and 5 is being extremely confident in my knowledge and skills. And beginning on the far left here, we have the first question, which asks, how are you with accessing scientifically credible information about climate change? And the answers here are roughly 3.7 on average before and 4.2 after. Then ask them, how comfortable are you in making informed and responsible decisions with regards to actions that may affect climate change? The same result here with 3.7 before and 4.2 after. And this same trend continues with our last 3 questions, which ask youth to rank their understanding of Earth's processes, communication, and the consequences of climate change. So we can clearly see that the participants have gained a significant knowledge and confidence level due to their participation in the program. Now I must point out here, these are some incredibly smart youth, because after 5 years of post-secondary education related to climate change, which I personally took, I feel as though my knowledge of the issues that surround it are about a 3.5 to 4 level, but yeah, moving on. Now our recent summit went well, but we did encounter a few challenges. So let's discuss the issues we had to overcome. The most challenging aspect of the event was to attract youth to attend another virtual event after they had been in virtual high school for months. Assuring them that our event would be worth attending, despite their weariness of online education. So we still managed to meet and overcome this hesitation, and indeed many of the youth attended independently of a teacher, as this was entirely feasible with our online format. And before the online format, we did have youth attend with a facilitator. 2 youth attended independently of their school, and 1 eco team attended independently with the intent of bringing their climate plan to their school in the fall. Although our intent was to be as local as possible, our event attracted attention as far as Alberta. We had teams from Nobel and Windsor. Our success in reaching out to youth was largely through making connections with teachers and eco clubs, green teams in schools. All this happened at a time when teachers were busy trying to navigate the world of online education. We would not have been as successful in attracting youth without their help. And it really shows a desire and a need for further activities that place youth as stakeholders in their future. And moving forward to future summits, as the COVID pandemic situation changes, we hope to incorporate a functioning hybrid in-person online format. And yes, the virtual method has some challenges, but it really opens the doors to students who cannot attend locally. Even students who are local, they can still join virtually if that's more comfortable for them. And a virtual event also allows presenters to join no matter their location. We are disappointed that we cannot have any in-person contact this past year. We're excited for the potential opportunities that the hybrid format brings. As of this past September, we've begun reaching out to youth and presenters in order to kickstart next year's summit. So, if you'd like to join us as a presenter or maybe know some interested youth, I encourage you to contact us and get involved in next year's event. Listed on the slide here is our website, frontenac.biosphere.ca, our phone number, and our email. And to finish up, I would just like to thank the River Institute for having me here today. And I'd also like to thank our amazing sponsors. Without their support, we would not be able to continue providing our programs. Thank you all.
That presentation, our next presentation will be from Angela Parker of the City of Cornwall.
Hi. I need to time myself too, so a sec. I know you. Okay. And I'm assuming most of you are residents of Cornwall, so I work for the City of Cornwall, and why should you trust me in a role that has a lot to do with your community? So I am the Sustainability Project Coordinator for the City of Cornwall. It's a brand new position, started in March. I still feel brand new, even though it's close to becoming up to a year. So before coming onto this role, I went to Concordia University after working in television and the magazine industries, and did a BA and then a master's in geography. So focusing on human and non-human interactions, everything from humans and bacteria, humans and wildlife, humans and domestic animals, humans and trees, and did some research on road ecology as well. So I returned to school when I was 30, and then I worked contracts at the Canadian Wildlife Federation, raising region conservation, and volunteered at the Canadian Museum of Nature and at the Eco Museum. And there I was able to share my enthusiasm for non-human living environment and learn from others. And the top corner, I was actually hiking in Iceland on a glacier, and that's one place where I really got to see the effects of climate change outside of my own community, and I didn't start timing myself. All right, so quickly, within 15 minutes, I'm going to go over how our city is a cause of climate change, how our cities are a solution to climate change, and how the City of Cornwall is taking action. All right, so it's great to see people, so I kind of want to make this interactive. So you can just shout out an answer. So why are cities a cause of climate change? And I know there's lots of smart people in this room. So why are cities a cause of climate change? Shout it out.
Policy.
Policy.
Population density.
Population density. Zip. Request for proposals. Elaine? Emissions, perfect. Okay, so there's lots of reasons. Those are great reasons. So some of the greatest urban contributors to climate change are buildings, transportation, and waste. And urban growth shows no signs of slowing. Larger cities means more greenhouse gas emissions. The majority of future humans will live in cities. Cities use a large proportion of the world's energy supply. They're responsible for about 70% of global energy-related greenhouse gas emissions. And the ever-increasing demand for buildings, still a lot of them use fossil fuels for their energy needs. So interesting fact, Canadians spend 90% of their time indoors, making buildings an ever-present and essential part of modern living. And probably the now work from home is keeping people, I believe, probably more indoors than before. So the building sector in Canada comprises approximately 14.1 million households and 482,000 commercial or institutional buildings. So these are our homes, workplaces, hospitals, schools, stores, and recreation centers. So there's a huge carbon footprint from results from poor planning and layout. I think that might be my next slide. Not used to this in-person stuff. Okay, yes. So low density sprawl means limited public transportation. With limited public transportation, homes are far from work and shops, meaning more cars on the road, more carbon dioxide. So if you look at this graph, the image here, you can see there's two different road systems. I'm a huge fan of the grid pattern, and this is one reason why. If you take a look at the one on your right, no, your left, my right, you can see there's a lot of cul-de-sacs, a lot of like dead ends and fancy little suburban kind of patterns. But if you look at the red line, you see it takes a lot longer to get from one place to another. So a child that has to go to school, mom says, hey, get on your bike, school's just around the corner. Child would be like, oh, it's so far, I don't want to go, can you drive me? So then they get in, they drive, and that's how they have to get there. There's no paths to get to their school. Whereas the child on the right wants to get to school. Mom says, hey, just take your bike today, it's a nice day. No problem, Mom, it's not that far. So she doesn't have to get in the car and drive them. Just one example of how the pattern on your right is a better layout. That's one reason why I love the city, downtown Montreal, the grid pattern, and why I'm not a fan of the suburban layout. So while cities are the main cause of climate change, they're also the most affected. My next slide. Okay. So most cities are situated near water, putting them at risk from rising water levels and storms. And they're not resilient to extreme weather events. Right. So why are cities also considered a solution to climate change? Interactive here. Shout it out. So having a density, yeah, absolutely. So why can cities be considered a solution to climate change? Okay, so urban density is a greener way of life. You can create a better quality of life and lower carbon footprint through more efficient infrastructure and planning. If you have compactable, walkable cities with good transportation, could help as well. So on the Leigh side area of Toronto and is one area that's working towards having more walkable cities. And a lot of Canadian cities and other cities in North America are looking at Copenhagen and Amsterdam as some places that are already working towards better planning and layout for cities. And let's see here, what's my next slide? Okay, so compactable, walkable cities. So cities should not be planned around cars, but instead people, with walking paths, protected bike lanes, electric public transportation. So not only will this infrastructure, it will help for become a solution to climate change, but it'll also improve people's health and lower noise, and of course the air pollution in our cities. So those are our new hybrid buses in the City of Cornwall. We are looking into electric buses. So electric transportation, public transportation, will keep the noise pollution down as well. Those walls you see built on the 401 when you go by Pitt Street, when there's electric vehicles, there won't be as much noise, and that kind of infrastructure won't be needed as much because it'll be a lot more. It'll be quieter. So I think it says at the bottom, Ottawa is working on 15-minute communities. So in Ottawa's new official plan, they're looking at 15-minute communities. So everything, all the essential necessities are within a good walking distance or biking distance, micromobility. Missed anything? I have so much to say and I'm trying to, okay, go to the next one. Okay, so what we should do is really maximize green space and tree cover. And I know a lot of you here are big tree fans. We all should be, myself as well. So green space and tree cover will provide cooling in heat waves. It'll sequester greenhouse gas emissions, help limit flooding, and with extreme events, weather events that are happening, especially like the last couple of days, City of Cornwall got a lot of calls for some flooding in the city. So having more green space and trees and whatnot to absorb the water is very important. They also filter air pollution, provide wildlife corridors and support biodiversity connected to rural biodiversity directly or through corridors. And green space also offers many mental and physical health benefits. And Rochelle from Family Earth will be speaking at the symposium more about that. As well as, I think yes. Oh, that was my slide, I'm sorry. That's someone who submitted a photo for the pollinator garden contest that we had this summer. Okay, and also to maximize properly managed blue space. We always talk about green space, but blue space is important as well. And since we're at a River Symposium, you'll probably hear a lot about blue space because it's so important. But when I mean like properly managed blue space, so like streams, canals, rivers, ponds, wetlands, reservoirs, and lakes. So above and beyond stormwater ponds, which are typically managed to maximize a service rather than habitats for freshwater biodiversity. But there are a lot of places, as the Summerside area of Edmonton, Alberta, that is working towards making their storm water retention ponds rich with species and biodiversity. And so this will actually help with greenhouse gas emissions, it'll sink. And whereas a stormwater retention pond that's just being managed for that will get a lot, in Alberta they had a lot of complaints for mosquitoes, mosquito breeding. So now they're working towards making it more like a wetlands. Okay, so 2 minutes left. Quickly slide. Okay, so what is the City of Cornwall doing? Somebody here must know at least one thing that we're doing. Give a shirt. For our waste management program. If you don't say anything, I feel like I'm not doing my job. Eco Day. Hydro bus, yes. Yeah, hybrid buses. Yes, so the new affordable housing building is going to have some sustainable features in it. Absolutely. Okay, good. So I feel like my time since March I've actually reached out. Okay, so there's Leigh and I. I'm doing a lot of work with Leigh and future climate leaders. We've been doing a lot of outreach together. And Give a Shirt was one of our programs. Pollinator garden contest, Eco Day, working on getting a climate action plan throughout the year, throughout next year. Okay, I'll go quickly. There's another list of things. You could always ask me later or come to our booth. But some things I'm going to be working on in the new year and some things that the city's now looking at. Training for staff, I think, is very important. And I hope to do a lot of that next year so they can learn more about new technology and learn more about urban planning in a more sustainable way. Okay, our new proposed bylaws look at bike parking, smaller parking lots, this one's important. I want to go over this one quickly. I have, okay, so much to talk about. So excited to talk about it. Okay, Cornwall will be the first municipality in Ontario to allow urban agriculture as a permitted use, permitted in highway, commercial, and all employment zones. And community gardens are now permitted in almost all zones, allows underutilized land across the city to be used for community food production. And I believe my time is up, so I'll just say that we're learning from Kingston, Thunder Bay, Waterloo, hoping to put a climate lens on all current and future projects. And visit our booth. That's Mackenzie. She's at the booth. She's the Sustainability Research Assistant, funded position from September to December. And she's doing ash tree inventory, so you can ask her about that. Do our survey, do trivia. There's a climate action graffiti board for youth you can draw on. You can participate in the survey at the table. We have tablets there. We can help you through it. There's a QR code that Leigh taught us all about QR codes and how important they are these days. Ask her about the Youth Art Challenge and find out more about our sustainable features and our new Youth for Climate Action Working Group. Okay, I'm over time, aren't I? Okay, I'm just so excited to talk about all this. Okay, I'm done.
Before, Jeff Rydell's asking the question about a zero carbon building to Angela Parker of the City of Cornwall. Angela, would you like to answer at the microphone?
Okay, so yes, thanks for the question. I am still learning a lot about these things, but zero carbon. So when I was hired to do a zero carbon roadmap for the City of Cornwall. And that's kind of because it's a brand new position, as everything's been branching out, and I've been doing a lot more than just that. But zero carbon, so the city's looking into doing electric only for buildings. So geothermal, we're looking into both closed loop and open loop geothermal, and staying away from propane gases to fuel buildings. So, so I guess it would be more like a net zero carbon buildings. For the embodied carbon, we're still looking into that, as well as for demolishing buildings as well, because there's carbon there. So I'm still learning a lot about it, still getting the training done. But for the zero carbon, we're hoping to not power any of the municipal buildings with emissions with energy that emits carbon. Does that answer your question?
Because even though you're using alternatives, still going to have emissions. So is there like an offset strategy to make net zero?
Not yet. Still looking into all these. I still feel like I just started yesterday. A lot of it's brand new, but definitely things that I'm looking at, and I'm hoping to get training for a lot of the staff to learn. So like I said, I was first hired to do a net zero roadmap, but I am a geographer, not more of a technical engineer scientist, so a lot of things we still have to learn. And being able to have places like the River Institute and Race and Region in the area, I hope to learn from all of you as well to help us transition.
This is the feedback as part of a discussion, is this sort of makes you realize that the importance of budgeting, right? To understand the carbon budgets, to understand what is, what are sources, what are sinks, and
Absolutely.
within the urban space, and then what your offsets can be, right, by tree planting, for example, that would be how they can offset.
Yeah.
I think that's a really interesting area. We've all got a lot to learn, and so I.
Yeah, thank you. Yesterday I participated in a webinar on nature-based solutions. So trying to take in as much as I can, but I'm hoping that we can all definitely collaborate to make this a better city. Absolutely. Thank you.
Looking at my internet moderator for any questions for the moment. I've got a question in the back while that question comes forward. Please, miss.
Geothermal and then programs. And this is something that's been on my mind lately. So my question is geothermal something that each one of us, the average Joe, can incorporate? And it's not too expensive in their home model.
So the question from the audience is geothermal going to be something that is going to be utilized in the whole model in an affordable way? And the question is to Angela Parker of the City of Cornwall. If you need assistance, let me know.
Thanks, Jackie. Nice to see you. Again, I'm still learning a lot of this stuff, moving from human-animal interactions to this. But geothermal, so the city is trying to be show by example. So we can do it first and then help residents. But affordability for residents, no. I think it's very difficult. I do have a friend that did it for their home in the rural Glengarry 13 some odd years ago. And they've been quite happy with it. And they say that the payback is worth it. But that's something that I can look into for you. I'd have to speak with other people, but yeah, you guys are challenging me with some questions. Yeah. Sorry, do you want me to? Is it for me?
Can I comment on that? Absolutely. I think the key, thing for geothermal, by the way I have it, is that to make it
make people knowledgeable about it when they're designing and planning what their home is going to be. That's the time to put it in. When you try to retrofit, that gets very expensive, and it's whether or not people are young enough when they're going to retrofit to look at the long-term situation and know they will get their money back. So I think that's one of the things that we've got to get more knowledge about geothermal heat out into the community, because when I say to somebody that is not into environmental things, well, I have geothermal heating, and they'll say, what's that? Absolutely.
Yeah, for the knowledge, for sure. For low-income residents, there's a program that other cities have been doing, and it's to provide funding for home retrofits, but it's something that's more affordable to them, not necessarily geothermal, because these are older buildings, downtown Cornwall, dense, very dense, so old builds, so other things that they could do instead of the geothermal, which is something that I would like to do, but can't afford that either. Affordability for sure. So hopefully prices will come down. But for new builds, definitely something to be encouraged for those that can afford that. Thanks for the challenging questions. You're making me think.
All right, so really quickly, Jeff, I'm going to take your question in a moment, but this is a opportunity for education. So while I've got you folks in the room, can you raise your hand if you know what a carbon sink is? Perfect. Raise your hand if you know what a carbon source is. Perfect. So geothermal, in my conversations with other parties, one of the things that natural gas companies are supposed to do is a part of new builds are supposed to be boring the actual area that is required for potential geothermal for new builds. So it's already being kind of programmed into natural gas companies to kind of look towards the future. Google actually has an arm of their Alphabet company that is strategically looking at how to limit the cost for an individual to do the boring so that they can actually get the geothermal. So there is work on making the cost factor very, very low. So there's some information there. Jeff, I believe you had a question in the back, please.
Angela, because you didn't get a chance during your formal presentation to speak to it in more detail, but can you tell us about the ECCC and what it's doing with respect to climate change for the city?
Absolutely. Okay, that's something I could definitely answer. So ECCC, yes, that's something I rushed over, but that's the Environment and Climate Change Committee. So it is a council-appointed committee. Actually, Elaine, who's here, is the chair of that, of the ECCC. So they started before I started, but what they've been doing is we've been brainstorming a lot to find out, what the city can do. They've helped with, before I got there, was tree policy. Is that correct, Elaine? Tree canopy. So they help with that. We've also been looking into climate action plan, moving forward with something along those lines. So just community members and representatives from different organizations who are very passionate and knowledgeable. And we get together every 2 months, and it's been actually every month recently, because there's just so much to talk about, and to bring concerns forward. They are the voice for a lot of the community. And then I relay a lot of that information back to my manager and the senior management, and try to come up with something. But it's I'm someone that comes from places where you can move quickly, and I've noticed that working in a municipality, it's there's a lot more loops to to go through, and it takes a lot longer. So I am doing my best, and grateful for people like the Environment and Climate Change Committee. And from that, we're going to be starting a youth committee, working group as well. So I'm hoping to really get engaged with youth and how they feel as well.
I'm going to take a moment to take an opportunity from a question from the internet online community. Marianne, please.
The youth of Cornwall is fairly engaged with climate change solutions.
The question: do I feel that the youth of Cornwall are engaged in climate change itself? My answer is no. My answer is there is a not a disenfranchisement, but a fractured kind of ecosystem of how to get into, not so much get into the schools, but the youth haven't had an opportunity to come together. There hasn't been a local summit. There hasn't been a barometer check. There hasn't been an opportunity to go into the schools and have these conversations. So as it stands right now, from the position of this project, no, they are not engaged. But that is not to say there's not some really cool stuff going on, and that is not to say that there is not youth that are highly interested in this. I know that there's a spirit of culture within some of the youth that I've spoken to about climate change, and from that age demographic, it's one of the biggest priorities of their life and their livelihoods. So I would say that they're interested. I would say that some of them are highly informed, but to say that we have a collection or a body of our youth within our area, no, I don't have that representation. Does that satisfy the question? Perfect. We've got 2 minutes on the board with another question in the back. Please go ahead. Yes, ma'am. Yes, please.
Yeah, so I come here today from the townships. I'm from outside the city of Cornwall.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're, we live in a very rural area. I live very close to the river. I have a lot of concerns around development, recent development on marshland, building on marshland, building on provincially significant wetland, which is against the Planning Act of Ontario. There we had a building boom we had a real estate boom, yay, everybody wants to move to the country. And now we have a lot of environmental threat going on within close proximity to the river. So we have a lot of advocacy work that we do with our local government, trying to enforce these things. I just wanted to point out something that was said earlier about shrinking the parking lots in Cornwall. Great idea. Less cars on the road is good. However, Cornwall is sitting in the middle of a very large rural area, and many people who live in the city or who work in the city don't necessarily live there, and they access Cornwall by car. So rather than eliminating the parking lots, that might give you a really serious problem. Maybe having them parking toward the edges of the city with some transportation accessibility through public transit. I'm just saying a made in Cornwall solution. It's not Toronto, So.
Perfect. Rate this for the folks at home. We've got a lovely lady who's from the Baynesville Bay Citizens Advocacy Association, and the point that has been brought forward is she resides outside of the Cornwall area, but she resides in the rural area, and there has been an influx of new people coming to our area due to the new real estate boom that took place, but also more importantly in terms of new development, and more important to that, new development along marshlands and so forth, very protected, important parts of our ecosystem. And so the question or the point that was made was, as far as transportation goes, as much as the City of Cornwall is thinking of reducing the size of parking lots, it doesn't do a service to those that are in the rural areas that are coming in. And so maybe a strategy would be to have parking lots that are kind of on the rim outside area of Cornwall and devising some kind of transportation system to get them from the exterior to the interior. Did I relay that properly? I've got a thumbs up in the back, and I'll also tell you that my daughter lives in Maxville. And I can also tell you that the rural areas are also considered in the thought processes of these projects. So at this point in time, this session is now closed and over. I'd like to thank you all for your opportunity of listening. We're going to go for a break in just a moment, but at this point in time, thank you for being a part of the climate change session.
All right. Hi, everyone. Welcome to this to the River Symposium, the 28th Annual River Symposium. My name is Yannick Rozon. I work for the St. Lawrence River Institute as a research assistant, and I will be your session chair for this session on Great Lakes Community Action. So we are joined today by three wonderful presenters, all of whom will be presenting remotely. And each presenter will have approximately 15 minutes to go through their presentations. And following this, we will have a 15-minute question and answer period, which will be a group question and answer period. And so if you have any questions during the duration of the presentations, we ask you to please hold on to those and ask them during the group question and answer. For those who are watching remotely, if you could please submit your questions in the question and answer, in the comment section on YouTube Live. And make sure that you tag the presenter for who your question is so that we know who to ask the question to. So first up today, we have Darlene Coyle from WatershedsCanada, who will be talking to us about water quality and shoreline development.
Thank you for the introduction. Hi, everyone. It's so great to be doing this an in-person event, but also online. So if you haven't heard of WatershedsCanada before, we are a charity that works with landowners, communities, and organizations since 2002 to protect the health and beauty of Canada's fresh water. The reason why we do this is because globally, the quality of our freshwater resources continues to degrade. Canada, although rich in fresh water, is no exception when it comes to degrading water quality. In Ontario, algal blooms have increased dramatically since the early 1990s and is expected to be exacerbated by the effects of climate change. One very important way of protecting our freshwater and increasing its resilience to change is through the reestablishment of vegetated shorelines. So shorelines are one of the most ecologically productive ecosystems on Earth. In fact, 90% of all aquatic life is born, raised, or fed within the first 10 to 15 meters from the shore. And about 70% of land-based wildlife need a natural shoreline to survive, which is why this area is often commonly referred to as the ribbon of life. The deep, complex root system of vegetated shorelines hold the soil together and prevent the land from eroding. It also protects water quality by removing up to 85% of pollutants from land runoff. Nature is what makes the waterfront so beautiful. So to keep our freshwater ecosystems healthy and intact, we need to keep at least 75% of our shorelines natural. Our surveys have shown that people greatly value our fresh water, and this includes good water quality, natural shorelines, and thriving aquatic life. However, when we actually go to their property, what we see is a huge disconnect between their values and their actions. And this is impacting the very thing that they love, whether they know it or not. Right now, Canada's freshwater is experiencing immense development pressures. Out of 40,000 shoreline assessments that we've completed, only 22% of properties actually meet the minimum criteria of sustaining lake health. I'm going to show you guys a little video. I really hope the bandwidth can support this. I didn't really think about it when the time came. But when you look at a natural shoreline, when they're just left alone, when they're given some space, the ecosystems thrive. As you can see, the water is quite clear. There's an abundance of vegetation, which means that aquatic life can thrive. And this is largely because the shoreline is left quite natural. As you can see, there's fallen trees and logs left where they are to provide habitat for fish and also to buffer the land from erosion. Compare this with a disturbed shoreline. So as you can see from this video here, we have a property with a mowed lawn right to the water's edge. So when heavy rain falls, pollutants are carried by surface runoff straight into the water because there's no vegetation there to slow it down and to absorb. So as we look under the water, we can see it's quite murky. There's few aquatic plants to hold down sediment and provide habitat and food for aquatic life. When compared to the first video, This is quite an unappealing environment. This isn't a property that you want to invest in. To be more like the first video, we need a vegetative buffer between the water and land development. The size of this buffer is somewhat subjective depending on what your water quality goals are. For example, 50% of nitrogen is removed in a 25-meter buffer, but 85% is removed in a 50-meter buffer. But generally, a minimum of 30 meters can serve a variety of benefits to protect water quality. This 30 meters is assuming that all ideal site conditions are there, such as a relatively flat terrain, deep, moderately coarse soil, and dense vegetation. The rationale behind this minimum 30 meters is that once you start to lose some of these ideal conditions, such as your property slopes right to the water, the larger the buffer will need to be in order to achieve the same outcome. However, there's little guidance from the province actually mandating the protection of these important and sensitive ecosystems. Last year, the provincial policy statement was further weakened, leaving one statement that explicitly mentions the protection of shorelines. It states that planning authorities shall protect, improve, or restore the quality and quantity of water by maintaining linkages and related functions among surface water features, including shoreline areas. This document provides no guidance, no standards, no assistance to achieve this goal, which ultimately leads to a fragmented approach as municipalities are left quite vulnerable to implement their own bylaws to protect shorelines with varying degrees of success. I want to get into two policy examples at the municipal level to display these issues. The first one is the disconnect between the science and the policy. So as I had previously mentioned, a minimum of 30 meters can serve a variety of benefits to protect water quality of lakes and rivers. However, a number of municipal policies that we've looked at point to a 30-meter setback, which is not the same thing. A vegetative buffer is where we see the ecological benefits that come from dense vegetation. A setback is merely a planning term that's used to describe the minimum distance development can occur from a certain point, in this case, the shoreline. A setback can have a buffer in it, but it doesn't need to be considered a setback. So what we see is many bylaws enforcing a 30-meter setback with a 20 to 15-meter buffer. And when we see the science already being distorted at the municipal level, it leaves us at a disadvantage right from the get-go. The second issue is that of redevelopment. So what we'll often see is old cottages being torn down and large ones being put up that recreate the cityscape, manicured lawns to the water's edge, zero vegetation along the shoreline, which ultimately leads to the loss of integrity of the landscape. It's stuff like this that leads to the second video I showed. There's also the issue of expansions to existing old cottages that have been grandfathered into public policy. The issue that we're seeing is that continued renovations or additions to these old structures, especially those that are very close to the water's edge, leads to the continued loss of vegetation on a property. So instead of slowly working to get these properties up to current standards, continued exceptions are being made through minor variance applications to allow development to move forward without adequate understanding of what the cumulative impacts of development are, or what the inherent benefits are to natural infrastructure, like vegetated shorelines. There needs to be efforts to achieve better conditions over existing circumstances by achieving, or at least seeking, environmental net gains in order to get these properties up to standards. Now, I don't want to leave this talk on a negative note. So on the positive side, WatershedsCanada provides a number of programs to help address some of these issues. First one is the Love Your Lake program, where we work with lake associations to conduct shoreline assessments and engage property owners on ways that they can take positive action to protect the lake that they love. The second is the Natural Edge program, where we work to build the capacity of shoreline property owners to renaturalize their shorelines. We'll conduct free site visits, work alongside the property owners to develop a custom planting plan using the Natural Edge app, and we'll provide planting starter kits to get them going. The last program is the Planning for Our Shorelands project, which works to support local decision makers by providing a toolkit of best management practices to strengthen policies around shoreline protection. We also hold online forums to collectively discuss how to address some of these common but complex development issues. You can also stay tuned by going to our website and signing up for our newsletter, or you can join our freshwater community webinar series. The degradation of our freshwater resources is a trend that we're seeing around the world. In Canada, it's largely an issue of overexploitation, which has led to degraded habitat, swimming and fishing conditions. We must apply the science to inform our actions and policy in order to ensure long-term sustainability of these ecosystems, so that future generations are given the same opportunity that we've had to enjoy the natural environment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Darlene. That was wonderful. So up next, we have Kat Kavanagh from Water Rangers, who will be presenting on how community-based water quality monitoring can help tell your story.
Hello. You see my screen?
Yes, we can.
You can. Great. Hi, everyone. My name is Kat Kavanagh, and today we're going to talk about water quality monitoring. Before we begin, I just want to acknowledge that Water Rangers headquarters is located on the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. And I wanted to thank the River Symposium as well as the River Institute for having us here today. So today we're going to go over three things. My own personal story, Water Rangers method and impact. And then we're going to talk about common questions and how we can tell stories about water quality, and then look at prompting action. So my story actually begins on a little lake, and it happened because my father was doing the water quality sampling. He'd been doing it for 20 years. He had a filing cabinet full of data, and he didn't really know what they meant, but he knew that water quality was important. And I realized that there wasn't many tools out there to allow people to share that data. So what happens when communities don't have the tools to advocate for their waterways? And that became sort of one of my sort of motivating things there. But the problem is even larger than that. We really need a way to better collect water quality data. As you can see from this map from the WWF Watersheds report, there's a lot of gray. You know, Canada has 2 million lakes. All those gray watersheds don't have enough data to assess if they're healthy or not. And there's no way that scientists can do that on their own. So I think that there is a really great place for communities to get involved in water quality monitoring to help fill those gaps and get some baseline data. So our approach with Water Rangers comes from the fact that we come from a background of design and technology, and we want to create those tools to help organizations to do that. I don't know if there's someone else that isn't muted in our. There seems to be a lot of noise happening. I don't know if there's a way to. If you're hearing that too. No.
No, it's all good.
Okay. So Water Rangers method is to help people collect, input, and share data. And I'm going to go through that quickly. So the first step is collecting data. And we designed these water quality test kits to be easy to use, accurate, and affordable. And we really want to allow groups to have ownership of their water quality programs. And so you can see here, we allow them to put their logo on. And we also allow groups to, as they are testing, they get the results right away. So that they don't need a lab. And this is a sort of a companion water monitoring program that can go alongside other sort of scientific monitoring. And we're working with some research project partners. We're part of a study at the University of Regina, and we've been working with a few other universities to make sure that the data that we're collecting is as accurate as possible. And I don't know if Melissa Dackers is here from WatershedsCanada. We can see her picture there in the background, and she's helped us as we've gone out water testing with her, which is super fun. The second part is inputting your data, and our platform's been built to be used by the public to collect that water quality data. And then we also quality check every observation that goes in there. The tools have the ability to allow groups to keep their data together and to organize their volunteers. And then each of the location summaries have these little spark charts. You can download the data and you can share it with your community. As part of that, we also allow people to collect data using our apps and then to share their data. If you're part of the Great Lakes area, I hope that you heard about our friends at the Great Lakes Data Stream. They just released it yesterday. And what's really cool is Water Rangers groups, if they have really great, collected data they want to share with DataStream, they go through a setup process, and then we automatically share your data with DataStream so that the Water Rangers data sits alongside other community-based water monitoring data, as well as government data and scientific data as part of evidence-informed. So here's a little bit of information about where we're at right now. We have over 200,000 data points at 4,000 locations. We're mostly based in Canada. We're very proudly Canadian org, but we do have water quality samplers in other countries. We've trained over 9,000 people how to monitor for water quality, distributed more than 2,000 test kits, and we have 170 groups using our. So I wanted to focus now on some common questions and how you can use those common questions to tell good stories about water quality. So why should I care is the first one. How does the data get used is the second one. And does community-based water money really make a difference? I had a few other questions, but they only gave me 15 minutes, so you guys are going to be limited to these ones. But if you have some other questions, I want you to put them in the comments, and I'd be happy to talk with you after. Okay, so the first one is, why should I care? And I hope that if we can have everyone commenting in the comment box on YouTube, I want to ask, why do you care? Why do you care about water? Do you like going fishing? Do you love going canoeing? Are you like me? Do you like swimming and going and letting your dogs go swimming with you, and you want to make sure that the water quality is good? Why do you care about water? So if you could get your little keyboard out and you could type in, why do you care about water? Because when we're talking to other people about water quality, we need to connect with them. What do they care about? And a lot of times, that's how we can start talking to people, having them make those connections to water, and then they understand more why they should care. Because it is actually important to all of us that we have clean water. And I think that Darlene made some really good points about how we can do things, but there is that disconnect, right? So why should I care? Find that moment of connection. And I have one example I wanted to give. We hear a lot about Lake Erie's problems, but what we don't hear about is how many people care about Lake Erie and think it's so wonderful. It's a very productive lake. We started the Lake Erie Guardians program this year. That was 50 people in the Lake Erie watershed water testing. But we had over 400 applicants for those kits. We were part of fundraising with the Freshwater Alliance. We supported other projects with Niagara Coastal. All the data that's being collected is being brought into data stream. And then we did some shoreline planting with the conservation authorities as well as Reforest London. Just last week, we went and did a planting with them. We had over 100 volunteers show up. People want to do it, they care. They want to do something and they want to be involved. And I think that this should give us a lot of hope that Canadians really do care and they want to do something. All right. How does the data get used? A lot of times, community-based water monitoring is collecting baseline data. What does that mean? What is the current state? How can we know if things have gone wrong if we don't have baseline data to compare it with? We always talk a lot about climate change, but if we don't have any data from 10, 20, 30 years ago, how do we know that there's been a change? And I think collecting baseline data is best served by communities that are there and can be those eyes on the ground. And I love this example by Sarah. They were worried about a mine being approved. And what they did was they started collecting that baseline data that sort of allows them to know what the current state of the river was. So if there is some development, that we can say, okay, we've noticed a change. This is not acceptable. Let's get this fixed. And I think that's really, really important. All right. This might be a little bit small, but I think this is really important. There is this process that we need to go through to make data collection and the data that we're collecting part of decision making. And I hope that you'll be listening to Leigh McGaughey later today talk about the Great River Rapport. It is a wonderful example of how data collection gets brought into knowledge and then can now influence policy and action, right? We need that data, we need to understand, and we need lots and lots of long-term data to do that. And no one is better than communities at doing that. There was a study I read recently, it's in one of the states, but they said that 80% of the long-term data had been collected by communities. So we know that this long-term data, if it hadn't been collected by them, we would have had just this gaping hole of knowledge for those areas. All right. And then my third question, does community-based water monitoring really make a difference? And I want to approach this from three angles. I want to approach it from how it affects people, how it affects things in the short term, and then things in the long term. So when we surveyed our participants, one of the coolest things and what keeps me going and keeps me optimistic is that when people start water testing and when they get involved in all this sort of stewardship, they become teachers and they share their knowledge. We had a family who told us, and we hear this from a lot of our volunteers, when they're at water testing, people come up to them and say, "What are you doing?" And this one family took another family around for the whole day, and they had a blast going around and testing the different ecosystems. So bringing that sort of confidence and capacity to become teachers is so powerful. But that's that ability to have a conversation about water quality, to be like, no, this isn't right. This is what we're doing about it. But also that optimism. We hear a lot of doom and gloom, but I think that there is a lot of optimism, people feeling that they are actually part of a solution. All right, eyes and ears on the ground. So this is Chris, and he'd been testing with us for a year. And one day he saw this water coming out. And he's like, that doesn't seem right. And you know why he knew it didn't seem right? It's because this was near his normal sample location. He'd been going there every month. And he's like, that doesn't seem right. He tested it. It wasn't groundwater. It wasn't normal water. He saw it had some chlorine in it. So he realized it was a burst pipe. And within an hour, the city was there to repair it. So when we have the eyes and ears on the ground, we can respond to problems. And that who's better to do that than people that care about water bodies? You know what's normal for your water body. You can notice when things have gone wrong. We need people to be the eyes and ears. And then the last part is that big picture long-term thing. We need people to be advocating for funding and support. So recently, I'm part of a group that's advocating for community-based water monitoring with our federal government, and we've been working on this for the last year. And they said, keep making a splash, keep making noise. So if you're out there, if you haven't tweeted, if you haven't shared on Facebook, share the wonderful thing that we're doing here today. The River Symposium, the Great River Rapport, all these things decision makers are listening. And when they hear that their constituents care, that's when we get things like a federal Liberal pledge for $1 billion for freshwater, a new Canada Water Agency. And we need to keep pushing, because if we don't push, then it gets deprioritized. So I think that that's a really big picture thing. And then the last thing that I'm going to say is a lot of people feel hopeless, and I think that that's a real shame, because there's lots of things that we can do. You can monitor water quality, and we'd love to have you join us. You can clean up shorelines. You can plant shorelines, and I really recommend you talk with WatershedsCanada, because they are fabulous. You can make a splash by sharing, and please continue to share. Even if you think you're a broken record, keep sharing. You become a teacher, an advocate, and then put your money where your mouth is and donate to these water organizations who are doing so much with so little. But most of all, and I want to leave you with this last thought, I want you to go to the water. I want you to go there often, and I want you to bring your friends, because people protect what they love. And when you go to the water, this great article just came out in the Narwhal about one of the groups that we work with in the Skeena watershed. And the advocates for water quality there are doing such incredible work. And it's because people protect what they love. So thank you very much for listening to me. I really want this to be a call to action. Waterways need your help, and you can help. So let's protect water together. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Kat, for that great presentation. I think it's a pretty powerful statistic that you said where 80% of community members are the one collecting water samples. So really good call to action there, and to really get community members involved in a different way, interacting with the water in a very different way. So thank you for that presentation. Next up, we have Lawrence Gunther from Bluefish Canada and Kristen Lowitt from Queen's University. And they will be presenting on community mobilization for fish health in the Great Lakes and Upper St. Lawrence fisheries.
Okay, great. Thanks. And do you see our slides there as well now?
Yes, we do.
Okay, perfect. So good morning. I'm Kristen Lowitt. I'm in the School of Environmental Studies at Queen's University, and I'm presenting this talk with Lawrence Gunther from Bluefish Canada. And I think this follows well on some of what we just heard around kind of water quality, and we're going to focus in a little bit more on kind of fish and fish health, and how that intersects with water. So in our talk, we'll be briefly sharing the work of the Fish Health Network, of which Lawrence and I are both members, and Lawrence is also the chair. And we'll talk about that network in terms of mobilizing different community actors to work together to improve fish health in the Great Lakes Basin. And so our presentation today will provide some background and understanding fish health. What do we know? What are some of the gaps in knowledge? Describe the Fish Health Network, and provide a bit of a framework for thinking about fish health that we hope might be useful for others concerned with these issues. So I will now turn it over to Lawrence to introduce himself and provide some more background on fish health. So Lawrence, go ahead. We're on the what we know slide.
Thanks, Kristen. Yeah, I just want to say I agree. You know, this is the whole ecosystem, right? We're just this morning we talk about, you know, the wetlands and how important shorelines are with Watersheds Canada and all the work they're doing there to make sure that the water coming into our rivers and lakes is healthy and clean. And then, you know,
I'm
Water
not able to
Rangers.
hear Lawrence.
Oh,
Are you there?
yeah, can you hear me? No? Hang on.
The audience can hear you, Lawrence.
Experiencing some technical issues.
Just trying to get it sorted on this end.
I think Lawrence is muted again. I can't hear you.
I'm not able to hear Lawrence. Is that just me or is that happening to others as well?
It looks like he's muted.
Okay.
Okay, what about now? Is that better? Can you hear me now? Oh, there you go. I don't know what was going on there. Okay, sorry about that, you guys. Okay, now I have to really go fast.
That's okay. So so everyone still see the what we know slide? Is that right? That's good?
Yeah, so I'll go real fast. Again, you know, this is all part of the continuum, you know, watersheds and the water testing and what gets into the water and what gets into the fish, right? So, you know, we know there's a $200 million commercial fishery in the Great Lakes. We know it's one of the most valuable freshwater fisheries in the world if you look at it all combined. I mean, 200 million commercially, another 7.8 billion in terms of recreational and First Nations fisheries. That's a lot. There's 120 First Nations communities, 120 First Nations communities around the Great Lakes. 1.8 million American anglers fish the Great Lakes every year, licensed anglers. We don't know how many times they go fishing, but we know there's 1.8 million. We know another 1.2 million licenses are sold in Ontario for fishing. And a lot of those people are fishing the Great Lakes and the watersheds that go into the Great Lakes. So that's a lot of fishing. That's a lot of fish. That's a lot of value. And what do we know about the welfare of the fish themselves? Next slide, please. So what don't we know? Are we there now? Are we good?
Yes, we are.
Okay. So what's impacting on commercial and indigenous fisheries? What are those impacts? Is that impacting food insecurity? You know, we know with First Nations communities, there's it's a cultural thing, it's a food security thing, it's a health thing as well, and that's beyond that. I mean, especially with COVID, people were out there fishing. You know, they lost their jobs. Do we even know the number and value of fish being harvested out of the Great Lakes? Like, you know, you think about wild salmon, you're paying $25, $30 a pound. You can go out and catch a 20-pound salmon in Lake Ontario. You can catch 5 in a day legally. That, you know, that's 100 pounds of salmon at $30 a pound. That's a lot of money. You know, perch is $15, $20 a pound. Walleye is $20, $25 a pound. These are all fish that can be caught easily. So what's the total value of all those fish being caught by recreational anglers? We know commercially because they have limits, they have to report all that, but we have no way of collecting this type of information from recreational anglers and indigenous fishers for food, social and ceremonial, for moderate livelihood. We're not sure what that all adds up to either. And then there's the fish consumption advisory compliance issue. And we know there's fish you shouldn't be eating in the Great Lakes. Out of the 175 odd species of fish, there's some you should not be eating at all. There's some you can eat a little bit. There's some you can eat a lot of. And it depends too. Are you a nursing mother, a pregnant woman, a young person? And that has a lot to do with it too. But how much of that do we know, and how much of that are people following? Is that being advertised enough? And do we really need to have fish consumption advisories, or is this something we should be working to get rid of? You know, healthy fish, healthy people, healthy ecosystem. We need to get there. You know, the whole impact of the ecosystem, you know, it's we can test the water, we can sample fish, but how do we know what that whole downstream impact is on all ecosystem? You know, the birds, the other animals, the humans. Are we testing all of that? So I'm going to put it back to Kristen for more on the Fish Health Network that we put together, and the framework for assessing fish health. Over to you, Kristen.
Great, thanks, Lawrence. Okay, so a little bit about the Fish Health Network. So this is a network that arose from the Healthy Great Lakes program of the Canadian Environmental Law Association, which was launched in early 2017. And this program hosted 2 People's Great Lakes Summits to discuss water quality issues, everything from climate change to wetlands loss to toxins. And fish health came up as an issue, and also recognized as something that touched and brought together multiple sort of water quality issues. And so Lawrence did some further consultations with key stakeholders to assess some of their concerns around fish health, put together their recommendations regarding fish health, and look at the feasibility of establishing a fish health network. So since about, I'd say, early 2020, the Fish Health Network has now been meeting fairly regularly, about every 2 months or so, currently comprised of a small group of about 7 core members involving civil society, so including environmental NGOs and scientific organizations, fishers, academia. And collectively, the members bring experience from water and fisheries projects across the basin, with strengths in the Lake Ontario and St. Lawrence River region. So the key aims of the Fish Health Network are shown on the slide here around supporting and communicating fish health research, providing opportunities for the public to participate in fish health research, and to raise awareness of fish health issues. And so these are some of the key goals that the Fish Health Network hopes to achieve, and does this in part through kind of acting in a bit of an advisory role for CELA's Healthy Great Lakes program, and also for Bluefish Canada. So emerging from the work of the Fish Health Network so far, some of the initial discussions and conversations we're having as a network, we wanted to propose a bit of a framework for thinking about fish health that ties together, I think, some of the elements Lawrence has already touched on, and really intending this as a tool for kind of further discussion, both within our network and with other audiences and groups that we hope to connect with. So we're proposing that fish health can be understood as a condition of health and welfare for fish that supports the well-being of other species dependent on fish populations, which includes human communities. So in the diagram on the slide, you can see what are called these ecological elements on the right. So things like the fish, other species, habitat, water, and these interact with human elements, things like fishing, livelihood activities, technology, to influence fish health. And so our approach is what we might consider very social ecological, meaning we recognize that the health of the fish and the health of the people are very much interlinked. They can't be separated, and they impact one another. Along the outside of the diagram are what we consider some broader forces acting upon fish health. And I'll just touch upon these very briefly. So ethics and values, and Lawrence sort of spoke to this. So As a kind of fish health network, we're thinking about not only, how are fish valuable to people, right? We might value them for food, for cultural reasons, for recreational values, but also recognizing the intrinsic right of the fish themselves to health and welfare. And so this might mean changing how we typically understand or measure fish health, which is typically focused on things important to people, like their spawning capacity, their value as food, to thinking about the welfare of the fish themselves and the waters and environment in which they're living. This is related to knowledge. So how do we learn about fish health? How do we learn about these fish health issues? And so often, a lot of fish health, research and knowledge, we say, might tend to be sort of fragmented or disciplinary, right? Biologists who might understand disease, or, fisheries managers concerned more with stock abundance, those concerned more with, human health, how many fish can we eat? So how do we kind of look at the bigger picture around how different stressors, activities interact to influence fish health, crossing kind of some of these different boundaries and bringing together different knowledge systems that involve, science and local knowledge and Indigenous knowledge. So that's something that we hope to kind of engage with as a fish health network. And then governance, thinking about decision making. So recognizing that the communities most dependent on fish and fish health need to be central participants in decision making affecting the Great Lakes Basin. So I'm now going to turn it back to Lawrence. He's going to speak a little bit now more about sort of environmental change in terms of kind of some of the bigger picture environmental factors influencing fish health.
Thanks, Kristen. There are some big issues out there in the Great Lakes for sure. Over 40 areas of concern that resulted from, heavy industry, the industrial use of the lakes, 180 plus invasive species that have impacted fish health, environmental, ecological transformations that are occurring on a consistent and radical, absolutely fundamental change to the ecosystems. I mean, sea lamprey, zebra mussels, quagga mussels, invasive plant species. There's so many things going on in the Great Lakes that alter the Great Lakes, alter the species in the Great Lakes, radically change the whole makeup of the ecosystem in the Great Lakes. It's beyond belief the changes we humans have brought to these lakes in the last 100 years. If this happened on land where everyone could see it with their own eyes, they would be really freaked out, I'm a person without sight. I visualize my whole world above water and below water. And, through scuba, through my fishing rod, through knowledge, through traditional knowledge from Indigenous people, the transformations have absolutely been astounding. And we need to stop that. We need to think about the fish. We need to think about their welfare, their life, their home, their habitat. We need to respect that more. We're not respecting that at all. It's not about how much money we can make catching these fish, or how many bellies we can fill by catching these fish, how much fun we can have by catching these fish. That's all important for sure, but we need to think about the fish as well. And we haven't been thinking about the fish. We've been thinking about this in economic terms and rights and so forth, and food security. But like I said, this is a welfare issue for the fish.
Should we go on to next steps, Lawrence?
Yeah, next steps.
Last slide?
So it's next steps. We need to include fish in water quality advocacy. This is something the Healthy Great Lakes Advisory Committee with SELA has been starting. We started this in 2017. We've been promoting this idea that, fish health, water quality, they're closely tied together. First Nations communities support this 100%. They see the big picture. They see this as a whole ecosystem type issue. It's not just water quality and a specific chemical within the water that's the issue. Those are all issues, but we need to look at the big picture from science, from advocacy, and everything we do. We need to inform and engage the public more about fish health. And it's like cigarettes. Eating these fish is not safe. We have science, and the scientists telling us that you should be limiting your intake of these fish. That's not right, but I don't think the public really understands that. need to get more transparency in how the research is being done, and we need to assign responsibility on who needs to do this research and follow up on the research findings. That stuff is still sort of being kicked around internationally, but the IJC, the Great Lakes Fisheries Commission, they're all trying to sort this out. But they can only advise. Governments need to take action. Industry needs to take action. This all has to happen, and it won't happen unless we push for this. Leveraging local and traditional knowledge is so important. We need to get more of that engaged in all of these questions, and it's not nearly enough. Holistic research, instead of just looking at blue-green algae or a zebra mussel, we need to look at the whole ramifications of all this, because one thing impacts the other, and we're seeing that in the Great Lakes with huge amounts of transformation caused just by environmental actions that we're taking. And hopefully get to the point where we can end fish consumption advisories and restore a level of stress-free life for these fish where they're not inundated with chemicals, pollutions, other stressors in their life that's making their life difficult. Last slide then, I just want to say thank you for everybody. Everyone's doing great work in their way on this, and we're all working together. So I think that's the most important thing, is that we collaborate. Kristen?
Great. Nope, that's great, Lawrence. Thank you very much, and look forward to the discussion.
Thank you so much, Kristen.
Lawrence, we will now proceed to the question and answer period. So we will be taking questions both virtually and in person. And again, just a reminder for those who are watching from home, if you could just drop your questions in the comment section on YouTube Live and make sure that you tag the speaker who your question is for. So we'll start off. Is there any questions in the audience? Yes, I think we have one virtually. Yes.
For Darlene, and she asked, how can your average citizen best support policy change?
Okay, so the question is for Darlene, and it says, how can your support policy change? Great question.
Be able to really I'm trying to figure out how to unmute myself. Sorry, that's a question that everyone wants to know about, and it's a complex one too. I would say just the best way to make an impact on policy is just keep advocating for it. Policymakers and politicians are not going to push until they see the support from the public, right? So as Kat was saying before, get involved, make a splash, and start to go to city council meetings if you need to. Make your voice heard.
I see that we have a question here in the audience. Yes.
Just a follow-up to Darlene, is a good old-fashioned letter writing campaign effective in advocacy? And then I've got a second question.
Another question for Darlene. The question is a good old-fashioned letter writing campaign a good way to advocate for change?
Sorry, I didn't hear that first part. Was that for me or was that for someone else?
Yes, it is for you. So the question do you believe that a letter writing campaign would be a good way to advocate for change?
I don't see how it could hurt in any way. Any way that you can collectively get people together and raise your voice it will always make a difference. It's always better to try something than not, right? So if you have an idea, go for it, push it, get people involved, and make it a bigger thing. Absolutely.
Can I add something to that? We know now too that letter writing is really effective with politicians, but only if they're personal letters. Not handwritten, but you have to write it yourself. You can take the ideas from a letter writing campaign, but you have to put it in your own words and talk about why it's important to you. If it's a form letter you're signing off on, those just get put aside. They don't get responded to. But if it's a personal letter where you've taken the time to really share your thoughts and your experiences and your concerns, you will get a response. And it really is impactful.
That's actually a really good point. With the Canadian Youth Biodiversity Network, we had put together consultations from youth across Canada and sent them out to politicians from coast to coast, and we got great feedback just talking about how your personal connection and why you care personally makes a huge impact for sure. Yeah.
Something too. I love this. Just thinking about in Val-des-Monts, where the lake I'm quite connected to is, it's municipal election time, and the Federation of Lakes in the area sent questions out to the politicians about water quality, about some of the decisions that have happened recently, and got all the candidates to write them back, gave them back to the lake associations to distribute to their members, so that we could understand better who was advocating for water quality, health, and all that sort of stuff. So I think the fact that all of the politicians know that we're listening and that this is something we care a lot about, just showing that they have an active amount of people that are willing to vote, that care about water quality, brings that to the attention. I think that's really important.
Great. Thank you so much to all of our presenters. We have another question here in the back from, yes.
Actually, to what I just heard. So I have been involved in the last 3 years with a grassroots citizens advocacy association in the Baynesville area. It started out because we were opposing the township's rezoning of marshland area to allow the building of a 40,000 square foot warehouse on marshland right beside the floodplain within 600 meters of the banks of the St. Lawrence River. We fought very hard. We took that decision to LPAT. We didn't have tens of thousands of dollars to hire planners and lawyers, but the township did. That was our money. So we lost that battle at the LPAT level. Now I've been watching the last 2 weeks as they completely raised that land down to the level of the marshland, which of course is all immediately flooded, okay, in the past couple of weeks because of the rain we got. But now we have to stand by and watch this process. We wrote letters, we advocated like crazy, we spent literally hundreds of hours putting together environmental arguments. It's all on the table. We have fish maps, we had, it's provincially significant wetland where they diverted a creek that empties into the St. Lawrence River that has otters in it, provincially significant wetland. This is right here in Ontario, in our local area, and it was the local government that rezoned, that agreed to the rezoning that allowed this to go through. It is the equivalent of industrial development with no industrial infrastructure put in place. And it went through in spite of the hundreds of letters that were written to Township Council officials, many of which went unanswered, and they weren't form letters. So we produced a template letter that people used so they could have some wording. I think that's necessary. If you just ask people to generate their own letter, it's difficult for them to do that. I suggest that. But the other end of it is, if our elected representatives are not held accountable for the decisions that they make with follow through, and if necessary, walk to the streets, protest. We are in a climate change holocaust right now on planet Earth, and they are doing things like building warehouses in marshland. That is absolutely unacceptable. We are way past the point where that's okay anymore. Just had to say.
There for a letter writing template potentially to increase the amount of letter writing. Are there any other questions, either virtually or yes, Jeff Wright.
Just to make sure that the speakers are hearing the comments, are they able to hear the questions from the audience?
Question. I see some nodding.
So I'd be interested in the feedback to that long lots of interesting information there in terms of what the speakers may suggest. I mean, there's obviously where letter writing alone was not able to change decision making, so perhaps they have experience on how other alternatives in order, because I guess once something's in a process, it's very, very hard to change it, right, in terms of that. So perhaps they have some comment on that particular question.
I think sometimes you have to take advocacy to the next level. You can educate through letters, but sometimes you have to, do advocacy to the next level. Advocacy is a hierarchy of actions, right? There's information sharing, there's knowledge sharing, there's research, there's engagement of the public. But at some point, if no one's taken it seriously, if no one's listening, the decision makers, then you have to go to the next level, and you have to start thinking about how can we draw some media attention to this? How can we get the politicians engaged? And that's, you look at what happens on the West Coast with the forestry industry and the protests going on there, and how dedicated those activists are to stopping the logging of 2,000-year-old trees. We need to look at watersheds as important services to our ecosystem. We've lost over 90%, 95% of the watersheds, or not the watersheds, but the wetlands in Ontario, in southern Ontario, in the last 100 years. There's almost no significant wetlands left along the shores of Lake Ontario, and they're being impacted. Again, in all around, they're still being under assault. There has to be more awareness, and that might take a little more sort of boots on the ground kind of advocacy. There's no, how else are you going to get it done?
To build off of that too.
Oh, go ahead, Darlene. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna add, changing the narrative too. I'm finding, at least at WatershedsCanada, we're finding that, especially with the planning for our Shorelines project, talking with city councillors and decision makers, making sure that we have that positive narrative attached too. It's difficult to not get jaded with these kind of conversations, but talking about what we do want to see, highlighting jurisdictions that are successful in these kinds of practices, it will have a huge impact on the receptibility of these kinds of arguments as well. If we just spew out negatives, if we just talk about what's going wrong, it's difficult to navigate the solutions. And so there are people who are doing good things. There are people who are doing all the right things. And I think it's important to highlight those in these kinds of advocacy roles as well, not just what we're seeing wrong.
Kristen, sorry, I think you were going to speak too. I'll let you have the last minute.
Oh, no, it's okay. I was just going to say really briefly, I mean, I think those are great points, and building on that, I mean, I think it's partly about building also these networks for collective action, which is part of the conversations we're having here, right? Even like connecting, water quality and fish and food systems, and so that we can build kind of more capacity, right? And kind of mobilization on these issues, and across different types of movements. Did you want to say something, Kat?
I think I was just gonna say, the world can be really depressing, and the story was very. It touched my heartstrings because I know a lot of times we're pushing a rock uphill, and sometimes it just keeps flying back, and it feels like any progress that we're making is being undone. But changing the status quo, changing how we live normally, that's the way. And I think Lawrence talking about like whole ecosystems, changing that narrative that Darlene was talking, all of those things take time, and I hope that we can do it. I have to be hopeful.
Thank you so much to all of our presenters for those wonderful presentations. We
Out of time, unfortunately, so that will be all for the question and answer period. Thanks to everyone for all of your questions, and we'll see you in the next session starting soon. Thanks.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an opportunity for a very exciting speaker. For those of us that are from the old school that have television, cable, satellite programming, we will remember networks such as TLC, Discovery Channel, and things of that nature. We have a gentleman here who goes to the heart of these extreme weather moments. He documents them, and he brings back this wisdom, both in a video footage and both in his personality. And so today we have the opportunity to introduce our keynote speaker, George Kourounis. George is a explorer and storm chaser, and I'm sure that his stories, images, and honest sincerity is going to regale you to a certain degree of interest and information. George, thank you for being with us today.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Leigh. I appreciate that introduction and welcome everyone. I'm glad that you're able to attend. My name is George Kourounis, and I am a professional storm chaser, and explorer, and TV host. And we've got a real treat for you guys today. So what I'm going to do is we're going to basically I'm going to give you a bit of an idea of what it's like for me when I go to work and documenting Earth's most extreme forces of nature and such. And we're going to talk a little bit about tornadoes and things like that. And I'm going to bring it home and discuss a bit about how the Great Lakes affect the weather and vice versa. And then we're going to take a step back and I'm going to share with you some of my most extreme, off the hook, wild expeditions from some of the most bizarre parts of planet Earth. And that will be what we're doing today. So hold on tight and let's hop on this roller coaster, shall we? So we all have our occupational hazards, of course. If you commute to work, maybe driving on the 401 highway or such, that can be an absolute hazard. But for me, when I go to work, I'm literally chasing tornadoes and driving into the eye of hurricanes and climbing inside active volcanoes. So my day at the office certainly has its hazards. For example, during hurricanes such as Hurricane Katrina, Hurricane Sandy, and many others, we often find ourselves trying to document these storms in just awful conditions where every raindrop feels like a bullet hitting you. I spent a lot of time in Tornado Alley, which is that part of the central United States where Oklahoma, Kansas, Texas, Nebraska, where all those weather conditions come together to create these monstrous storms. Places like India during the monsoon season, to the flatlands of the Texas Panhandle, where you can watch your dog run away for 3 days. It's so flat. But not just storms, any extreme force of nature. So climbing frozen waterfalls in the Rocky Mountains, to skiing on sand dunes in Timbuktu on the edge of the Sahara Desert, to taking a inflatable not a life raft, but an inflatable raft out onto a lake of sulfuric acid in Indonesia. So from Australia to New Zealand, India, Indonesia, Iceland, to the Canadian Arctic, to the radioactive zone in Chernobyl, all the way to the Aral Sea in Uzbekistan, where this used to be a vibrant fishing village, but because of poor water management, the water is now completely gone and it's a desert. So caving, storm chasing, anything that involves Mother Nature's temper tantrums, if you will, including volcanoes, one of my favorite natural phenomena, in places like Java, in Cape Verde, Italy, the South Pacific, places like Tonga and Vanuatu, and Hawaii, but also wildlife. So diving with sharks in various places around the world, including great whites. Had a Komodo dragon try to eat me for lunch one day. Swimming with piranhas in Venezuela. And I've even done a little bit of space flight training. So that includes flying in jets and doing zero gravity exercises. To the most beautiful place I've ever seen, the Nika Crystal Cave. We won't get to talk too much about this place really, but it's just absolutely stunning. It's a giant cave full of the biggest crystals in the world. My doglet sledding skills need a bit of work. I'm not very good at that. And watch for the cobra striking the lens. That's a real cobra there. So there you go. That's what I call another day at the office. That's what it's like when I'm out in the field. And I've been super, super fortunate in that in all of my explorations, I've been able to go to about 80 or so countries on all 7 continents, all over the world, from Greenland to Antarctica, from climbing mountains in North Korea to Japan and the deserts of Mali and Brazil and Bangladesh, just all over. So mainly, I do it to document these extreme places for television programs. So the Angry Planet series is a TV show that I hosted for 50 episodes. It was on the Outdoor Life Network, but I also do a lot of work with the Weather Network. I'll be filming with them later this week. I do a lot of work with the Science Channel and sometimes Travel Channel and, well, you name it, various programs, National Geographic and such. I also work with scientists as well because I'm able to get into some of these difficult and dangerous places that a lot of scientists are not able to get to themselves. So I can do it in a safe manner. I should touch wood that I have yet to have any serious injury from any of these expeditions, not a single broken bone, and not a single overnight stay in hospital from any type of injury. I have gotten sick while traveling many times, but no injuries. So it's a good track record there. Pardon me. So I live in Toronto. I was born just outside of Ottawa, but I've been living in Toronto since about 1990 or so. And that's when I really started getting into documenting the weather. I'm trained as an engineer. I used to build recording studios for a living. But interestingly, here in Toronto, we've got the CN Tower, which I call the world's tallest freestanding lightning rod. And it gets struck by lightning between 70 to 100 times every year. So whenever there's a storm brewing and I happen to be home, you know I'm going to be down near the waterfront trying to catch these beautiful images of lightning bolts striking the CN Tower. And every single bolt can be 100 million volts of electricity compared to the 120 that's in your wall, and 30,000 amps of power. And it can burn 5 times hotter than the surface of the sun. So I find it absolutely fascinating and, of course, breathtakingly beautiful. I certainly wouldn't want to get hit by one, but I've had some close calls in the past where lightning has struck so close that I've felt the heat on my face and seen the sparks fly up from the ground. And as Canadians, we seem to have this really interesting relationship with the weather. We really brag about the weather that we can withstand, especially when it comes to the cold, and we'll talk more about that later. So back in the late 90s, I sort of got my start in this by taking my vacation time from the recording studios that I was working in to go and learn how to chase tornadoes. So I was doing a bit of storm chasing at home, and then I would go to places like Oklahoma and Kansas where I would team up with some other storm chasers, and I was able to learn the ropes from them and basically go for 2 weeks at a time, sometimes 3 or 4 weeks at a time, taking all of my accumulated overtime off so I could go chase these storms. And that's where I learned how to forecast the weather and get a really good 3-dimensional idea of what's going on in the atmosphere from the ground all the way up to space so that we can predict where we think these tornadoes might form and then sort of drive after them and try to film them and to photograph them. And I even work with a few different researchers to study them as well. And I spent 12 years working as a tornado chasing tour guide. So if you're looking for a new kind of vacation that you maybe never thought of before, and you're up for a little bit of a road trip and an occasional adrenaline rush, that's a thing that you can do. And as dangerous and as deadly as they can be quite beautiful. And I like to showcase not only the power of nature, but also the beauty of nature. These things, they travel like ghosts across the Great Plains and the prairies, and they are born, they mature, and they die. So they almost seem alive. And of course, some of them are more photogenic than others. This particular one is in Texas, very photogenic, but some of them are just these smudges across the landscape, like a giant wedge. And of course, these are the largest tornadoes. They're some of the most dangerous tornadoes, the strongest ones. And back in 2013, I was able to document the largest tornado ever witnessed. It was in El Reno, Oklahoma. It was 2.6 miles wide. That's 4.3 kilometers. So this thing was just absolutely massive. And it went from a mile wide to 2.5 miles wide, accelerated dramatically its forward speed, and did a sharp left turn all in under 1 minute. So these things are very, I say unpredictable, although we can predict them to a certain degree. They are partially predictable, but their behavior can be quite erratic. So it's a challenge to be able to navigate around them and try and figure out where they're going to go and whether they're strengthening or weakening. But after almost 25 years of experience, you get pretty good at reading the sky, just like a pilot who has spent 25 years piloting airplanes knows exactly what's going on in their cockpit. So if you ever find yourself, little safety tip, if you ever find yourself in a situation where you can see a tornado and it doesn't look like it's moving to the left and it doesn't look like it's moving to the right, but it looks like it's just getting bigger, it's probably coming straight for you and you should seek shelter immediately. And we'll talk a bit more about tornadoes in Canada in a little bit because the United States is #1 when it comes to tornado production in the world. They get about 800 to 1,200 tornadoes every single year. About 75% of the world's tornadoes happen in the US and mainly in the central US. And we think that maybe due to climate change, that Tornado Alley part of the United States might be shifting a little further east. We still need to do a lot more research to confirm that, but we think that might be the case. And if that is true, that means these tornadoes are potentially going to move into more populated parts of North America, because the further east you go, the bigger the more cities you get and the closer they are together. So that is absolutely concerning. I've got a video here to show you. This is of a tornado in South Dakota. And well, I'll let it speak for itself here. Actually, I'll narrate a little bit here. So this was a perfect example of the type of tornado that we like to see. It's out in the middle of nowhere. It's not harming anyone. It might be frightening the prairie dogs and the cattle out in that field. And at this point, I'm driving the lead vehicle for the tornado chasing tour company. And we're relocating right now because we can tell from the path of this tornado that it is going to cross the highway that I'm driving on right now. So we want to find the exact point where the tornado is going to cross the road, kind of like the chicken crossing the road. So you can see it's moving from left to right, so it's not coming at us. We're in a very safe position here. But it's going to pass very close to this little church. And it's so windy that as I open the car door, all of my maps and all these other items are getting literally sucked out of the van that I'm driving. And if you've ever been driving down the highway and there's been a driver who's been completely oblivious to their surroundings, take a look at this oncoming car. How did this person not see this tornado that they almost drove right into? Like, I would have needed another fresh pair of underwear after that, for sure. I don't know what they were thinking. But then notice how the tornado just sort of dissipates and sort of loses all of its shape and structure. And in Canada in particular, and even more particularly in Ontario, tornadoes can be very hard to see because we have a lot of hills, we have a lot of trees, as I'm sure you well know, and we have a lot of humidity as well. So you end up having a lot of haze and low cloud that make it really hard to spot the tornadoes. In places like the Great Plains, like Oklahoma and Kansas, it's so very flat and you can see for miles and miles around. So let's talk about Ontario. So looking at this satellite image, is a visible satellite image, we can learn a lot just by looking at this one image. If you look, we've got Lake Erie, of course, and Lake Ontario up to the northeast. You can see the bottom part of Lake Huron up at the top of the screen. And there are a lot of bubbly cumulus clouds. So that tells me this image is likely from, early to mid-afternoon. But notice how there is a gap in the clouds surrounding the lakes. So there's no clouds right along the shoreline. So those are because there's a lake breeze. And you may have heard that term before. It's very common in this part of Canada to talk about lake breezes. So think about it this way. The sun comes in and it heats the land, but it also heats the water, right? Whether it's a river, whether it's one of the Great Lakes, whether it's the ocean. Here in Ontario, the the heating isn't equal. So the land heats up much faster than the water does. And so that warm air over land wants to rise. And as it rises, something has to take its place. So you get these breezes that come in of cooler air that come in off the lake. And that's why you don't have these clouds around the very edges of the lake. So that warm air rises, and when you have collision zones, these lake breeze convergence areas, where the lake breezes come together, the air's got nowhere to go but up. And that's often the trigger for our summer thunderstorms here in Ontario. So you end up with these little miniature cold fronts. If you've ever seen a weather map on the evening news, those blue lines with the sharp arrows, those are cold fronts. So you've got this cooler air coming in from the Great Lakes, and you've got this very hot, moist, muggy air in the middle of Ontario, southern Ontario in this case. And that's usually the impetus for our afternoon summer thunderstorms. So we end up with this line, basically from Windsor all the way up through just north of the GTA, through Orangeville, uh, just south of Barrie, basically then towards Ottawa, where we get most of our severe weather here in Ontario. We don't get that many storms right along the lakes, although it does happen. And this year in particular, this past summer, it happened quite a bit. But we get more of them in these lake breeze convergence zones. But as I mentioned a moment ago, here in Toronto, we're right on the lake, so we do still get these thunderstorms that roll through. And of course, as you might guess, I'm a big fan of going down to the waterfront whenever there's a storm going through, especially if it has a photogenic shelf cloud like this. And these shelf clouds can span the entire horizon, and they kind of look like the spaceship in those Independence Day movies, right? This gigantic force coming across the horizon towards you. They're absolutely beautiful. But we do get tornadoes. As I mentioned, the US is number one, but Ontario is number two in the world, not Ontario, Canada rather, is number two when it comes to tornado production in the world. And there's two parts of Canada that get the most tornadoes. The prairie provinces of Alberta, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, they get a fair number of tornadoes because it's basically the northern extension of Tornado Alley. Here in Ontario, we get quite a few as well, usually about maybe 20 to 30 per year. And quite often they form on these lake breeze interaction boundaries. But they're, as I mentioned earlier, they're super hard to see. Chasing storms in Ontario is really difficult. The roads don't often cooperate. Traffic trying to get out of the GTA to chase these storms can just be just brutish, and a lot of trees and hills. And sometimes you run out of, you literally run out of land. You can be chasing a storm and suddenly it's out over the lakes. And unless you have an amphibious vehicle, which I don't have yet, you can't really continue chasing. So here's a map that shows us basically distribution of tornadoes for part of Ontario. I don't have all of Ontario. Well, not in this map. I don't have all of Ontario, but you'll see in a moment. And you've got that sort of 30% increase zone there in those lake breeze convergence zones there between Lake Erie and Lake Huron. There's quite a few tornadoes down in the Windsor area. And if you've ever driven down there, you know that it's usually a couple of degrees warmer in Windsor. It's like the warmest part of Ontario. And so that warmth provides a little bit more fuel. So the thunderstorms tend to be a little more potent there and can often be more conducive to producing tornadoes. Now, I've got the latest data here, actually, from the Northern Tornadoes Project. I just grabbed this yesterday. So this is a current count of all of the tornadoes in Ontario for 2021. And so far, we have a final confirmed total of 33. And interesting the way they're laid out. Notice over where you are, there's not that many in that part of Eastern Ontario. You get a few. We had that significant one that hit the Ottawa Aylmer area a few years ago that crossed the Ottawa River. But you guys there, you don't really have those lake breeze convergence zones so much. Now, I don't want to go out on a limb and say that you don't get them in that part of Eastern Ontario, but they are less likely. And so the way the color coding works is the blue ones, the blue dots are the weakest of the tornadoes, the F-zeros. So they're the ones that will do a little bit of damage, knock some tree branches down, maybe rip some of the shingles from your roof. The green ones are EF1 scale tornadoes. The scale goes from 0 up to 5. Um, the green ones are EF1, so those ones might do significant damage to your roof. It could bring down large trees, things like that. And the yellow ones are EF2. Those are quite strong. They can rip the roof clear off of your house. It can roll cars if you happen to be in them. And there was one south of Barrie. We had a few in that area. We had one very close to Lake Huron, near not far from Goderich. I can't remember the town name off the top of my head earlier this year. And we're actually discovering more and more of them every year because we're getting better at detecting them. There's now a program called the Northern Tornadoes Project, which is where this map came from. And they fly aerial surveys looking for damage paths in places where there were possibly tornadoes, but no one were there to witness them. So that's what you're seeing up in Northern Ontario there. So a lot of these tornadoes, we only discover them through a forensic analysis after the fact, because we can compare aerial imagery from before and after, and we can see whether there's a line of destruction and from the patterns of debris swirling around and things like that. So it's really cool. We're really at the forefront of tornado research here in Ontario. I'm very proud of that. We're doing some really cool work here. But not all tornadoes happen on land. We also get quite a few waterspouts here in Canada, especially on the Great Lakes, around this time of year as well. So middle of August through September and October is waterspout season on the Great Lakes. And that happens when you have warm lake waters. They've been warming for the entire summer. And that creates a layer of instability in the atmosphere when you have cold air coming in over top of it. So if you have a cool day in the fall, that's when these waterspouts are likely to happen because you have that warm air at the surface by the lake that wants to rise up. And if the winds are just right, those winds can rotate and form a condensation funnel, and you get these waterspouts. There was one that was photographed just the other day, taken by a good friend of mine who happens to be the director of the Northern Tornadoes Project, David Sills. And he managed to get it. This is on Lake Huron, and this waterspout is behind this that's a freighter of some kind out there on the Great Lakes. And these aren't very dangerous unless they come ashore, where there's been a few instances of these waterspouts coming ashore where they become tornadoes basically on land. But they can present a bit of a maritime hazard, if you will, if you happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. I actually was in Florida, in the Florida Keys, a number of years ago, and that's the world hotspot for waterspouts. And we were trying to chase them in a boat, and we didn't have a tremendous amount of success, but we had a limited time window. But we saw quite a few of them down there. It's literally the best place in the world to spot them. But one of the next best is the Great Lakes here. Now, winter. We're Canadians, right? We're hardy people. We laugh in the face of winter, or at least we like to pretend to. How we walk to school 10 kilometers in the snow, uphill both ways with no shoes, right? We brag about how cold we've endured it, or how we were bicycling through the downtown streets when the mayor of Toronto was calling in the army to help clear the snow, things like that. So we're very proud of our winter hardiness. And interestingly, here in Ontario, that snow is also emphasized by the Great Lakes. Lake effect snow is the biggest weather maker in southern Ontario, certainly by far. And it's a phenomenon that can just dump tremendous amounts of snow in a very short period of time. And it happens in a very similar setup to these waterspouts that I mentioned earlier. You have warm lake water. So before the ice freezes, or before the lake water freezes and you get a layer of ice. So you need open water, and then you need cold air that sweeps in these Arctic lows, these these deep low pressure systems that bring this Arctic air down, these Arctic blasts, as we sometimes call them. And so that moisture gets picked up by that very cold, dry air, forms, of course, these bands of snow, and that can then get dumped inland and can go quite a ways inland. So these are the spots where we get the most lake effect snow, usually, of course, on the southern or eastern sides of the Great Lakes, places like Buffalo, places like Barrie, places like not so much Chicago. Chicago is on the proper side, on the safe side of the snow belt. Same as Toronto. Here in Toronto, we don't really get the lake effect snow here so much unless it makes it all the way down from Georgian Bay. But that's where the ski resorts are, of course, Blue Mountain and such. That's where it, if you're on the highway going north, Highway 400, for example, going up towards Barrie, it can become an absolute hazard because you get whiteout conditions very, very quickly and almost unexpectedly. From satellite, from space, if you're up in the International Space Station looking down here at Ontario, you can see how you get these streaks, these beautiful lines, these cloud streets, we call them, these bands of snow that sweep across, that form over top of the lakes and then go deep inland. And they can sometimes last for days. And the worst is when they lock into place. Sometimes you'll have broad, vast expanses of lake effect snow, but sometimes you'll get one band, one squall, snow squall that we call them, and it will lock in place, sometimes for hours or days, and dump tremendous snow over just one specific stretch of land. I'm tripping over my own tongue. So here's an example, great example, of the edge of one of these lake effect snow bands. So in the foreground, it's a nice day. There could even be blue sky, depending upon the weather conditions. And suddenly, very quickly, you can go from and one thing I would like to really point out here is notice the orientation of that snow band up coming off of Georgian Bay north of Barrie. It's moving from west to east, so the snow is propagating west to east. But notice it's at a slightly different angle to what Georgian Bay is. If you get this cold air coming along the full length of Georgian Bay or the full length of Lake Erie, we call that the fetch. The fetch is how much water that cold air goes over top of. If they align perfectly, so if you were to rotate that snow band a few degrees so that it's pointing southeast instead of east, that would be even more intense. So those are the kind of things that I'm looking for when I'm trying to forecast these and try and chase them, pursue them, and document them. Usually I do it on land, on driving with my vehicle, but I was working with the Weather Network a couple of years ago, and we decided to try chasing these lake effect snow bands in an airplane. So we took a small Cessna with a very experienced pilot who is very weather conscious and very weather aware, and we were able to go up, and in the distance, you can see one of these bands. It's kind of hard to see, but we've got blue sky in the foreground with some light, poofy, cotton candy cumulus clouds. But then in the background, you see just white, and that is the band of lake effect snow. And as we get closer, sort of to the edge of the band, you can really start to see how the visibility drops off. Now, in this type of plane, we are flying by visual flight rules only, so we couldn't penetrate into the lake effect snow band, which would have been kind of dangerous to do regardless. So we were able to go back and forth and skirt around and sort of document it from above and see. So that was a really interesting experience to get a different perspective on this phenomenon that so many of us are so familiar with. So that was a real interesting challenge and a fun treat. And of course, the amounts of snow are just insane, absolutely insane. I've been to some lake effect snow events where you get 50 centimeters of snow, 70 centimeters, so upwards of 100 sometimes centimeters over multiple days. Sometimes you get these snow bands that lock into place for 3 or 4 days, and you can get 100 centimeters of snow. That's a car dealership, right? It just looks like a pile of marshmallows. In Buffalo, I was there one time where they had 6 feet of snow, lake effect snow. So yeah, it's just absolutely just treacherous conditions. Can literally shut an entire city down. So let's transition. Let's take a step back from the cold, and let's heat things up a little bit. So what I want to talk next about is some of my favorite expeditions and wildest rides from around the world. And I've got two places I really want to feature for you today before we get into some Q&A a little bit later. So volcanoes, I'm absolutely, I adore them so much. They are the one phenomena that is capable of creating as well as destroying. Most of our landmass has been created by volcanoes at some point or other in Earth's history. And of course, I'm sure you've seen the news in Iceland. There's been a persistent volcanic eruption that's been going on for many months, and also on the island of La Palma in the Canary Islands, um, where the volcano there has had these tremendous lava flows that has poured through this city. There's been, I believe, 2,100 structures destroyed, unfortunately, by this volcano, but no fatalities because the lava is moving very slowly. But it has hit the ocean and has created a delta of rock. So that island is actually getting larger. And the same thing happens in Hawaii all the time. The big island of Hawaii is constantly getting made larger by these lava flows from Kilauea that enter the ocean. So I find them absolutely fascinating in that regard. And I've been to volcanoes in the Congo and Antarctica and all kinds of Guatemala, all kinds of places. But I want to feature one of my favorite ones. This volcano. This is Ambrym Island in Vanuatu. And I'm sure most of you have probably never heard of Vanuatu. You probably couldn't find it on a map, and I can't blame you. It doesn't get a lot of visitors. It's a small island nation of about 80 islands. It's between Fiji and Australia in the South Pacific. And this particular island, Ambrym Island, has a very large volcano, and in the summit crater of that volcano, there is a persistently boiling lake of lava. Actually, there isn't anymore. It's been there for decades, and then just a couple of years ago, it drained. So it's not even there anymore. But I'm crossing my fingers that it returns at some point in the near future. But I've done many expeditions here, and I've been to the bottom of that crater 11 times over the years. And to get to where the lava is, you have to set up a base camp at the summit, usually fly in with helicopters or climb up the side with many porters to carry our equipment up, and rappel down. And that's a 1,200 foot or 400 meter rappel to get down to where the lava is. And that's about the same height as the Empire State Building. And this is what it looks like at the bottom. I'm going to show you a video here. There's no green screen. There's no CGI. It's all real. The bottom of Meru volcano. And so I'm wearing a special heat protective suit. And it helps to protect me from that radiant heat of this liquid rock, which is about 1,500 degrees or so. And it just boils away like this all day, every day. And the noise reminds me of waves crashing at the beach against a set of rocks. And you'll see here the scale, it's about 60 meters across. And there I am down at the bottom, this little silver guy sort of dressed up like a baked potato, wrapped up in aluminum. And interestingly, I own 3 of those protective suits. And the very first one I bought, I got it on eBay used for like $100. But now I've got a company in Niagara Falls that builds them for me. So yeah, I don't recommend buying used safety equipment on eBay. But here's an example of what happens to your camera when you shoot that kind of video. So to get some of those shots, I literally melted the plastic lens hood of the camera that I was shooting with. So that gives you an idea of how unbearably hot it is there. It really is. It's like standing next to a window that looks into the center of the earth, and that's pretty much what it is. In my 11 descents over the years to the bottom of that volcano, some of them were for filming television purposes. Some of them were for helping to make an IMAX film. We brought an IMAX camera down there one time. I also went down there to do some experiments to gather some scientific samples. We were studying the gas content, the gases that are being released by this volcano to see if they contribute to climate change. Uh, they don't, by the way, compared to what humans are putting into the atmosphere. But here you can see I've got a steel cable that is attached to my harness, and then I'm able to get close with the heat suit, and I've gathered a fresh chunk of lava that has been spat out by these fountains of lava that are going up above my head. And without the suit, you could only stand in that position for maybe 10 seconds or so. But with the suit, I could go out there for several minutes at a time. And while I was down there, I decided, well, I might as well take a selfie. So I took a selfie with my gas mask. It helps to protect me from the sulfur dioxide gas that comes off of the volcano, because that'll sting your lungs. It's funny because when I took this selfie picture, I uploaded it to Twitter, and it kind of went viral. It ended up on all of these top 10 most extreme selfies lists, and it was featured on CNN and all of these different media outlets. It was kind of funny how the media sort of latched on to this one particular image. But I got to say, it's a pretty good selfie as far as selfies go. Certainly can't beat the background. It was amazing. So now there's one more thing I want to talk about as we sort of have just enough time here for me to cover this. And it's a big expedition that I did for National Geographic. And this is probably my favorite expedition. It was certainly the most difficult. It was one of the most dangerous, one of the most rewarding, and certainly one of the most unique. So before I start showing you any pictures yet, please allow me to explain a little bit about the background of this expedition. So I wanted to go to the country of Turkmenistan, and it is part of the former Soviet Union. It's sort of just north of Iran, south of Kazakhstan, and the reason why I wanted to go there is because they still do rather, they have a lot of natural gas. That's the main export of this country of Turkmenistan. And so they have a lot of drilling operations out in the central Karakum Desert. So most of the country is desert. And while they were drilling for natural gas, at one point, the drilling rig they were using collapsed into a sinkhole that was about 100 feet deep and 230 feet across. But of course, this hole is now leaking all of this methane gas. Methane is the main component of natural gas. And so what they did was they lit it on fire, thinking that it would burn off in a couple of days. And that was way back around 1971. So this place has been burning for 50 years or more. And the locals call it the doorway to hell. Darvaza is the official name, it means doorway. And you can see why they would call it the doorway to hell. It kind of looks like a volcano, but it's actually a pit of burning methane gas. And the reason why I wanted to go here is very specific. So, pardon me. It is a very dry, hot, methane-rich environment. So very difficult for anything to live in here, obviously. But NASA has discovered planets outside of our solar system that also have a very hot, methane-rich environment. So if we were to discover any type of microscopic life form living in this crater, even if it's a little bacteria, it could give us clues as to where we might want to look for life on other planets. So if we were able to discover life on another planet, even if it's outside of our solar system, that would be basically the most important discovery in biology, to know that life has formed somewhere else other than Earth. As of right now, we have no evidence to that. We believe it's likely, but we just don't have the evidence yet. So I pitched the idea to National Geographic to look for alien life here on planet Earth. So they said yes. And I had a science grant to go and do this from Nat Geo, and we had a TV crew. Unfortunately, they decided to name the TV program that we were making, the name they gave it was called Die Trying, which I didn't really appreciate because I was the guy who was going to be trying. They really should have called it Or Die Trying. I think that would have been a little bit better. But my vote was, I was vetoed by National Geographic. So it took us about a year and a half to 2 years worth of planning and preparation just to get permission to go into Turkmenistan because it's a very secluded nation, very much like North Korea. It's a harsh dictatorship. We were spied on by the government the entire time we were there. We were told that our hotel rooms were going to be bugged. We had guys in pickup trucks with binoculars following us in the desert. So it was this really bizarre situation. And so we make it out to the desert. We spent about a week camped out here. This was the view at night. It was just absolutely spectacular. The one thing I forgot to bring was a long stick with some marshmallows. That would have been perfect for that. And we spent many days studying this crater, trying to figure out what's the best way to take samples from the bottom of this crater, soil samples. So we could have brought a robot and dropped it down on some steel cables or something and remotely controlled it to gather some samples, but where's the fun and adventure in that, right? So we were going to do things the hard way. And so we spent a week studying the air currents around this crater. So colder air is dropping down in the center, gets heated by the flames, and then hot air rises up along the edges like a giant donut, like a convection oven. So we determined that the safest way to do it would be to drop down right in the middle of the crater, dead center. So that's what we did. Um, we noticed in the very middle of the crater, there's a spot where there's no fire. Just to the left of that, there was an area with the most fire, and then we had little fires spread around. So we had lots of interesting places where we could take samples. So that was the perfect spot. And so after studying this place for a week or so, we set up these fire-resistant ropes. They're made out of the same material that firefighters would use with their ropes if they're trying to rescue you from a burning building. We anchored everything with gigantic sandbags and stretched these across the entire 230-foot span of the crater. And here we are on the day when I'm about to do my descent. There I am on the left. I've got my heat protective suit. I've got my special tank of air. Getting the air tank filled in Turkmenistan was extremely difficult. And the TV crew is there ready to film the whole thing. So 2 years of my life led up to this moment right here. And the harness I'm wearing, I had to get it custom made by a company that does special safety equipment. And basically, it's made out of Kevlar. It's the same material they make bulletproof vests out of. A regular climbing harness would have just melted from the heat. And so the plan was to go out to the very center, and then rappel down. And I had an earpiece where my teammate, who was a microbiologist from Chicago, he could tell me exactly where he wanted me to go and gather these scientific samples. So yeah, stepping off and putting all of your weight onto those tiny little ropes is definitely a scary proposition. You put a lot of faith in your team. You put a lot of faith in your equipment. And I was very certain to make sure that I gave every team member the opportunity to call off the expedition at any time for any reason if they saw something that was unsafe. So I felt good giving them that authority, even though I was the expedition leader and I was basically in charge. Sometimes you don't see everything, and you have to trust your teammates to hold your safety in their hands sometimes. So I was able to go out to the middle, rappel down, and then set foot at the very bottom. Now, I don't know if you can spot me in this picture or not. It's kind of like a Where's Waldo book, but let me zoom in. There I am, just to the right of the largest flame. I'm going to zoom back out again so you can spot me there. And so 2 years of planning and preparation. We spent 2 weeks in the country, all for a total of 17 minutes at the bottom. That's all I had. That's all the air I had. So it all came down to that. And some of the things that happened down there were quite interesting. As I was digging in the soil to gather some of these samples, it would open up new vents and fire would come jumping out of the hole that I was digging. And at one point, I had a special probe that was built for me by Nat Geo, and I jammed it into the ground near where I'm standing here in this photo with the large flame, and I measured a temperature The ground was 400 degrees Celsius. That's pizza oven hot. Yeah, unbearably hot. I couldn't stand there for very long, even with all my protective equipment. But it was so beautiful. Being at the bottom, I describe it as standing in the bottom of a coliseum of fire. And the orange glow, we did it at night, so it looked really beautiful. And it was just a very surreal experience. And of course, the best part was safely being lifted up and out by my teammates. They were able to haul me up and out. I was in control of my own descent, but they were in charge of my ascent just in case I lost consciousness or something like that. And we found stuff down there. It was amazing. So we found several types of bacteria that were not in the DNA database, that were not in the surrounding soil. Um, some of them were even consuming the methane gas. So really exotic, weird bacteria. So hopefully in the future, when we send probes to other planets outside of our solar system, we can use some of this data as a roadmap to where we might want to go. Of course, that's many years in the future. I won't be alive for that, which is kind of a weird feeling, knowing that maybe my contribution, hopefully, fingers crossed, will help make a discovery that is perhaps a generation or two, forward in the future. We'll see what happens, or maybe our grandkids will see what happens. But yeah, it was really fascinating. 12 people have stood on the surface of the moon, but only one person has been to the bottom of the doorway to hell. And above my desk, I have the Guinness World Record certificate for being the first and only person to ever set foot down there. So I want to thank you so much for your time and attention today. What I touched on today was just a tiny fraction of all of the expeditions that I've done in various parts around the world. So if you want to see more, it's all on furiousearth.com. And I'm super happy to take questions and basically if you have anything you'd like to know more about.
So, we will take questions from the audience if they are available. We'll also take questions from the online community. But for those of us that are here at the Ramada, can you please, those that are hosting booths, go and get your lunch. You're welcome to it now. Your lunch location is down the hallway behind the registration table. And at 12 p.m. we'll send the group 1 to go out, and then 12:30 for group 2. So, in between now and then, are there any questions or comments for George? I've got a question from Georgia.
One is from Kat, and she's asking, was he scared?
So George, a question to you, my friend, from the online community, from a young person named Kat, wondering if you were scared.
I'm having a hard time hearing you, but I seem to catch that the question was whether I was afraid or not. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, well, that's much better. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. In the fire pit expedition specifically, or?
Yes.
Yeah. So yes, 100%. So I remember in doing my research for this expedition, I literally studied every single photo and every frame of video that ever existed of this place. That expedition was in 2013, and so I thought I knew everything about this place. But as soon as we pulled up and I walked to the very edge and was able to feel the heat for the first time and look down at the bottom, I immediately thought, I don't know how we're going to do this. This is crazy. But after spending some time there and learning more about it and working with my team of professional rope riggers and microbiologists and some logistics folks and such, we were able to come up with a solid plan that we all felt were safe. But let me tell you, when you're taking that step off and you're about to put all of your weight on that rope, yeah, it's terrifying. Yeah, but the trick is not to panic. Being afraid is okay, right? Being afraid tells me that I need to take action. It tells me that I need to double check with my teammates. I need to double check my equipment. I need to reevaluate what I'm doing, as long as I don't panic. Because if you panic, then you lose that critical thinking skill, which is absolutely important in those types of situations. So fear is okay, panic will get you killed.
Thank you, George, for that answer. Any other questions that we have? Forward. I've got Dr. Jeff Riedel with a question.
So I'm not sure whether this would be in your theme of natural kind of disasters and phenomenon, but I haven't seen anything here about anything to do with oceans, and I'm thinking particularly about deep sea thermal vents, things like that. Is this on your radar, or have you been there?
George, from the audience, the question is from Dr. Jeff Riedel, and the question is regarding oceans, thermal vents. Do you have anything on the radar in your portfolio regarding that?
Yeah, absolutely. So the oceans are extremely important when it comes to weather and climate. They are the engines that drive our atmosphere. And so, yeah, we're seeing some really disturbing, troubling trends. Because the ocean surface is dark, it absorbs a lot of that incoming solar radiation. About 95% of that solar radiation that reaches the Earth's surface gets absorbed by the ocean as opposed to the land. And so that's causing our oceans to get warmer. They're getting more acidic. And in terms of the weather, it's, well, we're seeing some trends. We're seeing the jet stream getting displaced in some places, the high and low pressure systems that drive the jet stream, which then can affect us in terms of droughts in the west and flooding in the east, things like that. So hugely important. But also that warmer ocean water provides high octane fuel for hurricanes and typhoons, these oceanic storms that are the big multi-billion-dollar disasters. Katrina was somewhere between 70 and 100 billion dollars of insured property damage and tremendous loss of life, of course. So what's interesting with the oceans is that, especially in relation to these big storms, is that what we're expecting to see is not necessarily more hurricanes, but the hurricanes that do form, we're expecting them to be larger and potentially stronger because of this ocean heat content. And that's not even taking account the effects on the ice caps and the sea ice and all of these other issues and these Antarctic glaciers that are being melted from below, and on the land ice is ending up at sea. So yeah, it's something I'm keenly aware of. I've been to places like Tuvalu and Bangladesh, talking to locals who have had to relocate. They're basically climate refugees because the ocean level has already come up enough that they're worried about losing their entire land. Many have actually had to relocate because of the increased wave action has literally eroded their farms into the sea. The land no longer exists. So yeah, that's like I said, what you saw today was only a tiny, tiny fraction. I could talk for 2 weeks, but I won't bore you with it all. But thank you.
George, you can bore us in the future, I'm sure, through future climate leaders. I've got 2 questions from the audience. I'm going to take Bailey in the back, please.
So this question's from Jen from the River Institute. She's watching online right now. She wanted to know if you kept the rock sample from the lava lake.
A question from the audience, from Jen watching from the River Institute. The question is, did you keep the sample of the rock that you pulled out?
Yes, I do have. Not where I'm. Yeah, they're in a display cabinet in the living room. So yes, I sometimes keep little mementos from some of these places that I go, chunks of lava, pieces of sulfur, things like that. Yeah.
Our next question is coming to us from Mary Ann, who's also representing from the online community. Just a moment while it comes forward.
Have you been to the Philippines, the strongest typhoon in the world?
Question is, have you been to the Philippines, home of the strongest typhoons in the world? I like the pursed face that you're making. There's a story there.
Haven't. So interestingly, that is one of the top things on my bucket list. So for those of you who it can get a bit confusing. So there are tropical cyclones, there are hurricanes, and there are typhoons, and they are all the same. It all depends on where in the world you are. So hurricanes, we call them hurricanes in the Atlantic. On the West Coast, in Mexico and Hawaii, we call them hurricanes. In the Western Pacific, in the Philippines and Taiwan and Japan, they call them typhoons. In the Indian Ocean and Australia, they call them cyclones. They're all the same thing. So I have not had the opportunity yet to go and chase these storms in places like the Philippines or Taiwan or Japan, but I really want to. It's at the top of my bucket list. I have recently pitched an idea to some TV networks to do exactly that, and we'll see how that goes.
Very good. As we're approaching the conclusion of this session in this moment, George, I'd like to take an opportunity on behalf of the River Institute and future climate leaders and say thank you for taking the time to speak with us. As a participant in your conversation, one of the things that I'll be taking away is it's okay to be afraid, but it's not okay to panic. So, my friend, we thank you for your smile, your gracious time, and the work that you have been doing. It makes scary things a lot more interesting and provides education. We wish you a great day, sir, and we look forward to speaking with you in the near future.
Thank you very much. My pleasure.
Now, looking
So hi, I'm Georgia Bock. I'm with the River Institute and I'm the Remedial Action Plan Coordinator. And I get to be your session chair for this session. So good afternoon. Before we start, I just have a couple housekeeping items. First of all, we would like to hold all questions to the end. So this will be a 45-minute presentation with a 15-minute question and answer period. So please refrain from asking any questions till the end of the talk. This session is being streamed live via YouTube, so hi to those on YouTube. For those of you watching online, please feel free to type your questions into the chat and we will get to them at the question and answer period. And those of you in the room, just raise your hand at the end. I'm very excited about our next presentation. When I started this position almost a year ago, I started in December, I was introduced to the Remedial Action Plan in the area of concern. And one of the first things I was told to do was to read A River is in Us, which is Elizabeth Hoover's book. And it's an amazing book, and if you have a chance, do read it. It's great, and it gives you a totally different perspective about the area and the area of concern. So Elizabeth Hoover is an associate professor in the Environmental Science, Policy, and Management Department at the University of California, Berkeley, whose work focuses on food sovereignty and environmental justice for Native communities. Her first book, The River is in Us, Fighting Toxics in a Mohawk Community, is an ethnographic exploration of Akwesasne Mohawk's response to Superfund contamination and environmental health research. Her second book, A Project in Progress, From Garden Warriors to Good Seeds, Indigenizing the Local Food Movement, explores Native American community-based farming and gardening projects, the ways in which people are defining and enacting concepts like food sovereignty and seed sovereignty, the role of Native chefs in the food movement, and the fight against the fossil fuel industry to protect heritage foods. So without further ado, I'd like to hand it over to Elizabeth to start her talk.
Great, thank you very much. And hello to everyone. I can't see any of you, I only see my presentation. So if got anything strange sticking up here, forgive me. So for the talk today, The River is in Us, Fighting Toxics in a Mohawk Community, which is the title of the book. I started with this cover photo of Jahanda sitting next to the St. Lawrence River, beautiful photo that Jessica Sargent, an Akwesasne Mohawk photographer, took. This is initially what I had wanted the cover of the book to be, and the press was like, oh, it's so like serene and pleasant. It looks more like a pleasant family calendar than a book cover. And then they drew up all of these potential covers that had images of leaking barrels and breaking down factories, and it was very grim and depressing. And it was Jessica's mother, Elvira, was like, whoa, that would make for a really ugly book. And I was like, oh no. So I went back to the press and was like, look, everyone hates it. You have to let me put a nice cover on this book, because what the whole book is trying to capture is even everything that this river has been through and everything that this community has been through in efforts to get the river cleaned up. People still love this river as a space and as an integral part of the community. So you can see in the upper left-hand corner, this is another photo that Jessica took of some students from the Akwesasne Freedom School out in canoes in the wild rice beds on the river there. So I just wanted to start with that. But I loved this photo of Jahanda because she's there by the river, and she also, is holding life and full of water herself. And people, where this title comes from, you'll learn later in the presentation, are part of the land, and what is in that water is also in the water in her body and in our bodies. So for anybody who's watching remotely or who isn't familiar with this complicated geopolitical space that is Akwesasne, here's a messy, colorful map here. That green line is the 45th parallel, where the US-Canadian border got dropped onto people after the Treaty of Paris in 1793. So now that portion in yellow, the state of New York thinks is within its jurisdiction. That portion in pink the province of Quebec thinks is in its jurisdiction, and then the portion in purple, Ontario considers within its jurisdiction, but that whole space is the community of Akwesasne. And we'll talk a little bit later about all of the different complicated political bodies that are impacting the space in some way. That big gray swath there is the St. Lawrence River, which in the 1950s, they widened and deepened in order to connect the Atlantic Ocean with the Great Lakes. So it went from being the St. Lawrence River to the St. Lawrence Seaway. And so the river was dredged, dumped up onto the shores, people displaced. And also the Moses Saunders Power Dam was built upstream from Akwesasne in order to generate hydroelectric power, which then attracted all of these industries to the shores of the St. Lawrence. So you see, there used to be on the Ontario side, the Domtar paper mill. That's no longer there. Thank goodness, that smelled quite bad back in the day when you drove over the bridge, and also leached mercury into the river. And then on the southern side, you see General Motors, which is right adjacent to the Racket Point portion of the community. Reynolds Metals is a little farther up, and then Alcoa Aluminum is about 1.5 miles upstream from there. So here, this is a picture when General Motors, the factory was standing. This was taken from my friend Gina's front yard on Cornwall Island. So you can see it's very close to the community. It was very much kind of looming over folks in that area. And then Reynolds Metals, that was a little bit farther upstream. And it was discovered in the 70s that Reynolds Metals, which is an aluminum smelting plant, was emitting too much fluoride. And they were emitting as much fluoride as they were allowed under state standards at the time. But the problem is when people were doing research to determine how much contamination should be allowed to escape from these kinds of factories, they didn't take into account what would happen if, in this case, dairy cows on Cornwall Island were eating grass that the fluoride had been settling on, drinking water that the fluoride had been getting in, breathing it in the air. And the cows started dying of fluoridosis, fluoride poisoning. So their bones were breaking, their teeth were cracking and falling out. And it wasn't until people came from Cornell and did a study in 1979 and said, yes, this is what the problem is. The fluoride is impacting the cattle. People from the Mount Sinai School of Medicine came in 1980 to see, was it impacting people's health on the island and in the community? And sort of said, well, things are a little inconclusive, and kind of packed up and left and never really informed the community of their results. And so this is an aerial view. You can see especially the General Motors plant here is very close to Akwesasne. And what they would do, they had, as part of, smelting aluminum here, creating car parts, they had PCB-laced hydraulic fluid that would run through their equipment. And people used to use PCBs and hydraulic fluid because it's very handy. It's not flammable, which is good if you have all of this hot engine part bits going on here. And then they would flush out the oil from the system, and it would go into these wastewater settling lagoons you can see here that are right on the edge of the river, which is not the brightest place to keep your liquid toxic waste right next to a river. But the sludge would settle out, and then it would be dug up and put into this big kind of kidney-shaped unlined landfill, which is right next to the Racket Point portion of the community. So it was discovered in 1981. The New York State DEC, Department of Environmental Conservation, found that PCBs and heavy metals had been leaching out of this unlined landfill and into the groundwater on Racket Point. And so General Motors had to start distributing bottled water. And then in 1983, it was discovered that these wastewater settling lagoons had overflowed many times into the St. Lawrence River over the years. And so this area, the 270-acre site, was placed on the National Priorities List as a Superfund site in 1984. So PCBs, here's a nice little diagram here. There are 209 different congeners that make up this broader class of chemicals called polychlorinated biphenyls. They were manufactured in different mixtures. So the mixture used by General Motors was Araclar 1248, meaning it was 48% chlorine. And people have known for a long time what some of the possible health effects are. This is the reason why they were banned in 1978, because there were concerns about cancer, endocrine disruption, immune suppression, neurobehavioral abnormalities. And these chemicals bioaccumulate and biomagnify, meaning that when they get into the river and they're taken up by fish, when bigger fish eat the smaller fish, they take in those PCBs and accumulate and accumulate. So the older and bigger fish are going to have higher levels of PCBs than some of the smaller ones, and the ones that are bottom feeders are going to have even higher levels. Basically, even though they were outlawed in 1978, probably everyone listening here or watching has some PCBs in their body. They're continuously cycling through the environment. So it's one of these unfair things where even if you weren't around and didn't benefit from their use, they're still accumulating in your tissues. And they also migrate and volatilize. And so they kind of, it's almost like they take on a life of their own, right? They move through the environment, they wind up in the atmosphere, they wind up in the rivers. And so when it was discovered that there were PCBs in the water, in the lakes, in the streams, there was concerns about, are they getting into the food source? So Gudgie Cook is this amazing Mohawk midwife, and she's really the person who kind of got me involved in this project, got me thinking about this topic. And in 1984, when she was starting an undergraduate degree in biology and society at Cornell University, she started reading about the impacts of PCBs on the health and the different studies that have been done. And she started reading some of the work by New York State wildlife epidemiologist Ward Stone. And she became concerned. So as a midwife who was trying to encourage women to be breastfeeding, she was worried, should she be doing that? Were the PCBs making their way into people's food sources? And so she had Ward Stone come up and start to test the fish. And all of these different headlines here, I went to visit Jim Ransom, and he pulled out this amazing scrapbook that he had kept for decades of all the different newspaper articles that had been published about the environmental contamination. And so that's where all these images come from here, from these clippings. But basically, what happened was they came up and they started collecting samples of fish and trying to determine, what were some of the levels of PCBs. And essentially, anything above 2 parts per million, you're not supposed to eat it if it's got more than that PCBs. And anything over 50 parts per million is considered toxic waste. And they were finding 190 parts per million in a duck. There was 3,000 parts per million found in a snapping turtle. So this poor turtle that was walking around was actually walking hazardous waste. 11 parts per million in that sturgeon you see hanging there. And so there was concern, like, okay, so now you have all of these animals that are technically inedible because of the PCBs that they're finding in them. Even the people in this community had been living off of eating fish for a very long time. It was a food source that people really appreciated and relied on. And so then the concern became, okay, if the PCBs are in the fish and people are eating the fish, are the PCBs getting into people's bodies? And so in 1984, Gudgie started meeting with scientists about running a basic breast milk study. And then in 1985 started the Mother's Milk Project, which was the first really kind of large-scale community-based participatory research project in the country. And it started with Gudgie working with some of the women that she was helping deliver babies for and collecting breast milk samples, and then turned into a larger study where the New York State Department of Health collaborated with the State University of New York at Albany, and ended up training additional Mohawk women as field workers to collect other samples. But essentially what they found in some of these first studies was that women that ate more fish had higher levels of PCBs in their body, and they were able to fingerprint the PCBs in the fish and in the breast milk as being the same that came from the General Motors plant. So they were able to say, okay, it's very clear that the contamination is migrating from the General Motors plant to the fish into women's bodies. And here's a picture of Gudgie, and a great piece of art here from Sherelle Jacobs, and this is called Mother and Daughter. And so the first environment research project came from this idea of the first environment that we are all exposed to is in the womb. And so how do you help protect babies in that very first space so that people aren't coming out already exposed to contamination? So the Mother's Milk Project, again, kind of turned into the first environment research project. And you can see here some of the initial field workers who were part of that. And so the State University at New York, through the series of studies that they were working on, would train these field workers to then go to people in the community to gather samples. Because the concern was, you know, people aren't just going to hand over their breast milk to anybody in a lab coat. Like, it has to be somebody that people are familiar with. So the 1990 and 1995, they were doing breast milk studies with nursing mothers, and then started taking blood samples from some of their male partners. And then 1995 to 2000 expanded the focus of the studies. And so these field workers were continuing to take blood samples, but also looking at Mohawk adolescent well-being, determining some of the cognitive impacts that PCBs might be having, looking at impacts on thyroid and maturation and other health issues. And so people from SUNY Albany were collaborating with the First Environment Research Project, this team here based in Akwesasne, and then also the Akwesasne Task Force on the Environment, which was formed in 1987 as a way of bringing together all of the different governments in Akwesasne that were concerned about this issue. So you have the St. Regis Mohawk tribe on the southern part, you have the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne on the northern part, and you have the Mohawk Nation Council of Chiefs as the traditional government that has the whole community within its jurisdiction. And so the concern was, with this many different governments, that things could be fragmented. And so the Akwesasne Task Force on the Environment was formed as a way of giving voice to the whole community across all of these different borders and lines, and to ensure that people were being informed of the kinds of research that was going on, the kinds of things that were being discovered, but also to make sure that research that was being done on and with the community was to the community's benefit. And so as part of that, the Good Mind Research Protocol was developed. The idea being, you know, when researchers want to go work with humans out in the world, they have to get an IRB approval or institutional review board approval from their university or from wherever it is that they're working and doing their research from. But folks in Akwesasne were saying, well, you know, is that enough that your university thinks you're doing okay? You know, we want to be able to vet these research projects as well and make sure that they are going to be good for the community. And so this research protocol is built on kind of the three important principles of Skana, peace, Galiwea or Ganiganleo, having a good mind or good word, and Gasastansala, strength. And the idea being that if there's peace, there's respect between researchers and community. And so, you know, having researchers make sure that the work that they're doing respects the community's history and goals, and making sure that there's clarification and that people understand each other on both sides. If there's good mind, there's equity. And so making sure that the grant money coming in is also being shared with the community, that there is co-authorship happening, that it's not just the university researchers' names that are going on these papers, but also acknowledging the work that community members are doing as part of these studies. And then strength leading to empowerment, so making sure that each of the participants in this whole partnership feel like their needs are being met, and that the partnership and responsibility is continuing to grow as more respect is developing. And so this community IRB and research protocol has really served as an example for other tribal communities who have decided to develop their own tribal IRBs as well. So what came out of all of these different health studies? You know, essentially the way the process worked was that homes were chosen through random sampling, you know, by computers, and then a series of visits would happen by FERP, First Environment Research Project employees, where they would collect data from people who agreed to be part of these studies. The data was then analyzed down in Albany, and then participants were eventually sent results letters, and articles were eventually written. And what they found in all of these different articles, and there was probably 50 or 60 papers that have been published over the years, was that levels of PCBs in people's bodies were connected to higher rates of diabetes, heart disease, decreased thyroid function, lower testosterone in males. The timing of menarche, which is when a girl gets her first period, was also impacted by levels of PCBs in folks. There were slight impacts on people's memory abilities if they had higher levels of PCBs in their bodies. And some of the more recent studies that the people have been working on have demonstrated that women were less likely to have a consistent and even a predictable ovulation cycle if they had higher levels of PCBs. So this is a very oversimplification of 2 or 3 decades worth of research that have gone into a lot of papers. So if people are interested, I'm happy to send them any of the research articles that touch on each of these topics that I've kind of given you this whirlwind tour through. So what I was interested in, so this is all the history of the work that was done between the SUNY Albany and the First Environment Research Project and the Akwesasne Task Force on the Environment. And so as I was working on developing a dissertation project, I was visiting with Gudgie, and she said, somebody should go back and talk to people about how they think those studies went. What are lessons that could have come out of this that maybe can be applied to future research down the road. So I went to talk to people about those issues, and also, thinking about, I grew up doing a lot of farming and gardening, and so thinking about how concerns about living adjacent to these kind of industrial sites have impacted people's confidence in local food and desire to want to garden and to eat fish and these kinds of things. So I started with the people that I knew, and then kind of worked my way out and, asking people about their experiences taking part in health studies, what they saw as some of the changes in community food systems, some of the current threats to community health. Was it still issues around environmental contamination, or were there other types of health issues that were more prescient to people? So I interviewed 63 Akwesasne, 32 of whom were involved in these different health studies, 6 of whom were First Environment Research Project employees. And then I also went down to Albany and talked to 7 different scientists who had been part of this research to learn more about what their experience was like as well. And so one of the things that I talked to people about were fish consumption, and whether when fish advisories were issued in the 80s and 90s, whether that had impacted and continued to impact. And these are some of the old newspaper clippings from the time. And 3/4 of the folks that I talked to replied that they had dramatically decreased or entirely ceased local fish consumption. And for some, it was after the advisories, which most of the advisories were specifically geared toward people of childbearing age or people who were pregnant. But men said, well, if the women weren't supposed to eat the fish, maybe we shouldn't either. And then, others said, well, I didn't like the look of the fish. Some of them had these black spots or globs on them, and some didn't look right. And so we didn't want to eat the fish because some didn't look right. Other people said, no, I kept eating the fish because I have this cultural obligation. If the fish offer themselves up, I'm supposed to keep eating these fish. This is what my parents ate, my grandparents ate. And so there was a sense of obligation to keep eating fish. And there was concerns about what are some of the cultural impacts of ceasing fish consumption. So if kids aren't going out fishing with their grandparents, their uncles, what kind of language loss might there be from not having those exchanges out on the water, words for the fish themselves or the textures and color of the fish, and the loss of opportunities to connect with relatives. So you're not going to have that same time out fishing with some of your relatives, or once those fish get brought home, you're not going to have that same time with your grandma or your mom cooking up that fish in the kitchen if that fishing isn't happening. And so thinking about what it means that some of these health studies pointed to health impacts that could impact physical reproduction. And then also, if you're not having your ovulation cycle on a regular basis, that could impact reproductive ability, and some of the other health impacts could have an impact on people's ability to become pregnant and maintain that pregnancy. And so, but then also thinking about other kinds of reproductive abilities, like the ability to reproduce culture in a community. And so environmental reproductive justice is a term that has come out of Gudgie's work that kind of brings together the definitions of environmental justice, which is the fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people, regardless of race, color, national origin, or income, with respect to the development, implementation, and enforcement of environmental laws, regulations, and policies. So that's the EPA's definition of environmental justice, which basically means like all people should have a chance to not be exposed to contamination more than other people. And then the definition of reproductive justice that the Women of Color organization Sister Song has developed is the right to have children, to not have children, and to parent the children we have in a safe and healthy environment. And it's based on the human right to make decisions about one's life and the obligation of government and society to ensure that conditions are suitable for implementing one's decisions. So if we combine those two definitions, thinking about environmental reproductive justice means ensuring that a community's reproductive capabilities are not inhibited by environmental contamination. Nobody should be exposed to contamination and then not be able to have the families that they desire. But then also considering the impact of environmental contamination on the reproductive of knowledge and the ability to produce culturally informed tribal citizens. So if everybody has to grow up the same way that suburbanite kids do, where you don't dig up anything under the lawn and you just get all your food from the grocery store, that inhibits your ability to live as culturally informed tribal citizens. And so part of this concept was developed at a symposium in 2011, and so I'm happy to share this article with people as well that kind of talks more about environmental reproductive justice. So in thinking about the community-based participatory research process, which basically says that if you have, on one hand, researchers who are coming from the university or another scientific institution and a community that needs a research project done, thinking about how do they work together equitably, following those good mind research protocol principles to develop the project, to implement the project, and then also the dissemination part. How do you get the results of this research out to the scientific community, to the community at home and everybody else about what came out of this kind of research? And I was especially interested in that last stage, the dissemination. What did people think about the dissemination portion of this environmental health research that had gone on there, and how could future research adopt some of their ideas? So there were some reactions to how the results were reported back. When I asked people, how did you feel about getting the results back that you got back? Some were happy with what they got back. They were like, oh, phew, I was kind of relieved. I thought I would have higher levels, but I don't. Some didn't understand what it meant. They're like, well, I don't even understand. What is a part per million? What is a PCB? In some cases, it was people's expectations of what science could deliver for them. And so, people were like, well, all I got back was this letter and it had numbers of what's in my blood, but I want to know, am I going to get cancer or not? Am I going to get sick? And unfortunately, science can't tell you that because people's individual bodies are so different. The first environment research and project employees said that they found this job could be a little bit tricky, but very rewarding. And some took the skills that they learned through this job and went on to have positions at different labs and other types of jobs that they were able to build off of this experience. The scientists that I spoke to said that they learned a lot from having to negotiate with the community and that it gave them better results. So many of them, for most of their career, had not had to go through this kind of process in order to do research on a community before. They would kind of just develop a study and then go in and apply that and then take their results and write their papers. And so this was a very different experience, having to constantly negotiate with community representatives about how this research would go. But many of them said in the end, the results were better because they were getting this feedback from the community and co-designing these kinds of studies. And negotiating time and ownership of data can be tricky. Things take longer when you have to negotiate with community members about how these types of studies are run. And one of the suggestions that people had was, okay, so we had these individual results that were sent back. You got to know what was in your individual body. And there were some of these big community meetings that people said, well, they weren't always that well attended. And the scientists said, will you ask people why weren't these community meetings well attended? So this previous photo, you see Henery Lickers, who I think is presenting as part of this conference. This was in 2014, I think. And so by then, and I think part of it was because the community had really gathered together to hear this update on that. But back in the 90s, people in the early 2000s, people were not attending these large community gatherings. And so some people suggested, well, why don't, for future kind of report backs, have people host family meetings. So this is the way that we share information as we come together for these Sunday meals, we come together in these family groups. And so rather than sending just individual letters or trying to target the whole community with these giant meetings, target family groups for this kind of report back. So thinking about social bodies rather than individual bodies. And this is a sociologist, O'Neill, who describes, we must insist then that the family should be a thinking body whose common sense should be fostered in any healthy community and by any practical means. And so people have, thought about and applied this notion of social bodies in other ways as well. And when I asked people, what are some of the current health concerns? Is it still, are people worried predominantly about exposure to environmental contamination, or are there other health concerns that people, really see as at the forefront? And the main answer that came up was concerns around diabetes. And so, some people were like, 70% of the community is diabetic. And when I talked to health providers in the community, it's probably closer to a quarter of the community, but it shows you how it's a really prominent issue in many families. And so part of it was that people said, well, we all eat together. And so some of these programs are really geared toward, if you have diabetes or you're pre-diabetic, then there's programs to kind of help you to try to adjust your diet and get more exercise. But how do we get the whole family working on the diet together or working on exercise together? Because that's the only way that it's going to stick. People aren't just going to make their separate meals over here while the rest of their family is eating something different. And then something that really stood out to me during that presentation that Henery gave, that I showed a picture of a few slides back, was that they were finding metformin in the river and in the fish now. So the fact that people were eating less local food and eating more highly processed food, but also, again, if you remember from the health study slide, the fact that PCBs can contribute to rates of diabetes, people are taking medicine for that diabetes, which is then ending up back in the river. So it becomes this kind of painful cycle. And then this is an amazing sculpture by Natasha Smoke Santiago, who's an Akwesasne Mohawk artist. So in thinking about, social bodies, how do you address, the idea of getting the whole family to exercise and diet together? There was a centering pregnancy program for a while at the clinic, which brought women together to kind of go through their pregnancy experience together. And so the idea of kind of creating a social body around that. In thinking about centering adolescence, right? The Ohologo under the husk rites of passage was revived and moved forward by clan mother Louise MacDonald here and members of her family and members of the community, and has really grown in incredible ways over the years. So this is a 7-year plus program in which youth come and attend meetings and gatherings and teachings throughout the year. And then, first years will fast for 1 day, up through fourth years will fast for 4 days and nights, and then regather as a collective at the end for this celebration where the community welcomes them back in. And it's a beautiful time, and it creates this wonderful support network for youth to be able to develop their networks and transition from childhood into adulthood in a really beautiful way. And so I encourage folks to look up this film here that Gudjijuni Fox helped put together to learn more about some of the youth's experiences of this process, this ceremony. And then also, for a while, I worked with this excellent group of folks, We Are Planting Good Seeds, as a way of thinking about centering gardening and food production. So some people are happy and content, with their backyard gardens, and other people kind of needed a little more social support and ability to work together in a community space. So over the years, this site here over in the Akwesasne Freedom School land has, the greenhouse has developed, the cannery has developed, and it's become a space for people to come together and learn together about doing more gardening and seed saving and canning and food preservation. So we've talked about individual bodies and how they were impacted by contamination, and people's need to kind of develop more of these programs that are geared towards social bodies. But the political bodies have also had an impact on how contamination has been managed and handled and people's expectations of how things can be dealt with now because of all the political bodies. As I mentioned in the beginning, this is a geopolitically complicated space. So you have two different nations, the Canada and the US, who have sort of split this space and kind of consider themselves having some kind of jurisdiction over it. You've got these three different provinces, and then you've got three tribal governments. So there's a lot of different political bodies at work here. And in thinking about risk and how these different political bodies have different priorities for how risk should be distributed and managed. So in thinking about different strategies for reducing risk, for reducing people's exposure to contamination in this case, you have risk reduction strategies which look to the risk producers, i.e. the people who made the mess, to prevent or eliminate environmental contamination in order to avoid human exposure. So in this case, you would say, okay, General Motors, you have made this big mess. You need to go and remove this contamination, clear it up so that other people are not being exposed to this risk. On the other hand, risk avoidance strategies call upon the risk bearers to alter their practice so as to avoid the harms of exposure to contamination. So in that case, you say, okay, we're going to put up a fence around it. We'll just tell people don't walk on it. We'll put out a fish advisory and we'll tell people don't eat the fish, and then they won't be exposed to the contamination. Like, there you go. You can probably guess which of these strategies is very expensive and which one is a lot less expensive. And so in this capitalist settler colonial society, quite often those political bodies will rely on these risk avoidance strategies and just say, well, we don't want to put too much pressure on industry to have to shell out all of their money to clean up this mess as thoroughly as it should be. So we'll just rely on these risk avoidance strategies and tell people to avoid the messes. And so Sheila Jasanoff is a science and technology studies scholar, and she talks about civic dislocation. It's kind of the feeling that people get when they had some expectations that the government was supposed to serve them in particular ways, and then through being screwed over periodically, start to understand that that's not necessarily how it's going to work. So the public institutions in these ways kind of lose legitimacy in some ways, and people then turn to their own entities, their own community structures to try to handle risk. So how do we determine the borders of a Superfund site? So when we're remediating these kinds of risks, how does that work out? People in this community are certainly used to boundary crossing and borders and the issues that are dealing around that. But our PCB is going to respect the borders that are created, right? So how do these boundaries get determined? The implication is that, when you draw things on maps like this, that inside is where it's contaminated and outside the line is where it's clean. So I looked at some of the notes from an EPA meeting with the community in April of 1990 and the different ways that they defined the site and its boundaries. And George Pavelo, who was the associate director for the New York programs of the EPA, he introduces himself in the transcript as captain of the EPA, states, "We defined the site as solvent contaminated soils, lagoon sludges, river sediments, wetlands, and groundwater that have been contaminated by previous disposal practices at the plant. The boundaries of the site are defined as the end of the contaminated medium." And then Lisa Carson, who was the project manager for the site, stated that the EPA defined the site as where we find the contamination. So again, there's an assumption that, here inside this blue square is contaminated, but outside is going to be cleaned. And then once these lines are drawn on the map, it's whose standards do they get cleaned up to? So ARARs are applicable or relevant and appropriate requirements. And what this means is the tribe gets treatment as state. So some of this site extended over the border onto St. Regis Mohawk tribal land. And the contaminants that crossed over that line that said now you are on the reservation versus not had to be cleaned up to the standards that were developed by the St. Regis Mohawk Tribe Environment Division. So for PCBs that crossed over that line, they had to be cleaned up to a degree that was 10 times more stringent than state and federal standards. So the tribe developed ARRs of PCBs of 1 part per million for soil and 0.01 for sediment, as opposed to the state and federal standards were 10 part per million soil and 1 part per million sediment. So that, kind of complicated the cleanup. But instead of cleaning up the whole site to the tribe standards, it was only the bit that crossed over lines on a map. So how do PCBs migrate and maybe don't necessarily stay within those little boxes on a map? So some are carried by river sediments, by fish, by air, in people's bodies. So we talk about them migrating, right? Almost like animals. They move from the factory, from in this case, the wastewater lagoons and the dump into the river. Then they're taken up by fish. People are fishing, then eat them, and they end up in women's bodies, in people's bodies. They end up in breast milk, and so then they're consumed. Oh, okay.
The focus on the St. Lawrence River and other fresh waterway ecosystems. The City of Cornwall is fortunate to have this top-notch research facility in our midst. The scientists are committed to helping us learn and understand more about our freshwater resources. The River Institute enriches and enlightens our community with its scientific expertise and puts Cornwall on the map as a center of scientific excellence. That was written by Mark Boileau, Manager of Economic Development, City of Cornwall. For education, the River Institute has a unique ability to translate ongoing research programs into the educational opportunities for young people. Hands-on workshops, internships, and work placements provide young people with the inspiration and motivation to realize their potential and consider a career in science. The River Institute is an invaluable asset to the Cornwall community. By introducing environmental science as an accessible and exciting way, the River Institute inspires youth to consider post-secondary education in the sciences. Through a partnership with the River Institute, our environmental technician students benefit from the River Institute's expertise, research, and facilities, and the hands-on experiential learning opportunities it provides. That was from Deborah Stava, who is the Dean of the St. Lawrence College Cornwall campus. And so now, as I'm flipping over in the back, I'm really wishing that I had made some climate change jokes, and that's okay. So, Community outreach. The River Institute encourages people at all ages to get involved and excited about our environment. The annual conference, speaker series, summer camps, and open house events encourage the entire community to get involved in environmental initiatives. The kids were full of excitement and raves about the camp. After the first day, they couldn't stop talking about what a great time they had, how interesting and informative it was. I don't even think they realized how much they were learning. That was from a parent. We have a quote from Dr. Jeff Riedel. I don't think he even knows that he wrote it, but let's see if he can read it back to me word for word. Our goal is to set a new standard for environmental science to identify and undertake vital research for protection and rehabilitation of the St. Lawrence River and other freshway systems, to inspire and motivate young people to get involved in environmental issues, and to provide our community with the information they need to become responsible stewards of our environment. So, in the spirit of this pamphlet ending, and me waiting for my technical team to give me a heads up, I'd like to take this opportunity. Jeff has a question about himself. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, what's happening? Should I not have my screen on anymore? Do we have a sense of how much people missed? Should I go back further, starting over the slide?
Maybe a minute.
Did
So if you start at the beginning of the slide, you should be fine.
The slide? Okay.
Yeah.
If people miss something about ARARs, I'm happy to answer questions in the Q&A. So hopefully you're all with me again. I'm back here to harp more about PCBs and the river, and thinking about how PCBs migrate, how they don't necessarily want to stay contained in those tidy little boxes that I showed you on a map a few slides ago. So basically, PCBs move from the factories into the river. They get all caught up in the fish. People catch the fish, eat the fish. And it was through this consumption of fish that bodies, wombs, breast milk, babies' environment became part of the GM Superfund process. And so in reflecting back on when she got these first results of the breast milk study that she initiated, Gudgy noted that there was PCBs in the mother's milk, and not only PCBs, but agricultural products, Myrex, which is a flame retardant, hexachlorobenzene, all different chemicals that at the time it astonished me. And I began to realize we're part of the dump. If this is in the river and in the GM dump, then the dump is in us. So in thinking about how people talk about the St. Lawrence River as really the lifeblood of the community, but when you pollute that lifeblood, you pollute the community and the people as well. And these PCBs can be then passed through generations. They just stay in your body, and so mothers can then pass them on to daughters on down the line. And also the site can be sharing its PCBs with people on the other side of the world. So through volatilization, which means some of the lighter congener PCBs leave this site through the air, and there's supposed to be air monitors kind of keeping track of that. But the lighter congener ones, David Carpenter noted, are the ones that are more connected to elevated risks of developing diabetes. And also these lighter congener PCBs find their way into the Arctic through what is called the grasshopper effect. So they kind of get up into the atmosphere and then end up raining down on the Arctic, where there are people there now doing studies about PCBs in fat and breast milk. So these same PCBs are winding up in Inuit women's breast milk and Yupik women's breast milk in the same way that they were impacting Mohawk women's breast milk here. All right, so what has been the fate of the site? You saw from the photo that I took from Gina's yard that had the factory as a bunch of buildings to now, if you live in the area, it's sort of a paved over office park looking kind of site. So it was in 1984 that the 270 acre site was put on the national priorities list. In 1995, the General Motors completed some of the dredging of the PCB contaminated river sediments. The cleanup goal was not met in all the areas, so a cap had to be put over the sediments. And then, and there's been issues with that and kind of ice scouring. But a lot of that waste was shipped by rail car to a hazardous waste disposal facility. And then from July 2000 to August 2004, there was work on the different lagoons on the sites there. You see those green squares. I'm trying to get those excavated, stabled, and shipped away. And then remediation of the Racket River banks and soils, trying to get to the proper levels there. Contaminant Cove hopefully went back to being a turtle cove as it had been named before it was polluted by PCBs. And then, throughout this whole process, Akwesasne Mohawks, who are downstream, downwind, down gradient from this whole site, were really pushing for a thorough cleanup. So that risk remediation, clean up the mess that you made. And people in the town upstream were really concerned about losing jobs here. And so there was a push of like, don't try to be pushing for this really expensive cleanup because we want the factory to stay. Despite all those efforts, the GM plant was closed in 2009 after the 2008 financial crisis. In April of 2009, the U.S. government gave General Motors $49.5 billion in bailout money, but the company still filed for bankruptcy and spun off a holding company's Motor Liquidation Corp. And then they emerged from bankruptcy, and now the new General Motors is back to making money, but they're not responsible for any of the mess made by the old General Motors. So there's now the Racer Trust, Revitalizing Auto Communities Environmental Response, that is trying to take care of 89 former sites that were polluted by General Motors. And so now the trust is trying to use the money that's left to clean up all of these different sites. So now General Motors is freed of its obligation, and folks on Racket Point are still living adjacent to a huge landfill that is full of PCB contaminated waste. The EPA 5-year report that was released in 2010 said that remedial actions have been completed in the St. Lawrence River, Racket River, and Turtle Cove, and when combined with the existing fish advisories, these measures address unacceptable exposure pathways in these areas. So it's just an example of how that kind of, instead of risk remediation, pushing things away and saying, okay, well, we're just, as long as you continue to avoid some of these fish, it's going to be okay. So in the meantime, the St. Regis Mohawk Tribe Environment Division has been working hard to try to ensure that another industrially polluted river, the Grass River, is cleaned up to the appropriate standards, kind of using the experiences of dealing with the St. Lawrence River. There was a newer fish advisory that was created, which is important because, throughout the 90s and into the early 2000s, the idea was, let's just tell people don't eat any fish because people can't be responsible enough to figure out which kinds of fish and how much. And so the St. Regis Mohawk Tribe Environment Division got some funding and did a bunch of testing and said, okay, you know what? Actually, some of the fish you really should continue to avoid. But there are others that you can make your own decisions about and have up to 8 portions a month of some of these varieties. And so there was a fish advisory put out to help people kind of do their own risk analysis and decide, which things they may be interested in eating. And there's a map that's like, all right, this brown area here, maybe still avoid eating fish out of those areas. But perhaps some of these other places might be better bets for places to go fishing. There was also the natural resources damages assessment, and then as part of that, a cultural resources damages assessment. So part of the Superfund process is looking at, what are the damages that are sustained by the region, by the community, by the environment as a result of this environmental contamination. And so this is really an example that a lot of other tribal communities are looking to now. So Akwesasne pushed for this cultural resources damages assessment and developed Azajidawadu, or Akwesasne Cultural Restoration, and took money from this settlement to hire 8 master teachers, 6 apprentices, 2 language specialists, and 3 administrative staff to try to develop programs to share knowledge that hadn't necessarily been shared when people stopped being out on the river as much or stopped farming and gardening. So there were masters who came together to talk about fishing and trapping and farming and gardening and traditional medicines, and people were able to be paid apprentices to be trained as part of that. So again, this is a process that tribal communities around the kind of Western Hemisphere at this point are now looking at to say, okay, when it is determined that this company has caused damages to our environment, and those damages then have caused damage to our culture. How do we get compensated for that too, so we can develop these kind of programs? So to kind of wrap up, what are the implications, applications of all this kind of work? We need better policy regulations that will protect the health, culture, and food sources of Indigenous community from environmental contamination. We need policies that push for risk reduction rather than telling people to just avoid the environment around them. The importance of community-based participatory research. So, a lot of these health studies were really influenced by the wishes and desires of the community, and that's, the only way the research should be done. And important to think about the settler colonial context and unique position of tribal nations in deciding what constitutes environmental justice and reproductive justice. So cleaning up everything to the standard that suburban folks would be happy with is not going to work in a community that really relies on being able to go out on the land and go out on the river and not have to worry about being exposed to contamination. So this is the book. I think the Akwesasne Freedom School still has copies that they were selling as part of a fundraiser, so I would definitely encourage you to get in touch with the Friends of the Akwesasne Freedom School if you want to buy a copy and support a good cause. And then I just wanted to kind of wrap up quickly with this in thinking about Robin Kimmerer is this really amazing Potawatomi botanist and scientist and brilliant thinker. And she's talked a lot about the ways that different kinds of thought processes and sciences need to work together. So in thinking about community-based participatory research and how do you appropriately bring together different philosophies and ways of thinking about what's going on in the environment. And so you've probably heard of the Three Sisters Garden, where you have the corn, and then the beans grow up the corn and they fix nitrogen and for the corn, and then the squash kind of grow all in between and keep some moisture in the soil and keep the pests out. And so, Robin talks about calls for a mutualism in which the climbing beans of Western scientific inquiry are guided by the maze of Indigenous principles, and the squash represents the educational climate of mutual respect, intellectual pluralism, and critical thinking in which both traditional environmental knowledge and scientific environmental knowledge can grow. So with that, and this is the as I mentioned in the introduction, the project I'm working on now. Books take forever, so I started a blog. It's called From Garden Warriors to Good Seeds, Indigenizing the Local Food Movement, in which I went and instead of hanging out in one garden for a long time, I went to 40 and interviewed people about their different food sovereignty projects. So with that, I'm going to stop sharing, and I'm happy to answer any questions or bring back any slides that people might have questions about.
Thank you, Elizabeth. That was a really great talk and just super informative and yeah, that's really great. And do you read the book? I read it and it's even more than a talk. Obviously, you get to learn a lot about the area and the impact that it's had. Oh, hopefully you can hear me. So now we're going to be going into a 15-minute, maybe we'll shorten it a little bit, question and answer period. So for those of you online, please type in your questions in the chat, and Marianne will be raising her hand and relaying them to me. And for those of you in the audience, just please raise your hand, and Elizabeth will be here to answer a couple of questions.
Yes, Leigh?
Are there any examples of good corporate governance where good companies have actually sat with communities and done good work to remediate?
Am I still connected?
Can you hear me, Elizabeth?
Yes. I can hear you. I haven't heard anything in a hot minute. I didn't know if I was still connected here.
Can you hear me, Elizabeth?
I'm not understanding you, Zach.
Any good corporate companies that have stayed with communities that help remediate? Any examples of that? So the question is if there's any examples of any good companies that stay with the community to remediate.
You're cutting out. Is there like a chat box you can type it in? I don't see a chat box here. Or if anybody else heard Zach's question, can you repeat it for me maybe?
Is the audio good like this when I speak? The mic failed. Give me a quick second. Elizabeth, fix the mic.
Elizabeth, can you hear me? It's Leigh McGaughey.
Yeah. Yes, I hear you quite well.
Okay, great. So the question was, are there any companies that are sticking with the remediation process? So that's my summary of it.
For this particular site or for all the gajillions of Superfund sites out there?
Let's go for
I mean-
this site to start with.
I mean, for this site, Racer Trust kind of, did a basic cleanup. As I understand it, you should definitely get somebody from the St. Regis Mohawk Tribe Environment Division on here. But as I understand it, it's sort of been cleaned up to such a level that if you wanted to stick an office park or something on it where like you just walked in and walked out and didn't touch anything below the surface, you could. But the concerns are around the amount of contamination that's been left behind, just sort of capped over and ignored.
Okay, thank you. I'm also following on the YouTube. So there's a question here. It says, how were health effects dealt with from PCBs? And that'll be for this region.
I mean, how were they dealt with? Essentially, the only advice that people were given was not to eat the fish. And so beyond that, that's kind of about it. So for people who, develop thyroid issues, those are handled through, taking medication, supplementing thyroid. But to the best of my understanding, it was just up to the local clinic to address health issues as they came up. There wasn't any kind of, wide-scale offering of additional health services by the company or anything.
Okay, thank you. I've answered both the questions from the live YouTube chat. Are there any more questions in the room? It's Leigh speaking and I can hear one in the room. So if you let me know, I'll pass it on to Elizabeth.
There's one question.
Go ahead.
Would this
Ever
ever
be contemplated as a documentary movie?
Georgia, I heard you say, has it ever been contemplated to what?
Would this ever be contemplated as a documentary movie?
Oh, great. So Elizabeth, the question is, has it been contemplated to do a documentary movie on this particular site?
I don't know. I would say, as I mentioned there, a few slides back, Gudja Juni Fox made a documentary about Oholoko, the rites of passage ceremonies. So I would think if anybody was going to do a brilliant documentary film, it would be Gudja Juni. But I don't know that anybody has started or tried. She might know, but I guess the question would be about what the intent of the film would be, like what would be the general purpose. And I would think that the community would want probably the goal of the documentary to be to benefit folks there in some way.
Yes, thank you. I will wait and hear if they have another question. Georgia, if you can speak with the microphone right close to your mouth when we can hear it online. If there are any more questions, I'll pass them on to Elizabeth.
We do have another question.
Leigh, I'm going to speak right into the microphone so you can hear it. Start with just to thank Elizabeth for publishing this book. It totally enriched my understanding after working 25 years plus in the area. So you can pass that on. My question arises from it's just a simple question in the sense of how do you make good policy given all of this she's talked about, because that was one of the recommendations, but there's a lot of layers to that. So I'll stop there.
Okay, great. Thank you, Jeff. So Elizabeth, Jeff Rydell, Executive Director of the River Institute, he wanted to thank you very much for publishing the book. He's someone who's worked in the area for 25 years plus, and he's just saying it's excellent to have this work published. And his question is, how do you make good policy and recommendations around from this work? And sorry, Jeff, I paraphrased at the end because I couldn't remember everything, but mostly, how do you make good policy and make recommendations?
I mean, I think the root of good policy when it comes to environmental policy, environmental contamination, what is allowed to be released from industrial plants is a shifting of priorities from the bottom line of industry toward what's best for communities and the environment in the area. So human communities, fish communities, animal, plant communities. I mean, right now, the way that and Penobscot did amazing work as well, really fighting to change the amount of dioxin that was allowed to be released by paper mills, saying that the rates of fish consumption that were assumed, that kind of took the standard, what does the average American eat as far as fish, and tried to apply it to a community where people eat a lot of fish. And the community argued like, no, you need to lower the amounts of dioxin because you need to keep in mind that people are eating more fish here. And so the question then becomes like, why is dioxin allowed at all to be dumped into rivers? So this is whole, dilution is the solution to pollution. Like, oh, we'll just let out a little bit. What's the line we can push for how many excess cancer deaths are considered allowable? How many excess, issues around contamination? And so instead, how do we push policy toward not allowing companies to go ahead and dump pollution? And when pollution is discovered, how do we gear these policies toward forcing the most stringent cleanup possible so that neighboring communities aren't left dealing with the health implications and environmental implications when companies can just declare bankruptcy and then skedaddle off somewhere else and continue to make profits?
Good points you made, Elizabeth. Thank you for answering. We've got more questions coming in. So another one is, if the GM site was identified as a toxic environmental contaminated site, why doesn't the New York and US government not hold GM accountable for a thorough cleanup? And I guess you just alluded to that because basically they just declared bankruptcy and then were able to sidestep the responsibility coming back to life in another form.
Yes, and even I'm echoing. Even back when the company was still economically viable, different administrations were more or less sympathetic to the types of cleanup that the company wanted. So it's like, oh, all you can afford is capping it. Well, that's cool. Then let's just cap it and leave it there. So yeah, so I think that's part of the problem is that what happens is companies make messes and then they, spend as much in litigation to avoid a stringent cleanup as they do on the cleanup itself.
Thank you. That's great. I have another one. I will just squeeze it in. I know we're running short on time, so I'll just put this last one in, Elizabeth. So Kristen Lowitt is asking, there are social movements for food sovereignty, water justice, environment, etc. To what extent do you see these converging here or not? And what are the opportunities for more collective action?
Yes, so this is why I really have to get this other book done. I have a whole chapter 4, in this new book that I'm really behind on, and bless University of Minnesota Press has been very patient with me, is about the convergences of food justice and environmental justice, and thinking about how a clean environment is absolutely imperative to have food justice and to have food sovereignty. And so you have people, putting their bodies on the line to prevent pipelines from being continuously built across the country, with the understanding that polluted water makes it very difficult to grow wild rice or to eat healthy fish. And so I think there are a lot of opportunities for, bridging people with these different interests. And yeah, you can't have food justice without environmental justice.
I think that's an excellent note to end on, Elizabeth. So we'll say thank you so much to you for coming and sharing all your knowledge with us today. I was so excited that you were coming, and I've really enjoyed your talk, and I've enjoyed your book. So I'm sorry, Georgia, that you're not able to close it out with Elizabeth not able to hear you online, but we just wanted to say thank you very much for being here. It was excellent to have you. And we'll move on, I think, into the next session. So Georgia and Zach, I can hear you perfectly well. I think I'm the only person online for the rest of the session, so you can take it back to the audience in the Ramada, and I will stay put.
Yeah, thankfully we'll have our next couple presentations will be in person, so.
Or should I hang up then? How does this work?
Yeah, I just heard the
River session. So we will have 3 presentations, and the first 2 will be 20 minutes, and the next one will be 10 minutes, and then we will have a 15-minute question and answer period. So if you hold all your questions to the end of those 3 presentations, that would be great. So those of you watching on YouTube, if you don't mind typing your questions, even as the presentations are going on to the, in the chat, our person here that's viewing the YouTube live chat will bring your questions to us at the end. So I guess I get to introduce our first session, our first talk, and that is myself and my colleague here, Britney, Bourdages.
As she mentioned, my name is Britney Bourdages, and I'm with the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne. I'm the Remedial Action Plan Coordinator for the northern portion, as well as environmental projects.
Yeah, and I am the Remedial Action Plan Coordinator for the River Institute, as I've probably said multiple times. So yes, we'll both go through this presentation with you. So for our storyboard, our first thing we're going to run through is the St. Lawrence River Area of Concern, and then we're going to run through the St. Lawrence River Remedial Action Plan, and then we're going to run through where we are now and some current projects, and then moving forward.
Okay, so first up, we're going to talk about the St. Lawrence River AOC. So through the Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement that is shared between Canada and the US, we have 43 areas of concern, 5 of which are binational. We are one of the binational AOCs, which you can see noted by the purple icon in the top right-hand corner at the St. Lawrence River. Additionally, you can see that the Canadian AOCs are listed in red icons, and the US is in blue, just a visual there. So as mentioned, the St. Lawrence River is an AOC, and it's actually divided into 2 AOCs, Messina at Akwesasne and Cornwall at Akwesasne. This is due to different governing agencies, different contaminants of concerns, and different programs that are available. Akwesasne is smack dab in the middle of these 2 areas, and as such, we've had to navigate convoluted processes from both sides, and things often conflict for the past 30 years. So this map here is just to give a little bit better geographical context to the area which we're discussing. What you see in green is the Canadian AOC, down towards the bottom in blue is the US AOC, and there's Akwesasne in the middle. This map also additionally depicts some of the locations of the point source industrial contaminants that you might recall from Elizabeth Hoover's presentation. So we have GM, Alcoa East, Alcoa West, Domtar, such. So why was the St. Lawrence River at Cornwall chosen as an AOC? So as we have just mentioned, we've been the source of industrial contaminants since the 1800s. Those include sites such as Domtar, Kutar Fiber, ICI, and others. There was also the construction of the Moses Saunders Dam in the 1950s, continued development along shorelines and wetlands, agricultural and municipal runoff, as well as upstream sources such as discharges from Lake Ontario, for example. As a result, there was a myriad of negative impacts to the local environment. These impacts included negative impacts to water quality, fish and wildlife contamination, loss and degradation of fish and wildlife habitat populations, contaminated sediments such as mercury, excess nutrients and algal blooms, and bacterial contamination, which leads to beach closures, and this is for E. coli.
So to address the area of concern and restore it, a remedial action plan was put in place. Actually, remedial action plans were put in place for all of the areas of concern. So we had mentioned that there are two areas of concern. So there's the northern one and the southern one, so Cornwall and Akwesasne and Messina and Akwesasne. So there's actually two remedial action plans, one for the northern part of the river and one for the southern part. And so we're talking about the northern part today. So RAPs are a locally developed, partnership-driven action plan to address environmental challenges with the goal of achieving same or better conditions as unimpacted areas in the Great Lakes. So for a remedial action plan, they're actually addressed by restoring different beneficial use impairments, or BUIs, which there's a lot of complicated terms in the RAP. So this is one of them. And so a BUI is an environmental challenge that interferes with the enjoyment and benefits of water. And as I said, these are used to guide the restoration efforts of the remedial action plan. So an example would be beach closing. So in the 1990s, there were high levels of E. coli in the river, and beach closures occurred often. It was a beneficial use impairment. And another example would be degradation of fish and wildlife populations. So various populations of different things we're doing as well, and so that's another beneficial use impairment. That makes sense. So there's 14 beneficial use impairments that were identified. So this is just a chart showing you from the 1990s until now. The ones in red are impaired. The one in green are not impaired or restored. And then the ones in yellow are need further assessment. So like some ones that are impaired still are restrictions on fish and wildlife consumption, degradation of fish and wildlife populations, eutrophication or undesirable algae, beach closings, and loss of fish and wildlife populations. So there are really like 3 key steps for the remedial action plan. So step 1 is identifying those beneficial uses, which were on the last chart. Step 2 is developing a plan and assigning delisting criteria to each of the beneficial uses. So each of those beneficial uses, and the listing criteria are agreed upon scientific criteria that needs to be met to redesignate or restore the BUI. And then remedial action plans are implemented to meet the criteria. And then the stage 3 is final assessment reports are created for each of the beneficial use impairments, and decisions are made to redesignate that BUI. So right now we're kind of in between stage 2 and stage 3, where there's remedial actions still being implemented, but we are also in the process of making some final assessment reports as well.
So you can imagine with such a long-standing project of 30 plus years that has many layers and many complexities, it's important to have people residing over this and directing the implementation of such. Many different people involved, many different voices. Some of the key partners in this council, known as the St. Lawrence River Restoration Council, or as we call it locally, the SLRC, include the MCA, or the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne, and the River Institute. Here we have a more complete list of the members who comprise this council, many of whom are actually here today. And in addition to these agencies, we also have 7 community member positions available on this council. So where is the RAP at now? So this is just a nice little infograph again to kind of reiterate the BUIs that we still have that are outstanding. Anything that you see in red is still impaired, anything in yellow still requires further assessment, and anything in green is deemed to not be impaired. So those that are still impaired include BUI number 1, which is restrictions to fish and wildlife consumption, BUI number 3, which is degradation of fish and wildlife populations, BUI number 8 for eutrophication and undesirable algae, number 10, beach closings, and lastly, number 14, the loss of fish and wildlife populations.
So we've been noticing some improvements. This is a 30-plus year project, so many actions have been implemented. And so improvements have been occurring. So one of the big ones is the beach water quality has vastly improved since the 1990s. So that means E. coli levels are down, and beach closures are occurring less often. And this is because of numerous actions that have occurred in the last couple decades. So just to name a couple, the Tributary Restoration Program, the Cornwall Pollution and Control Program, Cornwall Sewage Plant has been updated, and there's a list of ones that go on.
So another way that we've observed the environment responding positively to some of the things that are being done is the decline in sediment for mercury concentrations. So you can see with this image here that from the late 1970s down to 2008, there's significantly less mercury in the sediment, and the water flows from Cornwall through Lake St. Francis down to Montreal. So a lot of these legacy point source contaminants that affected people down the road. And as those sources were closed and ceased operation, that's partly the reason why you can see the improvement as of 2008, as well as things such as the Cornwall Sediment Strategy, which was in place in 2005, and Georgia will discuss that a little bit later on in the presentation more in depth.
So another thing that we had been noticing, one of our criteria for degradation of fish and wildlife populations was 5 years of successful osprey nesting in the area, and that has been documented. The Raisin Region Conservation Authority did some monitoring, and the osprey are back and nesting in the area, and they've been doing so for more than 5 years.
And anybody who's kind of familiar with the area, you might notice when you're headed to Cooper's Marsh and Lancaster, you can observe the osprey and their nest if you just look up, and quite excellent to see. So my favorite part of things, what are some of the projects that we are working on now?
So this is a long-term project, the Cornwall Sediment Strategy. So as you can see on the slide, there are three zones that are along the Cornwall waterfront that have contaminated sediments with mercury in them. And back in the early 2000s, a working group got together to decide what to do with these sediments. And it was decided that it was best to leave them there and have new sediments pile on top of them. And so that's what's been happening for the last, since 2005, that was implemented, and not to disturb those contaminated sediments there. And this is going to be a long-term project, so there's going to be ongoing monitoring for a while for this. And there's also, currently there's being a model created to kind of see where the water is going and those sediments are going, and kind of ongoing work, so this will be a long one.
So we're coming into our second year of the fish contaminant study, and this project is done with the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne and the River Institute. And the purpose of this project was to sample fish that are most popularly consumed for mercury content in PCBs to help inform the decision-making process for BUI number 1, fish consumption.
Another project is the eutrophication strategy that the Raisin Region Conservation has been working on. And so that's to address eutrophication or undesirable algae. And so just they're assessing the state of the individual watersheds. They are recommending a baseline monitoring plan for eutrophication for the tributaries and recommending restoration plans, etc. So it's kind of an ongoing thing. There are lots of other projects that are occurring right now. I just have limited time, so if you want to go check it out, you can check out our website and or you can email me, see what's going on.
So moving forward, again, as Georgia mentioned, there's a lot of key terms with the RAP, so we'll go over a couple. So what does it mean when an area is delisted? So this means that all the remedial actions have been complete and all beneficial uses have been restored, versus an area in recovery, which is very similar, but all remedial actions are complete, but monitoring is still underway to track the natural restoration and the beneficial uses. So a good example of that could be for fish consumption. So while all actions have been completed, it may take a while for these things to be demonstrated in the older fish for fewer contaminants. Again, with moving forward, so historically speaking, Indigenous communities, such as those at Akwesasne, have not had as much of a voice at the table, and through relentless asserting ourselves, we now have a bigger voice more than ever. There's lots of exciting things that are actually transpiring in relation to us working collaboratively, and one of those things you can see is that Georgia and I often work collaboratively together, delivering this presentation. We also meet regularly with Amy Benedict, who is the Remedial Action Plan Coordinator for the southern portion of Akwesasne. And hopefully next year I will be at liberty to share some of these really exciting things that are underway in more detail with you.
Yeah, thank you. Also, if you would like to, well, I should also mention moving forward, there's the St. Lawrence River strategy, but that will be discussed, not the next presentation, but the presentation after. So I won't go into detail for that, but a lot of people are kind of wondering like what's going to happen after the RAP, and that will be kind of a discussion then. So to learn more, we do have a website. So St. Lawrence River rap.ca is our website. You can email me at rap@riverinstitute.ca. I'd just like to say thank you for Stephanie for letting us use your photos and all those that are involved in the remedial action plan. As I said, this is like a very long project. Britney and I are both relatively new to the position, so we're learning quickly a lot of information. Thanks. Okay, so now I'm back to introduce to you another presentation. So I have the pleasure to introduce my colleague, Leigh McGaughey, and Abraham Francis from the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne to speak on the River Report. Oh, sorry. And Marianne Perreault from my colleague Marianne Perreault from the River Institute to speak on the River Report. Sorry about that, Marianne.
So much, Georgia. It's great to be here, and I apologize for those of you who are listening online if you find it difficult to hear me. I'm hoping that it's audible, and I realize that it's a challenge when we've got presenters both in person and down the line. So I'm talking today about the Great River Report. It's an ecosystem health report on the upper St. Lawrence River, and as Georgia was saying, Marianne and I will give you a presentation today. I also want to say that the team for the River Report, although we have a relatively small core team, we do have a lot of help from a lot of people at the River Institute, and we also have some external advisors who we are really grateful to for helping us out on the project. Also would like to recognize the funding that we've had for the project, and so you can see there's a number of different grants we've applied for and received. And we'd also like to say a special thank you to the family foundations that support this particular. So the project was born 3 years ago, and it was really in response to a question that Jeff Rydell was asked many times, and that is, what is the health of the St. Lawrence River? At first, we thought it was going to be a science report, but it's since grown into something that includes Indigenous knowledge, science, community stories, actions, and partnerships. And many of the partnerships in the beginning were already established at the River Institute, and the project has also developed and grown some new partnerships. The most important one at the outset was the partnership with the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne. We are indebted to Henry Lickers for getting us off on the right foot. He asked that the project be framed in the Ohenton Galawadak. That's the words that come before all else, or the Thanksgiving address. And Peggy Pike Thompson helped to support the project after Henry left MCA. And we've also had a lot of support from Megan Mitchell over the years. And currently, Abram Francis is doing the writing and contributing from MCA for this exciting project. We also have an artist, Victoria Ransom, who has provided us. Shall I keep going?
Yeah. Yes.
We have Victoria Ransom, who's providing us with 16 unique drawings for the project, and we've been really grateful to her for joining the project as well and strengthening, an element that isn't always included in these sorts of reports. So we started the project not bringing the scientists together and coming up with a suite of indicators, but instead by going to community members and saying to them, what is it that you enjoy on the river? What are your concerns? What do you think are the biggest challenges on the river? And we had people up and down the river respond to that survey. So it was open for 2 years, and we brought those results together. The pie chart in the middle is just a reflective that the community, in fact, cares about lots of different things. So when we put the survey out there, we had a number of categories, and I always say this, I expected that, that pie chart would be mostly fish and some water levels. But in fact, the community cares about sediments and insects, bird life, invertebrates, plants, water clarity, water quality, along with the obvious concerns of contamination and water levels. We took those concerns to some scientists. We ran a workshop. We had 34 scientists present. They selected 90 indicators. We took those 90 indicators and set up a ranking process for them, so a grading process and a ranking process. We finally put that in front of another 21 scientists, and we have now a final suite of 35 indicators that we are collecting data on. So the data collection process at the moment is to find published articles on each of the indicators, those scientists and authorities to provide us with that data, and then make it into something that's accessible for the public. Because we know that just getting scientific information doesn't capture the imagination of the community, we've been connecting with our community and hearing their stories. And we ran of 10 stories, partnered with Perch Magazine. We're really grateful for the partnership. And if you want to read 10 stories of phenomenal people that are connected to the river in this region, please go to Perch Magazine to read those stories. You'll see in each story how people's observations then are also connected to these indicators that we're trying to get the data together for the Great River War. This project was initiated and led by Stephanie Hildebrand, and she is not only an environmental technician at the River Institute, but she is also a professional photographer and has all of our graphic design, layout, and all the photography that you see as part of the project. So a shout out to Stephanie for that. We have also initiated an actions part of the project. This is led by Yannick Rosin, and we have been running a series of workshops to let the community know about actions that they can be involved with. So some of these workshops have been to demonstrate how scientists get the data that we're sharing, and others of these workshops are showing what community members are doing in terms of actions to help restore and remediate various sections of the shoreline. So if anyone's interested in seeing those videos, we've been running these workshops through the summer. They'll continue now on into the fall. And we partner with MCA and also Maitland Tower for some upcoming workshops into winter. So the last thing I'm going to touch on is the partnerships. We are really excited to have lots of people involved in this project. As I said, some of the partnerships were already existing, and we forged some new. And the picture here shows Philip Ling with Abram Francis and conversations that we've been having out in the field together around this project and around the health of the upper St. Lawrence River. So with this, I'm going to hand back to people in the room. My colleague, Marianne Perron, she is a postdoctoral fellow at the River Institute, and she is leading the scientific indicators. We have been making a lot of progress on the fish indicators, and today she's going to do a deeper dive on the perch indicator. So over to you, Marianne.
Sorry. Thank you, Leigh. As Leigh said, my name is Marianne. I'm a scientist at the River Institute, and I'm leading the technical report for the River Report. So my job is to, with my team, is to get all the data that the researchers have produced along the upper St. Lawrence River, so that's from Kingston to the end of Lake St. Francis, and to look at trends in our 35 indicators with that data, and to also identify data gaps. So where in the river are we missing data, perhaps? Today I'm going to just present one of the indicators. So we have made a lot of progress on the fish indicators. Today I'm going to present the yellow perch indicator. Next slide, please. Okay, so what affects yellow perch populations? Globally, there has been 5 major threats that have been identified to affect biodiversity worldwide, so plants and animals. And these threats have to do with land use, species exploitation, climate change, pollution and contaminants, and invasive species. And if we look on more of a regional scale, these threats are actually some of the big concerns that we're having in the upper St. Lawrence River. So I'm not going to go through all of these 5 threats and how they affect yellow perch, but I'm going to go through a couple of them because I only have 10 minutes or so. So next slide, please. Okay, so after doing the big literature search, I identified several data sets along the upper St. Lawrence River. So for our project, the River Report, we divided the upper St. Lawrence River into 5 river sections. So we have the Thousand Islands, we have the Brockville Narrows, we have Lake St. Lawrence, the Cornwall section that includes Messina and Akwesasne, and also Lake St. Francis. So we're looking for trends in yellow perch populations. That's the indicator. For that, we need long-term biomonitoring data. And the data sources that we have identified were governmental data sources for this indicator. So we have data from the MNR, which is the Ontario government, that's in red here. You can see that the MNR samples in the Canadian waters of the Thousand Islands and the Ontario portion of Lake St. Francis. So that's the red data points there. New York, so New York State, they sample in the American side of the Thousand Islands as well as Lake St. Lawrence, and the MFFP, which is the Quebec government, and they sample in the Quebec portion of Lake St. Francis. So we have these 3 different data sources, and they're not always sampling data the exact same way, so there is some variation in methodologies, but this is GillNet data. So all of these governments went and set some gill nets. Some of them are sampled every year, like the New York DC. Others are sampled every 2 years, like the MNRF. And the Quebec government samples more sporadically, so they sample between any time between 4 or 6 years. So there is some differences in methodologies, and there is differences between the 3 river sections that we have identified data for. So the Cornwall section and the Brockville section aren't up here because there are no long-term data sets that we have identified for those 2 sections. But if we look at the sections that we do have, so I'm going to walk you through these graphs a bit. So we have the Thousand Islands at the top, we have Lake St. Lawrence in the middle, and Lake St. Francis at the bottom. We have year along the horizontal axis. So basically, in this corner, we have like the earlier years, the more historic trends, and we have data from 2020 actually, so just from last year. If you look on the vertical axis here, it's the average gillnet catch per unit effort. So that basically for these studies, they set a gillnet, and then they check it the next day. So it's the average number of perch that they caught in a day. And these data points here are that number, the average number per year. So this is what we're seeing. We have yearly trends here. And in the Thousand Islands section, we're seeing a decrease. So we have data from the late 70s, and we have a decrease in the number of perch in that section caught. But we see the decrease, through the 70s and the 80s, but more of a stabilization in the late 90s and the early 2000s. You do see that it does look like maybe the Canadian side has a little bit higher catch per unit effort, so a little bit more perch. That could be a result of different methodologies, or perhaps it is an actual, the data is saying that the Canadian side may have a bit more. If we look at Lake St. Lawrence is actually going up, so there's more perch in Lake St. Lawrence in more present years. And if we look at Lake St. Francis, it's a little more complicated. So we have this decrease in the Ontario side. So just to remind you, the Ontario data is in red. The turquoise data is the Quebec side of the lake. So we have a decrease in the Ontario side of the lake, so less perch from the 80s over to the early 2000s. We then get an increase until 2010, and then we get another decrease, a pretty drastic decrease after that. So that's on the Ontario portion, but if we look at the Quebec portion, we're actually getting an increase. So we only have 4 data points for that part of the lake, but we are having, an increase in the Quebec side for yellow perch. But we are missing, more recent data. The last data point was taken, I think, in 2014. Next slide, please. So then I have to go through the literature and try to find reasons why we are seeing some of these trends in the sections. So one reason that might have a potential influence is the population of double-crested cormorants. So research has shown that double-crested cormorants do not affect all fish populations, but there has been research out of Lake Michigan and Lake Huron that have shown that the cormorant predation actually does affect perch populations. So double-crested cormorants, they're piscivorous birds, so they eat fish. I know that you guys probably all know what they look like and what they are, but their population has drastically exploded through the past few decades. So this is a bird of prey. Well, it's a bird that, it preys on all the fish species, and it was subjected to bioaccumulation of DDT. So when that pesticide was introduced in the 50s and the 60s, the cormorants were hit pretty hard, just like all the other birds of prey. So their populations were severely impacted. And since the banning of DDT in the 70s, the populations have recovered. And not only have they recovered, they've exploded. Just to give you some statistics on that, in the Great Lakes St. Lawrence Basin, the number of nesting pairs, so this is for all the Great Lakes and the river, the number of nesting pairs of cormorants were 900 pairs. And in 2005, the estimated number of pairs is over 100,000. So, and that's like almost pre-DDT era. So the levels that they were seen before the severe impacts of DDT was 900, and it's well over 100,000 now. When we look at the Upper St. Lawrence River specifically, this is basically a paper. I pulled out some data from a paper by Johnson et al. He published that in 2015. And what these researchers did, they studied 3 colonies along the Upper St. Lawrence River. They collected their pellets. So cormorant pellets is basically when they regurgitate, they'll regurgitate sort of like a little sack, and those sacks are collected, and you could open them up, and there's bones in them. So they have the skills to identify all those bones to species, and that allows them to get a dietary composition of the birds. So the study was conducted from 1999 to 2013. In the late 90s, the primary food source of cormorants was the yellow perch. So almost 50% of the diet of the cormorants in the Upper St. Lawrence River were yellow perch, but that dietary composition shifted drastically after the introduction of the invasive species, the round goby. So in the early 2000s, the round goby was first introduced into the diet of the cormorants. So when they were doing these pellet analysis, they started finding new bones. And those bones or any kind of little structures were identified as round gobies. And after the introduction of the round goby into their diets, it alleviated some of that predation pressure from the yellow perch. So the yellow perch went from almost 50% of the cormorant's diet down to 18%. And the round goby was 0% because it wasn't introduced into the river, but as soon as it was introduced into the diet of the cormorants, after a few years of establishment, it was the main food source of the cormorants. So 50% of all the fish eaten by cormorants in the Upper St. Lawrence River are round gobies. So that's a pretty big shift, as you can imagine. There's still a lot of cormorants in the Upper St. Lawrence River. So there is, they are natural predators of fish, but there is perhaps some potential impacts in the earlier years of the explosion of cormorant population on yellow perch. Next slide, please. Now if we look a little bit closer to Lake St. Francis. So if you remembered in the Thousand Islands and Lake St. Lawrence, there was maybe a bit of a decrease, but the population of yellow perch has recovered in the early 2000s, or has even increased in the case of Lake St. Lawrence after the early 2000s. But for Lake St. Francis, we're seeing a little bit of a different trend. So we're seeing a decrease, an increase, and then a decrease. And in the Quebec side of the data, we're seeing an increase, basically. This decrease follows the cormorant goby timeline. And I guess I'll just show you this map of Lake St. Francis. It's very, there's very confusing, the St. Lawrence River, because it's in so many different jurisdictions. Lake St. Francis in particular, this red portion is the Ontario portion of the lake, and the blue portion is the Quebec portion of the lake. These portions are managed differently. I'm going to get to that a little bit in the next couple of slides. I'm going to try to go fast because I'm a little bit low on time. But basically, this increase could be due to differences or changes in fishing restrictions. But this decrease, next slide, please. It could be due to other things. So if you remember, overexploitation was one of the major threats to biodiversity. I cannot say that there's any direct relationships with the data. I'm just going to show you the commercial fisheries data. But in the early, this data is from 1993. And if you remember the slide before, in 2010, that was the last year that the perch was found in high populations, and after that it started decreasing. This graph here, so year again is on the horizontal axis, and yellow perch pounds, so this is in pounds, is on the vertical axis here. The red dots is the quota that is given to the Ontario portion of Lake St. Francis. So the Ontario portion does have a commercial fishery. The Quebec portion, from what I know, they do not. So the quotas are in red here, and these blue bars are the actual numbers of harvested basically pounds of perch. So if you do look, it's pretty consistent, around 5,000, 6,000 pounds, up to 2010, where that quota is raised to over 20,000 pounds, and it has remained high since 2010. Next slide, please. So, and it's not only the commercial fisheries that puts pressure on the fish population. In Lake St. Francis, there is a pretty active recreational fishery in Lake St. Francis. And that this is, so if you're a fisherman, you're probably familiar with the krill surveys. So that's when the MNR will approach your boat and they'll ask you how many fish have you caught, and then they'll count the fish that are in your bucket. And this is basically this data here. So again, we have the year here on the horizontal axis, and then we have perch per unit effort, and the unit effort in this case is per hour. So this is the number of perch that the fishermen, recreational fishermen, catch per hour. So in the best years, they're catching, you know, about 15 perch per hour, and these fishermen are not keeping all the perch that they catch. They release a good portion of them. So the red line here, that's the number that they actually harvested and took home. 2010 again, we have a peak year in 2010, and then the recreational fishermen are catching significantly less perch after 2010. So the yellow perch is the #1 catch in Lake St. Francis for both the commercial and recreational fishery. I just wanted, you know, to show you that data there. Next slide, please. So there's a few more pieces to that story, and we're going to release all of this information on our website soon. We're hoping to get the 7 fish indicators released by the end of this year, so keep an eye on our website. We're working with Stephanie Hildebrand, who I'd like to thank for all the visuals of this presentation. We're working with her to get some good infographics made, so it's very easily digestible by the community, to see, you know, what are the trends that in the river for the fish and what's going on with them, and in an easily accessible way for all of you. If you have any questions, you could contact Leigh or myself. I think I went a little bit over time, so I'm going to end it there, but thank you so much for listening, and thanks for sticking around for the afternoon.
Thank you, Marianne and Leigh. That was great. So our next presentation is the St. Lawrence River Strategy, and that's by Dr. Leigh McGaughey from the River Institute and Abraham Francis from the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne. So I'll let you guys present.
So hi, my name is Abraham Francis, and I'm the Environmental Services Manager for the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne, and I have the wonderful opportunity of being inspired by previous presenters, but also getting to work with a lot of them. It was really interesting seeing the presentation by Elizabeth Hoover, considering I've been citing her work for a very long time now and hyping up her book for a very long time, and seeing pictures of people that actually being at the events that she put in there in her presentation. But all of this to say, as we approach this project about the, oh my gosh, wouldn't I forget the name? The St. Lawrence Strategy Plan. Bringing all of this together is really thinking about what does a post area of concern river look like? What are we going to do about it with the new emerging threats that are coming, like climate change, continued development, and the wonderful way that industry likes to snake its way around regulation and policy, as Elizabeth Hoover so eloquently stated. But also, how do we take what we learn with the River Rapport and carry that knowledge into the future? We have all this wonderful understanding of the river. We're communicating it in new and innovative ways. And now we have a responsibility to actually do something with it. And that responsibility is held by all of us that are engaged in this process. And so for me, this is about reaching into the past understanding our now and thinking about the future and our children, our grandchildren, and how we're going to care for the river for them. And so with that, I'm going to hand it back over to Leigh.
Thank you so much, Abe. So yeah, we're trying to have a vision here to create a shared vision for change and common agenda for restoring and preserving the St. Lawrence River. And that is going to involve bringing partners and stakeholders with a unified vision to empower communities to restore and protect the Upper St. Lawrence through collective impact. So I want to touch on a few of those things and say to anyone who's watching, we're talking about creating a vision for the Upper St. Lawrence River that includes everyone. So it includes all the academics that are doing research. It's to include all the community groups, all the community members, the nonprofits, the government agencies, the conservation authorities, everyone who is interested in creating a beautiful and healthy St. Lawrence River. The call really for the St. Lawrence River strategy is to bring everybody together under one umbrella so that we can all be aware of what everyone's doing on the river and be aware of various projects, be aware of the restoration and remediation that's happening, and have that transparent. So anyone who's interested in learning more will have a place to go to, a hub that they can go to where they can learn about that. I'll pass it back over to you, Abe.
So this is one of my favorite pieces, and the way I've been really thinking about how to capture and express this piece, because what you're seeing here is 3 different kinds of knowledge. And Henery Lickers, and I was really appreciative of Henery opening us this morning, because he talks about land-based knowledges. And with land-based knowledges, that's not just exclusive to Indigenous communities. A lot of families have been along this river for quite some time, so they understand what's happened on the river and has changed. Now, when it comes to the Mohawk traditional ecological knowledge, now we are reaching into that thousands of years of connection, that culture that emerged, the way that we are part of these landscapes with our languages and our practices. And then we have Western science that brings in this understanding with these beautiful data sets and these models and these deep understandings, and really what we're doing is we're bringing all of that together within this space. And how can we negotiate those boundaries and be respectful of each other in this? And some of those boundaries are a lot harder. Western science has a really hard time communicating outside of itself. It's pretty exclusive. And so this is why we're going to engage with a concept called two-eyed seeing. And the way that is the way that I think about that here in Akwesasne is very much about through the Gaswenta or the Turo Wampum. And that each way of knowing and perspective of the river is to be valued and honored in this process. And that when they come together, there's that sort of collective impact and that empowerment of that energy of everybody coming together.
Thanks, Abe. So the St. Lawrence River Strategy blurs the lines between science and community engagement into a common framework, as well as serve as an opportunity for reconciliation amongst all of creation. And I know Abe wants to comment on this part of the strategy.
So we are in the era of reconciliation in Canada with the Truth and Reconciliation reports that have been produced, the engagement with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. And the reason I wanted to draw attention to reconciliation is because reconciliation means nothing without action. We need to have action behind the words that we're going to use. And what I'm inspired by when I talk about this is this work that we did with the Eastern Ontario First Nations Working Group. And we did a Truth and Reconciliation tree planting. And when I started, I said, I don't believe in reconciliation. I believed the youth of Canada when they told the world that reconciliation is dead. And I don't know if it's permanently dead, but I'm really interested in seeing the action behind these words. And so really what I expanded my thinking in about reconciliation is it's not just about reconciling that relationship between Canadians and First Nations. And really what reconciliation to me means is about healing and mending a relationship that's been damaged by generations of violence, environmentally, socially, that my people were subjected to. But also remember in this process too, the land was affected. And so when we open our mind to think holistically, relationally, that there is healing that needs to happen amongst all of these relations, and that we can all benefit from that reconciliation or healing. But ultimately, we have to have action behind those words.
Okay, so our last slide to share with you today is just reviewing some of the steps that we see for the St. Lawrence River strategy. And just to let everyone know that this is an idea that's in formation phase and the project hasn't started. The idea is that it would take a year where we would make sure that we were connecting with the community at every step of the process to get input to arrive at a vision. So to arrive at a strategic plan for how to go forward for the Upper St. Lawrence River. So first step would be to review key challenges and concerns. And as I mentioned in the river report, we've had a lot of input into that. And of course, we're open for more input into that part of this as well going forward. We'd like to get the input through two-eyed seeing. And Abe will talk a little bit more about that in terms of the specific context here in the Upper St. Lawrence River. We'd like to bring all that data together, analyze it, get feedback from the community, and then come up with this shared vision. So produce a framework that we can go forward with. So this is how we envision it happening, and we look forward to it starting. We've applied for some funding and we hope it comes through. But it's really, today was just an opportunity to let the community know that it's something we're aiming to do. And as many people who'd like to be involved, we'd like to have you with us. So I'll let Abe finish off for us today.
So as I had shared a bit about the way that we're going to be negotiating different ways of understanding the river with the two-eyed seeing, which was a term developed by this elder named Albert, and I forget his last name at this time. Now, Marshall, Albert Marshall, and do you happen to know their nation too? I think it's Ojibwe. I could be wrong. I literally just read a paper about them. And what I thought was really beautiful about this was it was founded in these concepts of having action behind the words and creating this respectful space. And I think it's really beautiful. But again, it's outside of my nation. And we are the Haudenosaunee, and specifically the Kanien'kehá:ka people along the St. Lawrence here. And we're different nations. And so I interpret the negotiation of these different worldviews through the Goswenta, the Turo Wampum. And that is a guidance that allows for the diversity in thinking to take place, but also have shared space. The shared space being the river. And the way that it's described is that there's two vessels traveling down the river. And in this instance, there's Western science and Indigenous science. And that each of our ways of understanding the world are valid and don't need to be validated by the other. It's not the responsibility of the other vessel to drive the other one. And this is built on a relationship of peace, power, and a good mind. And that if we maintain these things, then we can have that respect and work together effectively. But unfortunately, that's not what history has always produced. And we're continuing to confront those boundaries. But that's kind of where I exist. And I think of this river as lots of rows of different vessels, of different ways of understanding the world. And so it's not just Turo Wampum, it's this plurality of understanding, and that they're all valuable. And that if we're going to address these complex problems in the future, then we have to come up with these really creative solutions that only come out of this diverse way of thinking, of the multiple people and understandings that exist here. So I think it's going to be really great. I think that we've already begun this work with the River Report and thinking through the Ahantagaliwadakwa as a framework to hang the science that we're discussing here, but also to be a part of the science. It is science. And And then we're looking towards the future, which is ultimately one of the things that we always talk about. You may hear 7 generations, but what I've always heard from the Akwesasne perspective is that the faces of future generation are looking up at us. So we have to walk carefully along this land, and in that way, it's this process that just continues over and over and over. So that's what I have to offer to the final slide and those thinkings about those pieces. I happen to talk about it all the time, but it's a very critical and can get super academic in talking about it, but it's also something that's very practical on the ground. So how that actually is going to fall out of in this plan, I'm really excited to see that.
Well, thank you very much for that. And now we're gonna go into let's see, we're at 3:35. Maybe we'll make it a 10-minute question and answer period, and then we'll have a 15-minute break. We'll have to cut our break a little shorter. It was gonna be 25 minutes, but maybe cut it to 15 minutes. So for all of you on YouTube, please put your questions into the chat, and we have someone that will relay the questions to us. And those of you in the audience, feel free to raise your hand, and any of us who have just presented in this session will answer your questions. Oh, and those on the YouTube chat, please tag who you would like to answer. Lane.
Question. I just want to make a comment because we heard from Dr. Hoover and then you folks here in the next session, and I just want to make the point that the St. Lawrence River in our section of the AOC is so different because the shipping channel down the Lake St. Francis sort of pushed or kept the mercury contamination on the north side and the PCB contamination on the south side. And so one of the, not just because Dr. Hoover talked a bit mostly about GM, but it was because the PCBs were over there and the mercury was over here. And so in looking at the two sections of the RAP here, one of the big things is the contamination was so different.
Yeah, that's true. Very different contamination. The southern AOC, the main contaminant is the PCBs, as Elizabeth Hoover had been talking about, and here in northern AOC it is mercury. Correct. Any more questions? Yes, go ahead.
Is the river getting better now that the plants are gone, like Chevy's gone, and Reynolds, Cordall's, the paper mill? Is the river in good shape now or what?
I'm trying to think if I'm the best person to answer that. I'll take a stab at it. If anyone else wants to, they can. But yeah, from there is no more like point source pollution into the area. So a lot of those, they have been eliminated, those discharges. So the water quality has been getting a lot better than it was back in the 1980s and 1970s. And there's also been like a lot more regulations put in place that are now would be on those industries that would discharge into the river that wouldn't have been there in the 70s and 80s.
The water without being treated?
I don't know if I don't know if I can answer that one. Oh, Leigh, did you want to answer any of that?
I'm missing, I can't hear the actual question, so if you could relay them to me, I can try and answer. So I heard your answer, Georgia. So that's great. That you already made the point that points that um, the pollution has been, is no longer a concern right now that, coming into the river because of the regulations that have been put in place. And I'm also curious always about whether you could actually drink the water, but I'm always assured that it's never a good idea to drink the water straight from the river. You should always do some level of purification. And I think there's lots of people along the river that do get their water source from the river, but they do send it through some filtration to make sure that they're not getting anything in it, particularly biological. Of course, there's lots of things living in the river, and so you need to make sure that you're getting a UV light and some carbon filters through so that you're taking out whatever you can. It will also depend on where you are. So, if you're in various sections of the river, there might be other things like a septic tank that isn't, properly separated from the groundwater that might be running in your area. So because the AC and the contaminants in that way have been cleared up, doesn't mean that you can necessarily take a cup yet and drink it out of the St. Lawrence River. But there are other people in that room. I know Jeff's more qualified than I am to answer that question. If someone else wants to jump in, they're welcome to.
Well, I think basically with the question you're asking is yes, the river is improving and it is getting better. I wouldn't drink from the river. It's going to still take more time. I mean, the river is the river and the ecosystems in this area have this powerful mechanism to heal over time as well, as long as we stop the sources of pollution. And this is part of the work that we're doing, is to be able to answer those questions. So we're doing the fish contaminant study so we can understand how much contaminants are still in our fish. And if it is at a high level, that is indicative of, is there still some sort of source out there? And are we able to pick that up? And so when I hear those things from people from our community, and I think I recognize you, that's my main concern, is can we drink from the river? And we do. And I think that as science has progressed and grown, we've learned more about different biology out there and how that could affect us and make us sick. It's not just about the pollutants in the water, which tend to make it into our bodies through bioaccumulation, as Elizabeth Hoover shared with being exposed through fish. But there are other mechanisms that can potentially do that as well, through the air and possibly through the water. But I would just wanted to take that moment to recognize, a lot of really great work has been done, and things have improved very much in the last 30 years since these actions have been put in place. And I don't know if even in my own lifetime we'll be able to drink directly from the river, or if we ever will. Considering that the way that industrialization has affected our people, and the way that policies and regulations are designed to support capitalism and industry, until that mindset is changed on a massive level across the world, I think that we're going to continue to confront situations like this. And regardless of if we stop the pollution in this area, the grasshopper effect that Elizabeth talked about will be something that we'll be subjected to as well. And that climate change is another major issue that we have to be concerned about. So I know it's a lot of different pieces of trying to bring that together, and I'm really trying to get better at trying to tell that story and how I relate to it and how does it relate to us as Nguhuwe. But I guess in summary, things are getting better, and I want to celebrate that accomplishment.
Grass River in Messina, that's upstream. They're disturbing the bottom of the river. So are we getting the backlog of that?
So that's kind of my auxiliary idea of trying to pick a piece of that up with our fish contaminant study, because the EPA shared that there would be no implications that the fish were staying in that river. And I know that it's important that they're cleaning that river and that they are putting a cap on it. And but the sort of continued impact is that we have to kind of deal with that potential downriver impact. But it's a really strange river ecosystem on the grass that sometimes actually it flows in the wrong direction. And fish move and water flows down the river. And being able to pick those up, the Grass River has produced a variety of sensors and have a variety of mechanisms in place for exceedances for PCBs to be picked up at the water treatment facilities along the southern shore between both the St. Regis Mohawk Tribes Environment Division and their water program, but also with the water department at MCA. So if exceedance is indicated, then we are notified to shut off our water intakes. And throughout the area, there are air monitors that are keeping track of any sort of exceedances that could occur in that area. And all of those are available on the Grass River website. Now, I can't say with any certainty without the data in front of me, but I know to date they haven't had any exceedances. And yeah, so that's what I have to offer to that one. It's not my project, but I work a lot with the St. Regis Mohawk tribe, and I think that the work is necessary. Is it a perfect solution? No, but we don't really have any perfect solutions right now. And I think as a part of our responsibility to that river and to our own river, that we have to do something. And this was the best available option we had at this moment. So that's kind of what I have to offer to the Grass River. I wish there was more I could say. I know how frustrating it is to listen to engineers tell you that your concerns are not valid. And that's not how I approach the research I do here in Akwesasne. I want to hear the concerns of people, and I want to make sure that I develop research projects that will answer those questions. So whether the concern is real or imagined, that's not my interest. My interest is coming up with an answer. And unfortunately, due to COVID, our fish contaminant samples have still not gotten back to us yet. But hopefully soon we'll be able to offer more.
Okay, and that's all the time we have right now. Unless, did you want to chime in?
Like 2 hours to answer.
Okay, so we'll just tie up that session then. We're gonna go to, I'd like to thank all of our presenters. They're amazing. We're gonna go to a 15-minute break. It is at 3:45, and we'll come back to a new session at 4 o'clock.
All right, welcome everyone to the final session of the day. My name is Matt Wendell. I'm a research scientist at the River Institute. And our final session is call to action. So we've heard a lot of great presentations today on various topics, various people working in the area on local concerns. And so we have a series of presentations now where people are taking it to the next level and trying to engage with the public and get them to take it to the next level. So we have 3 presenters. To the people joining us online, viewing the presentations on YouTube, if you would like to ask a question, we just ask you to enter your question on the YouTube comments section and make sure to reference the speaker that your question is addressed to as part of your question so we can direct that. Following the presentations, we'll do a 15-minute question and answer period where you can engage with the presenters. So thank you for that. So our first presenter today is someone I know very well, and it's Patricia O'Hara, and Patricia's from the Great River Network. So she's here today to talk to us about maintaining our focus during the COVID-19 crisis. Welcome, Patricia.
Here we are. We're a grassroots organization. No staff, no budget. One big asset, which is with the onset of the pandemic, face-to-face meetings weren't able to happen. The River Institute stepped up and offered the use of the Teams app so we could meet. They are one of our members. We opened a Facebook page and started issuing newsletters so we could be more connected to the community. This is our structure. We have a steering team, and we have created 3 committees: cleanup committee, the campaign committee, and erosion and shoreline restoration committee. This structure facilitates mobilizing its members to take appropriate action to remedy identified threats to the river. The steering team. We supported WatershedsCanada in their application for Great Lakes Protection Natural Edge Project grant with a letter of support, and it was successfully got this grant. Shoreline naturalizations in the Cornwall Akwesasne areas of concern will be addressed by this project. The campaign committee, to promote awareness of the positive and negative impacts that our behaviors have on environmental and ultimately the St. Lawrence River and its shoreline. We put together facts about and promoted awareness of the litter in the river, and as you see, this is an underwater picture of shopping carts, bikes, etc., etc., etc. It's not going. Go? Where do I point it? Okay. We worked with the River Institute on a Great Lakes Action Fund grant application, which was successfully granted. On the September 23rd, we moved 3.75 tons of debris out of the river, and in 6-year total of 44 tons removed from Akwesasne, Cornwall, and Lancaster. We're continuing with A to navigation battery removal project with the Canadian Coast Guard and the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne. The Erosion and Shoreline Restoration Committee assisted the River Institute with preparing a grant application for Fishery and Oceans Canada Science Funding Opportunity. We're waiting for finalization of the process, but it's looking really good. It's just an impressive collection of stakeholders are included in this grant, this opportunity. The River Institute, Mohawk Council of Akwesasne, University of Ottawa, St.Lawrence Seaway Management Corporation, Raisin River Conservation Authority, and the South Nations Conservation Authority. It's a pretty heavy group there to be working with. So thoughts on change. The meeting process via Teams and Zoom worked very well. Actually, attendance was much better, and the process was much better adhered to. The logistics of scheduling a place to hold meetings was now not an issue, although we did lack the social aspect of face-to-face meetings, and the approval process takes much longer. We have to add numerous individual phone calls, etc., to get clarification. The autonomy displayed by the committees was not only impressive, but also resulted in successful results. Challenges going forward. What will our meetings look like in 2022? Do we need to organize some social networking opportunities to strengthen the cohesiveness of our community members? We need to increase the fragrancy of our newsletters and our Facebook. And we need to streamline the approval process. So, COVID wasn't all that bad. We were able to move forward and achieve a lot of stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. Okay, so our next speaker is Lauren Eggleston from Save the River. And Lauren's talk is Advocacy, Education, and Research on the St. Lawrence River. And Lauren is joining us virtually.
Hi, my name is Lauren Eggleston. I'm the program manager at Save the River, and today I'm just going to talk to you a bit about what it is that we do and how we approach. Okay, just let me know when to go. Okay, so I'm not sure where everybody lost me, so I'll just start at the beginning. Sure. So Okay. So I'm and I'm program manager at Save the River. And today I'm going to talk to you a bit about what we do. And we are an advocacy, grassroots advocacy organization, and we work a lot on river health and ensuring that river policies protect the watershed. So when I first started thinking about this talk, I was thinking about river health and challenges that face freshwater ecosystems, not just in the St. Lawrence, but everywhere. Specifically, the things we hear about every day. We hear about trash every day. We hear about the spread of invasive species every single day. We hear about climate change. For us, this mostly manifests as fluctuating water levels in Plan 2014. And we also talk about water quality. So you think of all of these things, they're very big and very heavy issues, and you always want to keep that optimism and that, like, where do we go from here? Where are we taking this? So those are kind of the things that I'm going to address today. But first, let me back up and just talk about what Save the River is. So it was founded in 1978 to protect and preserve the ecological integrity through the upper St. Lawrence River. And we try and do that through advocacy, through education, and through research. So our zone that we cover Lake Ontario, meets the St. Lawrence River, go up to about the St. Regis area is about where we go to. So that stretch, it's about 114 miles of shoreline, or 180 kilometers-ish. And we work on both sides of the river, but we're primarily on the US side. We have around 1,500 members. We have a lot of followers, but followers are followers. The members are the numbers that we actually have. And then we have lots of different campaigns that we do throughout the year. The most successful one for us this year was the Trash Free River campaign. And that we did 7 days of cleanup. So we did a whole week of cleaning up the river this year. So first, in advocacy, education, and research. Advocacy, we are the only watchdog group on the US side, and we try and be as active as we can be. The original start of Save the River was very closely tied with stopping winter navigation and being more aware of what was being shipped through the St. Lawrence River. We pressed for better spill response planning. And then the other campaigns we have going, we're campaigning for Plan 2014. A lot of that is reaching out to community members and talking to them about what Plan 2014 is, what water levels are, what we can control and what we can't control. And then pushing for banning single-use plastic. And in the center photo that you can see on the screen, there are these blue pebbles. So blue and white pebbles, both polystyrene, has just been this issue that has just been coming up over and over and over again. So trying to figure out what we can do and how we can address this and how to get the community involved and being part of it too, being part of the answer. Again, advocacy, education, research. Education, educators, conservation groups, researchers, volunteers, lots and lots of people. This is very near and dear to my heart. This is part of what I do every single day. In our education program, we have a couple of different components. One of them is in the schools, where there are so many students in St. Lawrence and Jefferson counties on the US side who they live in this area, but they've never been out to the river. So in the schools allows us to bring the river to them and let them start to experience and ask questions about what animals live there, what plants are there, why it's important. to be aware of what's going on in the river. On the flip side of that, we interact with them in the fall. In the springtime, we try and get them out on a boat. So again, a lot of these students have never had that experience. And getting them out of the classroom on a field trip and out to see, like you might go to a bay where the spawn, or you might go somewhere where it's prime mussel habitat, and to talk to them about what that experience is, how the animals are all tied in with our experiences on the river, and just start that communication. And these are usually fourth graders, they're prime age for this. Online and at home adapts all of our programming so that it comes in an easy little packet and you can print it off at home. And during the pandemic particularly, that made this very accessible so that you could then bring your river home and then students can experience it that way. Education that we're talking about right now is all K through 12. We also have adult education, but in this case, the adults are part of our River Keeper program, and they can be trained to go out the river and monitor and see what's going on. You report that. Junior River Keepers are the junior version of that, where we're really empowering you to be part of the river and be part of that conversation, to learn what river health is, and to start being accountable and being responsible for the environment. Research, advocacy, education, research. We collaborate on research that records river health. So there are a couple of really big projects that we're working on, multi-year projects. The longer running one of these is the Common Tern project. So we monitor populations and restore habitat for threatened common terns. We have 6 different locations that we work on. There are 2 natural shoals and then 4 artificial nesting sites. You can see here we've got the tern bringing the food back to its nest. So that's on one of our navigation cells that has been converted into a nesting site. And then there's also the little chicks on the bottom because they're adorable and wonderful to see. And it's great when they fled. And the second big project that we're working on is a 3-year project, and that's with the St. Regis Mohawk Tribe Environment Division and the New York State Museum. And this investigates relationships between native and invasive freshwater mussels in the Grass River, which is a tributary of the St. Lawrence River. So the photo of the scuba diver and the photo of the villager test up at the top, those are both off of that project. So we've got field work. This is the 3rd year, so we're starting to wrap that project up and starting to come up with some of the answers that will come out of that. We also feed into some other research projects. We collect data for smallmouth bass catch and release, and also muskie catch and release. So those data are disseminated out to other researchers so that they can use them in their research to get a better picture of many, many places along the river, just sort of filling out the work that they're doing. And then earlier we were talking about water quality and closing popular swimming beaches. So we also, in the summer months, we have 9 weeks where we go out and we do water testing just to kind of keep an eye on and feed into, again, more of those projects where we feed into what other scientists are doing. Okay, so taking all that information, how we address it, what our programs are, bringing that back to this question of river health, and trying to figure out where do we go from here. So I just want to quickly touch on trash and invasive species. On this slide, you can see in the middle with the blue background, or the blue dots in the background, that's that polystyrene again. And then at the bottom, that beach is kind of in the midway zone. It's near Ogdensburg. And that beach is almost entirely plastic and broken glass. So these are things that we do. Trash-free river has been our most successful way of tackling trash that we find along the shoreline, and it really motivates community members. Are so keen to be part of this, to be part of fixing the problem. So if we put out a call for volunteers, they are almost immediately there, and we've had really great response. Past advocacy work, working again to ban single-use plastic bags, the reduced use of polystyrene, and getting the word out about the cleanups and what we find on the cleanups. Education-wise, we have planned days for schools, but again, because of the pandemic, it's been very challenging to get students on buses and get them out to locations, but we have the idea that we're going to do this. And then in the research and advocacy, things that we're looking at addressing in the future are questions like what can be done to, what can be used in place of this blue and white polystyrene that's breaking down. And right now we can still see it, but once it becomes microplastics, how do we address these problems? How do we get it out of the water before it even gets in? And in the top of the slide, there's a fellow dropping what looks like a big sieve down in, and it kind of is lit a trap. So we're part of a pilot project here in Clayton, which is sort of just across from Gananoque. And we've got 2 storm drain traps installed. And during a storm, this is addressing that question of taking it out of the river before it even gets there. During a storm, stormwater travels through these traps that gathers any sort of plastic, and then the water passes through and goes straight out to the waterway where everything that's traveling along in it is caught in these. So the pilot program looks at how much we're catching this sort of mechanism. And invasive species, we hear about them all the time, and we try and partner with many different people, particularly SLELO PRISM, which is the St.Lawrence Eastern Lake Ontario Invasive Species Monitoring Network. We have our own campaigns too. We've got Clean Up the Ballast, which addresses ballast water on the ships traveling up and down the river. We're really trying to work with SLELO to spread the message of clean, drain, dry, because while we want to address big ships, we want to address the everyday boats that are traveling in and out, and just spreading that message and sharing it. Research-wise, we've got the grant project that looks at the impact of the native freshwater mussels and the invasives, and trying to talk to community members, trying to talk to schools. Because if you reach the youth, then you are also reaching their families. So it all ties together. And then trying to maintain optimism and that positive part, not letting all of these really heavy subjects weigh you down. So looking forward, we have trash-free river events planned in 2022 already. So we'll look to expand our communities. Right now, we did 7 different communities this year. We did 2 additional ones last year. So we'll be looking to stretch that out farther and farther, and also hop over to the Canadian side and start working over there as well. Continued collaboration and research work with St. Regis Mohawk Tribe and the New York State Museum as we wrap up that project. And then just empowering people in the community to be part of the river story, and to do trainings, new river keepers, so that they know if they see something, who to then report it to and how to go about that. And then also just part of our mission is through advocacy, education, research, we want to preserve the river for our generation, but also for the generations to come. So just ensuring that future generations can also enjoy the St. Lawrence, hopefully even better than the way that we enjoy it now. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren, for that presentation and all of the advocacy and research and community actions that your organization carries out. And I'll just put a plug in. If anyone is looking to attend a really interesting conference, the Save the River has a winter conference that I've attended several times. It has a great lineup of speakers every year, and you learn a lot about the river. So just a little plug for that as well. I also love your sturgeon graphic, by the way. That's really nice. So our final speaker for today, we actually have a joint presentation as our final presentation by Rochelle Johnston, who's joining us live here, and then Annie Cook-Cree, who will be joining us virtually. And the title of their presentation is Engaging Families with Children in Caring for Ecological Systems. Welcome.
Annie with us?
Please.
Oh, there she is. Great. Okay. So just now that Annie's with us, I'll just introduce myself. I'm Rochelle Johnston, and Annie Cree, and I are going to be doing a joint presentation effective organization, and really sort of looking at families. And I'm going to be talking about my work with non-Indigenous, and Annie is going to be talking about with most families. And we're going to sort of talk about our respective organizations briefly, and then we've been having sort of dialogues about our work and how it comes together, and so we're going to launch into that after we give an introduction. Annie, do you want to start?
Can you hear me? Okay. All right. Hi, I'm Annie Cree. I am the director of outdoor programming for lakwa'shatste Youth Fitness. lakwa'shatste Youth Fitness is a Kavanagh word that means we are strong. It originally started, it's a actual nonprofit organization that originally was created for sports training that has evolved over the last 4 years into 3 streams. One being land-based programming and outdoor programming for families. All 3 streams are grounded in our Haudenosaunee culture and teachings. So we started out with youth camps, and our first youth camp was living off the land. This camp had everything from trapping, hunting, gardening, fishing, basically anything to live off the land. Then we continued out to paddle camp, survival skills, hiking. Eventually, ended up growing into engaging families and trying to get more families to participate in outdoor programming. So we just basically took our youth camp, broke them down, and offered them to families in general. Basically the same thing, family survival skill classes, paddle camp, hiking and biking, um, and with the pandemic, we introduced, virtual hiking challenges. We provided activity book for families to come and get more time outside with their little ones. Sometimes you want to go outside, but you kind of, what are we going to do out there? So we created an activity book to get them more engaged in that. So yeah, we've been working on trying to get families more, moving more, but more in nature than, like in the gym or the sports realm. We're trying to get back to more land-based physical activity.
Thanks, Annie. Is there anything else you have to add, or shall I start?
Go for it, Rochelle.
Thanks, Annie. So I am with Family Earth, and so we help families heal their relationships with the natural world. And I run a family nature experience center, which is just north of Ingleside in South Stormont. We like Annie. We have a variety of different activities that get families outdoors. We run nature play shops, which are basically opportunities for families to relearn and for the kids to relearn how to play in nature and in natural environments. We've done art in nature workshops or art with nature workshops, gardening workshops, campfire cooking. Annie does something very similar. And we've just started doing nature therapy for adults and for adolescents. Another thing we've started offering is forest birthday parties. So we're basically trying to facilitate outdoor, fun, joyous activities for families. And we, unlike Annie, who they operate as a not-for-profit, we operate as a social enterprise with the hope that families are already paying for family experiences, extracurricular activities, and sort of saying, why not offer them something that's good for their families and good for the environment at the same time. So in terms of the origins, we have different origins than Annie's, and we're a much newer organization. We've only been around for less than a year. But I have a human rights background, is how I came to this work. For me, sort of this sort of journey sort of started with the birth of my first son. And by that, I mean sort of my concern about the environment and what was happening to the climate, or what is happening to the climate. And so it came out of that, and also my feeling that there wasn't a lot of space for me to work as a family to address this problem. And so trying to create places for families to both be outdoors and be connected to the to nature, but also to work together on issues like climate change and biodiversity. The other thing, and this sort of also links up with sort of my connection with Annie, is that I had in my human rights work been working on trying to understand the very deeply disturbing ways that Indigenous, non-Indigenous people relate to each other, and what it had brought me to was sort of seeing how for non-Indigenous people, some of that came from our very, disturbing relationship with land. And that, like as non-Indigenous people, we need to work on the relationship we have with this land that we're on, and that is a part of having a better relationship with. So that's sort of something else that sort of, and so my work has been definitely inspired a lot by like a very holistic approach, which is, very much inspired by Indigenous approaches to like land-based work, and also to learning, right? So we do, we have families be outside and understand about plants and animals and sort of a lot of the sort of scientific type of education that a lot of other environmental organizations do, but we also spend a lot of time on the emotional side of that relationship, and on the spiritual side, which for children often means magic and just joy and what's fantastical and incredible and kind of otherworldly about natural environments. The other thing, so I talk about what Family Earth does in terms of nature connection, and why nature connection, and this again is sort of this holistic view of our relationship with nature, not just being about knowing about it, but about loving it, is because we're not going to protect something we don't love. And for pretty much, from what we know about studying the lives of environmentalists, that love began when they were kids. And again, it wasn't just sort of an intellectual interest, it's really kind of involves the whole person. And then, and from that comes sort of a relationship with nature, and then the idea that we protect nature not as something out there, but because it's in our own interest, right? Like we feel it's part of us and we're connected. And then also like why families? I mean, because we do some work with children on their own and with adults, but my sort of experience as becoming a parent was that that there was a lot that was sort of, having a family that actually sort of takes you away from involvement in a lot of organizations like environmental organizations. And yet at the same time, we were realizing that with our families that we were helping form habits in our children, right? And those habits last the rest of your life. And those are, and that was a habit of being outside and understanding our natural environment, but also a habit of environmentally responsible and caring behaviors as well. And that, we were forming those in our family. But the other thing is that in some ways, like we take, the environment for granted and we exploit it and we neglect our responsibilities vis-a-vis the environment. Sort of the experience of becoming a family at the same time as becoming more and more concerned about our climate and our environments was sort of seeing how basically sort of taking it, families being a taken for granted institution, a neglected and an exploited institution in our modern world. And so feeling there's a relationship between how we treat families and how we treat the natural world, right? So that was sort of a real sort of, something that sort of explains sort of why families and why nature connection at the same time for Family Earth. So now Annie and I are going to talk a little bit about sort of the impacts of our work and this comes together. Annie, do you want to sort of start us off about the changes you've seen in your work?
Yes, it kind of rolls right out to what you were talking about the more you spend time in nature, the more you want to nurture and help out. And because we're a nonprofit, all of our programming is offered for free. But what we do ask of our participants is to give back to the community somehow for at least 2 hours. And what we've noticed over the years is a lot of our participants that participate in a lot of our land-based, their give back times are cleaning the ditches, or we had a lot show up for the last time we were able to do the riverside cleanup or the river cleanup. Because we do a lot of the paddle safety, we usually facilitate the safety for the water cleanup. So we noticed a lot more of our participants showing up for events like that to kind of help clean up the community, to kind of help with those parts, the trails day for hiking trails, so that was a really big impact that I noticed with our participants.
I've sort of found in our work, I mean, whereas I'd sort of heard previously a lot about sort of the importance of sharing intergenerational knowledge about the land, from Indigenous elders to children, is that has been a really exciting sort of thing that I've observed in my work with non-Indigenous families. That I have parents who come and they're who haven't spent a lot of time with their kids outdoors, but maybe spent time outdoors as kids. And so they'll come and they'll be like, oh, I remember, like very simple things. I remember sucking nectar from that clover, right? And they never would have told this to their child because they never would have. To be in a space where they were encouraged to kind of, taste nature and be connected in that sort of way, or just or games that they would have played as kids that they've not passed on to their nature games, outdoor games. So I see like parents sort of talking about a lot of these memories and this knowledge that they have, and sharing it with our kids for the first time.
Yep.
Is there anything else you want to sort of say about impact before we go on to the next?
There's a lot, but time-wise, we should move on.
So just in terms of, sort of some of the challenges that we faced, I'll just start out by sort of saying, that it's not always been easy getting families involved, and maybe some of you who've done community engagement work has found that as well. And so, and Annie and I have sort of shared sort of some of our different experiences about why that's the case. I mean, sort of one of the things I'll mention is a bit of like a dilemma between kind of, nature should be something that's free and it's available to everyone, and yet folks often don't have, more and more folks don't have like the knowledge about how to be safe, outdoors, and then, how to deeply engage, right? So the experience has been more like sort of like, okay, we go on a hike or we go on a drive and we kind of walk through nature like it's like this movie versus being able to really slow down and connect, whether it's like paying attention to what's going on around them and really like knowing the names of things or knowing what's going on in the environment, or even foraging, or just having like a relationship where they're connected in more of a watching a TV screen sort of way. And so that's sometimes being a challenge, is how to create that engagement. Annie?
Yep. Yeah, so some of the cons that I had in the beginning were like I felt like I wasn't like I just lost my train of thought. But like I wasn't confident in teaching a lot of the stuff that I had learned or experienced myself, because like Rochelle had said, it's just been a few years, like my two little ones is when I started doing a lot more outdoor activities with them and noticed a difference in them. They didn't get sick as much. Well, actually, they like their whole immune system, their whole like everything about being outdoors changed them into these positives. So how do I take that and tell other parents about it? So my biggest roadblock there was myself. When once I started baby steps, I just took on this whole program itself, and this whole section of our program now is based on, like I said, and based on, you have to be confident enough to follow that path into getting those families out there. And yeah, I thought this was such a big change in my own personal family that, other people need to know this, other people need to try this, they need to see this, like it's free, and it's just taking that first step, that baby step to get out there to really engage in nature.
I certainly have, like, I found that it's, that again, this tension between like what both of us have kind of clearly seen in our own families and in the families we've worked with, is all of the health benefits, the mental health benefits, also the benefits of like improving relationships between people while they're together in nature. But yet at the same time, people often, they have some real fears, right? Like, I've had, 4 or 5-year-olds who are like sort of stop at the edge of a forest and are, scared to go in the forest, right? Like the big bad wolf in the forest, and really scared. This is not sort of just like they're really scared to go in. And then they're terrified of things like ticks, and they're terrified, of poisonous plants, and there's just a lot of fear. And so just kind of sort of saying, well, actually, there are these things you need to know about, but the health benefits of, are, in my experience, so outweigh what some of those challenges are. Time to mention a couple other things, Annie. Do you have anything else you want to sort of add as sort of challenges, or even sort of maybe you want to end with sort of some more positives?
On the positive side, I have gotten so much feedback from families and a lot from parents, and seeing the changes in their children. You wouldn't think spending an hour outside every day would have such an impact on your family, until you do it and you see it and you see the changes yourself. So yeah, there's a lot of positives. It's just, they're just like, some are huge, some are small, but you just take it all in when you hear it from your participants. And I had told Rochelle that I remember years ago, it was probably about 5 years ago, we offered this outdoor program at an event. It was, I think, our winter carnival maybe. And we had this program, and it was all set up outside for youth and families, but it was cold, so nobody would go outside. I was just kind of like, how come? They were like, 'cause it's cold out, and it was, to me, that was like the moment where I was like, something has to change, like, it's winter. We know it's going to be cold. We know that we need to dress for this. We know we need to get ready for outdoors in winter. And yeah, so I was just so blown away, because it was like, oh, we don't want to go cold. You know, so yeah, now this past year, our winter program actually had the highest participation numbers of the summer, and spring for outdoor programming, which to me, I was like, this is what I started this, like, yeah, it's, to me, I feel like it's easier to be outside in the fall. The weather just likes to rain. You have to learn to love the rain. And then in the spring, you think mud and everything's coming back alive. But winter when it's cold, and the snow and the ice, and, like, that was always my challenge. And yeah, so for me, my biggest pro was getting those numbers for people to go outside and enjoy the winter, you know. So that was a big deal to me.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, Rochelle and Annie, for that wonderful talk. And you touched on a lot of things that are near and dear to my heart, with getting families outside and connecting to nature and building those habits that will carry forward throughout their lives. I see the same benefits in my family going for walks all the time, and mental health and physical health. And I think that's fantastic what you're doing with bringing other families into that philosophy. All right, so we have some time now to do some questions for our speakers. We can answer some from live here or online. And Marianne, you have your hand up. There's a online question.
There's an online question from Helga, and it's for all of you guys. And she's asking, what would be the best way to support your organization?
So the question from Helga to all of the speakers is, what would be the best way to support all of your organizations? And I'll leave that open if someone would like to come up. And Rochelle?
I don't know if Annie wants to add to this. I mean, for us, it's just is getting the word out to families. I mean, I think that's sort of the biggest one. And I think a part of how this changes is not like this is not about kind of individual change, right? Like, you know, and I think this relates to all of our work. Like, it's really about whole networks and communities of people change, because people, you know, hang out with their extended family, or you know, or their you know, the people they went to high school with. They hang out, their families hang out together, and so it's sort of that sort of, you know, is kind of leveraging your personal networks to get people out, you know, because that's, you know, it doesn't happen one person by one person. It happens more on a collective.
Or the Great River Network. Sorry, I forget about this. With the Great River Network, you could follow us on Facebook and just request membership of that and follow us there.
Tisha, Lauren, do you want to?
Yeah, I would say probably the biggest way to support our organization. Of course, doing things like becoming a member or volunteering with us are ways that we feel the impact. I think some of it too is just being involved in your own community as well. And just making sure that you, like, supporting us is great, but it's also supporting whoever is closest to you.
Thank you. That's great advice. I see a couple. Oh, yep.
Could I find out from Lauren what the date of the winter conference is?
Sure. The question is what the upcoming date of the winter conference will be.
It is, let me just pull the calendar real quick. The last weekend in January and the first weekend in February. So January 29th on that Saturday and February 5th.
Thanks, Elaine, for that question. I was interested in that date as well. Leigh, you have a question as well?
So my question is to save the river. What does Phragmites mean to this organization?
Leigh's question to you is, what does Phragmites, the invasive plant, mean to your organization?
So that's a good question. We aren't directly trying to manage it. We do work with New York State Parks, and they are managing it through their trails crew, and then also with Slilo Prism, and they are also managing it. I know that there's been quite a movement to just sort of cut the seed part of the plant off, because there's been some research coming in about if you chop into the plant that it actually forces the root system to grow quite a bit, and we don't really want that to happen. So we aren't directly handling it, but we are working with partners who do work directly on Phragmites.
Thanks, Lauren. We have time for maybe one or two more questions, if there's any more in the audience. No more? Okay. Well, thank you to our three speakers. Just a round of applause to everybody for those presentations. 4 speakers, sorry. So I can conclude this now. So we're at the end of our sessions for the day, and I'm going to send it to Henery Liquors now to close out our day for us. Thank you, Henery.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and I'm happy to be here again to do a closing for us. I know you've had an exciting day, and I've been talking about things that you think are important to the world and the great river that we live on. I spent most of my day today talking to a similar group of people in New Brunswick on the St. Croix River, and they were all excited too about shad and other fish and shores, and many of the things that you probably discussed today, they discussed as well. And it was interesting to me because having taken part in many of these community days, I've seen that enthusiasm among our people in order to discuss these issues. Now, I saw another group of people today who had just as much enthusiasm and just as much faith in the things that they were doing. And they're also planning a day when they can bring their people together so that they can talk. I'm not sure what they're going to call it, but they sort of were talking about Shad Day or something like that, in which they could talk about all of the work that they've done in order to reestablish the shad in the river. The other exciting thing that they were talking about, which interested me, is they're going to be taking out a dam and thereby opening up their river for the fish to be able to run further. So we're not so different from other people that I see across the country. But I'm very, very happy that in my own place where I live, there are people who care for the river. And saying that, we always talk when we do a closing, I would say to you that whenever we are gathered, one of us is chosen to give greetings and thanksgiving. And so I'd like you to think about yourselves and the people that are around you, because those are part of your family. Those are part of the people who care about the river. We're river people, and river water runs in our blood. I think in the St. Croix, it's the same way. And so I ask you to bring together your minds and think about not only our people here, but all of the peoples of this world. And can we agree that they are important to us? We know that the Mother Earth is continuing to support us. She gives us almost everything we need. When we look upon the soils of this earth, we can see the color of all of our skins. And we know that she is our mother. So therefore, we feel happy about this. So I ask you to bring together your minds and think about the Mother Earth. Can we agree that she is important? Today, I've heard a lot about the flowing waters and how those waters are important to us. And we think about them all the time as we look upon those rivers. They give us a solitude as we see them. So I ask you to bring together your minds and think about the waters of this world. Can we agree that they are important to us? In those waters, we know there are fishes and other aquatic life. And we're concerned about them. And they're concerned about us because they help sustain us and keep us. We were talking, like I said, in St. Croix about smoked shad and a number of other fish. And it reminded me of the people in our area that go out and fish for perch, for example. Again, all concerned about the fish that live in that water. And so I ask you to bring together your minds and think about the fish in that waters. Can we agree that they are important to us? I know that the plants in the waters will take care of themselves and help purify the waters out there. The Haudenosaunee, as Haudenosaunee people, we celebrate food plants, or in this case, the three sisters, corn, beans, and squash. But we know that all of those plants in the world have medicinal values, whether it is to us or to the animals that surround us. We also know that the trees that give so much of themselves, that we may be able to live in comfort and benefit from them. So I ask you to bring them together your minds and think about the plants of this world. And can we agree that they are important to us? We also think about the animals and birds of this world, as those animals and birds are companions with us upon this world. The birds that we see leave us in awe because of their ability to fly and their beautiful voices that sing. And we know that some of those animals live in our own homes. We call them our pets, but we treat them like our brothers and sisters. So I say to you, all animals require that same respect. So I ask you to bring together your minds and think about the animals and birds of this world. Can we agree that they are important to us?
Today, the four great winds have blown us a beautiful autumn day, and the chill is on the wind as we walk outside. We know that the grandfathers will be leaving to go south pretty soon. We will have ceremony for them, sometimes calling them the Thunderers. Those Thunderers remind us that the world is changing, and that we must be ever vigilant as we walk upon the land, because as it changes, we must learn to adapt to those changes. And so I ask you to bring together your minds and think about the four great winds, and think about those grandfathers or the Thunderers, and can we agree that they are important to us? We saw our elder brother, the sun, rise this morning. As he has done day after day, millennium after millennium, never ceasing in his responsibility to us and to all of creation. That we could carry out our responsibilities thus, this would truly be a wonderful thing. So I ask you to bring together your minds and think about our elder brother, the sun. And can we agree that he is important to us? This evening, we will see the grandmother moon as she turns her face to us every 28 days. That 28-day cycle is the cycle of all female things upon this world. Without that 28-day cycle, it truly would be a lonely place. She's also very powerful. She has the ability to move all of the waters of this world, even the waters of the first environment, the womb. And so I ask you to bring together your minds and think about the grandmother moon, and through her all female things upon this world. And can we agree that they are important to us? We also talk about the stars that we see at night. The Haudenosaunee call those our aunties and uncles. They look down upon us upon this world, and they guide us across the surface of this earth. But they also foretell of great events that will occur during the year, and herald the ceremonies that we have to do during the year in order to celebrate the world around us. And so I ask you to bring together your minds and think about the stars, and can we agree that they are important to us? We also know that there are sacred beings upon this world, and the spirits are out there, that we also think about them. And the Haudenosaunee say that there are four great sacred beings who can help us whenever we are have a problem that we don't think we can get out of. They will help bring the answer to us. And so I ask you to bring together your minds and think about the sacred beings, or the spiritual world that surrounds us. And can we agree that they are important to us? We also know that our elders have come before us, and their knowledge echoes to us down the corridors of time. And they too have been our teachers that have shown us how to live upon this world. But I also say to you, listen to the small voices in your community. For sometimes from those small voices can come great wisdom, and they too can teach us. So I ask you to bring together your minds and think about the teachers of this world. And can we agree that they are important to us? So now we come to this place where we'll cover our council fire. And I will unbind that stout cord that keeps us all in this place, that we each may be able to go our own separate ways. The Haudenosaunee say that we must never ask anything of the Creator, because everything that we need has been provided for us and given to us here upon this world. And on your behalf, I'll ask two things of the Creator. I'll ask that as you leave this place and you proceed to your homes, your lodgings, and your communities, that no impediment is placed in your way, and that you will arrive there safely. And the second thing I'll ask on your behalf is that when you arrive at your homes, your lodgings, and your communities, you see the happy, smiling faces of your people, and no misfortune has befallen them while you've been here. So now those words have been spoken, and this meeting is coming to the end. Before we do that, I call on you one last time. Bring together your finest thoughts and your finest thanksgiving. It will pile in a huge pile before us. Send to the Creator of all things the beauty that surrounds us. Kavanagh.